like many by-elections that has taken place in the country, and most of the by-elections that were taking place in Jubilee strongholds, either Jubilee party was winning or the affiliate party was winning. And I can tell you, in those scenarios, what you are seeing is friendly parties, friendly fire between Jubilee and UDA. Those are the two. The only party which is affiliated has a coalition agreement with the Jubilee party, mother party, was a former party called PDR, which is currently known as UDA. And the member for Kiamba, for your information, is not the first member of parliament for UDA. We have members of parliament who came to parliament through PDR and now are members of UDA. We have senators who came to the Senate through PDR and now are members of UDA. For example, the senator for Isiolo is a UDA senator. And she is a deputy majority leader. So, as we sit,
so tunamwona hapo Eden Duale anasema going forward Jubilee is dead, structurally dead. Wanaenda na UDA come 2022. Ningetaka kusikia maoni yenu sana. Jasper, unmute your mic.
Na usitoroke leo.
Niko hapa. Jasper, kama uongei Bartai, tuambie bana. Yaani mmeamua Jubilee is dead, mnataka kwenda na UDA.
Boss. Unajua mtu ambaye kitu moja nakwambianga hutaki wewe kusikia. Ndio shida yako wewe, unakuanga nini lakini saa zingine unakuwa kichwa ngumu. Hiyo Jubilee hiyo Jubilee ilishakufa kitambo sana. Hiyo Jubilee ilikufa kitambo. Ni venye tu amuko mnasikia imeanza kunuka.
Mbona imewashinda Mogoga? Mbona imewashinda Mogoga na kura mingi hivyo?
Kura mingi ni
27 votes.
Yes.
Alafu Kiamba karibu mfanane 21,000. How is the dead party getting 21,000?
I would have wished one of my friends hapa anaitwa Nicholas Waititu angekuwa ameingia kwa issue. Ili request aingie lakini sijampata. Nicholas Waititu comes from Kiamba and he was one of the agents. We had a very honest conversation with him. Nikamuuliza nilikuwa nauliza tu how is the going. Akaniambia it's tricky because the guy this one we call Njama. Akaniambia Njama ni people's favorite. Alikuwa anapendwa na watu. Yaani yeye ni mtu anapendwa. Akaniambia lakini wengine unakuwa kichwa ngumu. Hiyo there is a reflection. What is happening? Then akaniambia you know in Kiamba there is people in dilemma. Watu wanampenda Njama kwa sababu ya personality yake na yeye kwa ground. I'm told he was number 2 after Koinange in 2017. Mimi sikuwa najua. But sasa watu hawataki Jubilee. So I'm telling you, if that guy was in UDA,
So
Jam,
Baritai unataka kumaanisha watu wa Kiambaa wamechagua ng'ombe wakichukia njama ndio amekuja na Jubilee.
yes, watu walipigia nani, walipigia Wanjiku kupunish Jubilee. Si ati Njama anachukiwa. Hata Njama angesimama kwa independent angewin. That one ama angesimama in another party angewin. Watu wamechoka na Jubilee bana. You know, uwezi lazimisha watu Jubilee. Uwezi Jubilee saizi kuuza Jubilee kila mahali Kenya ni kama kuuza nguruwe in those Arab nations.
Wamepanish Uhuru sasa ndio wamepigia Jubilee ni UDA.
Yes. Okay, Nani was not the best candidate, but watu walikuwa na send signal that hii Jubilee yenu hii haiteremki tena. Hii dawa yenu imekuwa uchungu sasa.
Okay, sawa. Alex.
Yes.
Yes, tuambie bwana, eti mmechagua UDA kupanish Uhuru.
Unajua Uhuru ameshindwa kazi yake. Na kama angejua kutumia taktiki kadhaa za kufanya Jubilee iinuke, then angetoa watu kadhaa kwa hiyo chama yake. Sasa sisi tukaona ya kwamba anatuchezea, tukaenda kwa UDA. The real hustlers. At least we can be able to fight for ourselves without pride. Unaona?
Okay.
Yeah.
Haya, Wekesa. Eti bro mnachagua UDA kupanish Uhuru. Surely. Mbona mnafanya hivyo?
I'm sympathizing with an argument that is coming out that they chose this guy Wanjiku to punish Jubilee. I have a problem with that, and these guys are just moving from one problem to another one. 2017 they were doing kumirira to punish Raila, and then a few months down the line they started complaining. Right now they are talking about Amalise Aente, the same person they told us is sent. He was chosen by God. Now this kind of voting, I don't advocate for it. We cannot be voting machine to please certain political gods at the expense of our own lives. Are you seeing that the living standard has raised? Are you seeing that the economy is struggling? Are you seeing that Kenya is going down and the debts are increasing? If we talk like we are the young people, the future of this country, and we deliberately put our brains in the freezer, deep freezer, and refuse to think, and we are used by politicians as robots to accomplish their agenda, it's us to blame. Let me tell you, there was a euphoria in Juja when they were electing an MP on a PEP ticket. Just like it was, even he had not earned his first salary. And we saw a scandal already coming out, like the wife is demanding kickbacks so that a tender can be given out. Now, this kind of voting is what Kenyans, it's what is affecting our country. That's why we are even glorifying people who are having so much scandals, and we are electing them into government, because according to us, it's people that entice our emotions. According to us, it's people who do what we want, not necessarily what is important or what is valuable for the nation. I think we need to rethink as youths if we have to go forward. Otherwise, we will just be rotating in the same problems and changing leaders from one to another. Now, I want to address the mountain that most of the tribes in Kenya are craving for that opportunity to be at the helm of leadership. You guys who have had that opportunity are misusing it. And believe me, there was a time when the Luhya nation was united. But when we lost a great leader, Gijana Wamalwa, we have struggled, we have sung about Luhya unity, and it's not forthcoming. It's just a matter of time, and Mount Kenya will realize that by dividing itself, it was not doing William a favor, but it was only writing its own will. And they are going to face, it will take them maybe even 20 years to rebuild Mount Kenya unity. It looks like a joke, for right now, their focus is to punish Uhuru. Uhuru has done his will. He has reached at the helm of leadership. He can retire gracefully and go back to his farm. He has enough farm he can take even 1 month just to walk around on foot to reach the ends. So he has everything that he wanted, the good things of life, he has had them. But it's us who young people who have not even had opportunities are the ones being misled. If you look at the heart of Uhuru, he seriously wants to live a united nation, united country. He seriously wants to help the mountain. He has seen there is something that he has seen. He having worked with his deputy, and he knows the things that they don't know. So they will walk into a danger thinking that they have gotten an angel to come and salvage them. This guy has been around since he was 29 years old. This guy has been with the dynasties since he was 29 years old. But all of a sudden, he has transmogrified and become a savior. I don't know which mountain of transfiguration he went to, and changed, all of a sudden changed to be this being that needs to liberate people. But come on, think about it. Why should liberation begin from Mount Kenya and not from Rift Valley? Why is he not liberating his own people from Rift Valley? The farmers are crying. There's struggles. There's nothing he has done in Rift Valley to show that as a leader, he has come to transform the livelihoods of people. He is only measuring at one region, and because he's taking advantage of their anger against Uhuru's association with Raila. We need to remind the mountain that the lie that was sold to the mountain about Raila being a devil, it was just a campaign gimmick from Cambridge Analytica. And Uhuru realized that he made a mistake, and he's the only person who can correct that mistake by telling them that the same guy I told you, Muntu Mukuruki, is not a Mukuruki. I was just looking for votes. And that's why he went and impressed him. But most of us don't want to look through the issues and see whether the handshake is making sense, whether the handshake is directing us to the right direction, or we just want to blindly follow the Hustler Nation. So what is all this about Hustler Nation? What is all this about bottom up? We were promised when the Uhuruto government came into place, we were promised so much about the future. It was a digital government. It was a government that promised youth employment and transformation in terms of technology. Yes?
Wekeza malizia tuende kwa mwingine, tutarudi kwako pole pole.
Siwezi maliza, naweza weka break tu tuendelee, kama kuna mtu ako na swali aniulize, tutaongea.
Eka break tuende kwa Jones.
Because mimi nikianza kuongea juu ya UDA, I can talk 3 hours non-stop about UDA.
Ngoja, Jones Baritai amesema mlichagua mbuzi in Kiamba simply because Karere alikuja na Jubilee.
Well, I've been listening to what Wekesa has said, and after Wekesa has spoken, especially today, there's not really much really to add. But I'd like to highlight a few things that Wekesa has said. Wekesa is reminding us that the people of Mount Kenya have been programmed to vote against Raila. They're not necessarily voting for UDA or for Ruto, but the programming is such that they have. The programming has gone so deep. They have been programmed to vote against Raila, and this programming has really been driven home by Uhuru Kenyatta himself and Ruto. So now Uhuru is now really trying to undo what he had previously done in 2013 and 2017, going around the country telling everybody, going around Mount Kenya and telling people of Mount Kenya that this person is a Mogoroki, we cannot vote for him, he mtu wa kitendawili. And really, that kind of politics was really not really the best politics and regrettable. And now you can see he's trying to correct that mistake that he had previously done. But then his deputy president kind of wants to put him in a corner and force him to proceed with that type of politics. Because really, if you listen to the politics that was happening in Kiamba, and you listen to the speeches that were being given by people like Ndindi Nyoro and the others, what they were actually telling people is that, hey, you know what? We were told to vote against Raila. Now we're being told to vote for Raila. Now we're being told to vote for Jubilee, and Jubilee has now gone to Raila. So they just went down there and reminded people, hey, by the way, this is the same Raila that we're being told to vote against. So even now, we should continue voting against him. And I think that's bad politics. They need to move away from voting against Raila and start voting for policies like Wekesa is suggesting. And true, but Wekesa, what you're saying is that when you disunite people, it's very easy to take people and put them in the position where they're divided. To then bring those people back together takes generations. It's going to be unfortunate.
Okay, sawa. Rupia uko hapo? Naona mtoto. Sijui. Okay, kama Rupia yuko, we can go to Alfred. Alfred, tunaambiwa Jubilee ilipoteza Kiamba, though they had the best candidate, na watu wa UDA wakaamua kuchagua ng'ombe tu juu ilikuja na UDA. Unasemaje Alfred? Alfred uko hapo? Twende kwa Imbwaga.
Hello Mtembei.
Yes, mheshimiwa, karibu sana.
Thank you. I'm wearing yellow. I shouldn't be mistaken to be a UDA supporter. Okay. I've been following the conversation, and I'll honestly say whatever the previous speakers have said is true. What we've seen in Kiamba really tells us a lot about how the Kikuyu nation has been. Personally, I think we've been overrating them. I once thought they were voting for reasons or for qualities in a leader, but I realized it is some kind of programming, as you're saying, whereby you are just told we are voting against, for instance, Raila Amolo Odinga, we are voting against him because there is that fear that if they vote for Raila Odinga, he is going to maybe be rough on their people and all that. But then you look at Central Kenya in particular, you realize much as they've been in power for a very long time, they still are struggling with some of the very petty issues that people who have been in government for more than 30 years should not be suffering from. But all said and done, I think I must congratulate UDA for dividing the Central Kenya region. They really tried. And I've been saying that a divided Central or Mount Kenya region is good for the country because of the same programming that we can see. If they decide to vote against someone, they are not voting because that person is bad, but just because that person has been, they've been told that person is bad for maybe for the politics of the country and all that. So going forward, if the opposition, as in maybe let me say the former NASA principals come together and then they are backed up by the President Uhuru Kenyatta, I don't think if UDA under William Ruto can clinch the presidency come 2022.
Okay, sawa sawa. Ira leto, maana tunaambiwa mlichagua UDA hata kama ilileta ng'ombe juu Karere Jama alikuja na Jubilee. Irade?
Thank you so much, Mutembei. I think for me, Jubilee lost Kiamba because of central politics. I think politics took over Kiamba instead of maybe electing their person of wish. Even though I'm in total agreement with Mr. Mbwaka, Central Kenya is divided, not because of the Asal nation or the dynasty. It is now their time to decide and vote for a person they want. It's not about the party, it's about the person who reaches the wananchi at the best level of their development. So for me, I know Central Kenya is divided for a reason of being to vote for a person whom they want, not the person whom they are forced to vote for. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. Festa nasikia mlichagua UDA hata kama ilileta ng'ombe, msindia kuchagua Jubilee though it had the best candidates. Unmute your mic. Unmute mic yako Festa uendelee.
Oh, okay.
Unmute tena endelea atukusikii.
So unanisikia?
Yes.
Yeah. Yes, we chose them. And we chose them from the reasons that probably everyone can differ with. Myself, I am from Kiamba. And we chose the two leaders. We actually wanted to pass a message across. And the thing is, we wanted to show the system that we are not together. That whatever you have been doing with time, we have noticed and we have seen. It's notable. We didn't choose from this side, it's Jubilee, it's UDA, no. We chose from a space whereby we wanted to try and pass a message across. That we are not together and we are not working together. Because the truth is, Uhuru promised us so many things. He's not done anything. It's like a marriage, trying to work together, and then all of a sudden someone comes and brings some pando katikati. This is Raila, we are not refusing and we are okay with it. But what has Raila done for sure? You can imagine if Uhuru and Raila worked together, and even the three of them, things maybe would have changed. But them bringing division is no way things would have worked. And that's why we are seeing the repercussions now. The thing that it's true, the Mount Kenya is divided, but now we should be divided on what path? Where are we standing as the young people? I'm seeing young men. All the faces I'm seeing around here are young men. What are they ready to become? Can it be like there's anyone can become a leader? Like I can see few guys here. These are guys in their 30s. I mean, the oldest one should be at least 40. Can they become a leader without even becoming ati baba yangu doing so and so? That is where we are standing. Ati mimi naweza become someone without saying mimi ni mtoto wa kina. You know, like you can come and choose me because I'm no one. Like this guy, the Kanjiko, this guy who we've grown up together. He's a Motura guy. So we see such things and we are good. Yeah. I'm done.
Okay, thank you very much. Captain, tuambie bwana, mbona mkachagua UDA instead ya Jubilee?
Mtembei,
Yes.
kulingana na maoni yangu itakuwa ni tofauti kidogo na wengine. Kwanza nataka kutuma congratulations kwa watu wa Kiamba kwa ile kazi ilifanyika kule. Ile kazi ilikuwa pale, ilikuwa ni competition. Haikuwa ni kumdharau the president. Ile ilikuwa ni competition, ile ambayo tunasema it is a real competition. Lakini kulingana na mimi Mr. Mtembei, tukifuata historia kidogo, after KANU in 2002 wakati Kibaki aliingia, hakuna president amewahi ingia na chama first term, and then second term akaingia with the same party akachukua uongozi. Ukiangalia ni kwamba every time mtu akienda term ya pili wanabadilisha chama. Tukikuja 2012 kulikuwa na TNA. 2017 wakabadilisha. Sasa tunafaa kujiuliza swali, mbona wanabadilisha? Hii ni kwa sababu ile chama mtu akitaka kuingia nayo second term, inapatikana ya kwamba ile chama yani ni kuongezea radha katika chama. So we don't expect in 2022 William Ruto asimame na Jubilee. Angalia venye Jubilee inatutesa my friend. Angalia venye Jubilee ile mateso tunapitia. So we don't expect ya kwamba 2022 tutasimama na Jubilee. No. Kulingana na mimi, ile issue iko kwa sahihi. Ni dili tu tunafanyiwa kama wananchi. Hapa ndio ile tunasemanga ya kwamba ni kuchezewa akili. This is the same thing. This is the same Jubilee. In 2022, it is the same Jubilee, only the title will change. There is no way Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta will stand on the platform campaigning for Ruto. This is the only way he is campaigning for Ruto. Don't expect ya kwamba in Kiamba ati Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta will be defeated by William Ruto. No way. No way, my brothers. This is the only way Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta will campaign for William Ruto for population kumweka hajulikane. Kwa hivyo ile deal yenye inaendelea kwa sahihi ni kwamba Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta anakampenia Ruto for 2022. Anafanya hii chama ya UDA hijulikane so that in 2022 Ruto atakuwa na ile troopers. Kwa sababu uwezi ukaniambia ya kwamba kwa ile maovu yote imetendeka kwenye serikali since 2013 to 2017 ya kwamba Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta atatoka na William Ruto atatoke kwenye serikali, they will be jailed, my friend. So lazima watatafute mbinu ya kuzipa hiyo mianya. Hawataruhusu mtu mwingine kuingia ili awafunge. That is why kama sisi wananchi tunaona ya kwamba watu wamekosana. In the real sense hawajakosana, ni ile tu wanachipanga in 2022 so that if Raila Amolo Odinga aingie kwa serikali, the two gentlemen will be jailed. That is the truth. So ile kitu kulingana na maoni yangu na kulingana na analysis yangu ambao nimefanya, come 2022 hakuna kitu kinaitwa Jubilee kwenye ballot. Hakutakuwa na Jubilee. Hiyo chama ni kubadilishwa jina, but it is the same party ambayo inaitwa UDA. Let us be reason together. Tuangalie jinsi ya kung'oa hawa wangwana wawili 2022 kwa sababu if they will remain Ruto will remain in the ballot na chukue uongozi, ujue ya kwamba it is the same tune. It is the same tune. Wanyama ni wale wale, only wamebadilisha msitu. Kwa hivyo hii si kwamba ni UDA fighting Jubilee. It is the same thing, my friends. Ni ile tu wanataka kutupiga kona, watuchezee psychology, then wa remain kwenye uongozi. That's my contribution.
Oh, asante sana. That's another angle. Kwa hivyo Uhuru ndio maana hataki kuimpeach Ruto ndio anamkampenia.
Hakuna venye atamuimpeach. Ile tu ni ile wanatuchezea kiakili hivi na hivi, watupiga kona hivi, lakini it is the same thing inatengenezwa. Si kwamba ni chama mpya, si kwamba ni Ruto anapigwa.
Thank you. Bernard, eti Kiamba mlichagua UDA hata kama ilileta ng'ombe mkatupa Jubilee because ilikuwa na Karire Njama though he is the best.
That's what happens when we throw our sanity at the expense of the future we intend to embrace. As much as it could be taken that way, but I don't see it that way. What happened in Kiamba is that there was 50-50. In fact, there was no clear winner. if we put those things under the microscope, I was just tabulating the number of votes. If the turnout was 30%, and then registered voters were 96, wherever, thousand, how come there was a 40,000? Is 40,000 30% of 90? So there were some things that happened in between there that were boosting for somebody, but it seems like wengine walipatikana na mkono ndani ya sufuria. All the same, I think we need to be sober about the pull and push between UDA and Jubilee. Kuna ile narrative ya kusema, like what Captain has said, it is one and the same thing, and it's a very good way to look at it. But from where I stand, I don't think so. The drift between the DP and the president is almost irrecoverable politically as it is now. So even if the president will go behind the curtain and try to support Ruto, what they have done in public is so, the difference in public is so wide that if they reconciled, it would be very difficult within the remaining time for people to believe them that they are really reconciled, except they prove that they have discovered a political interest that really makes them come together. The aspect of Ruto covering up for Uhuru from his behavior, body language, and the way he reacts when Uhuru does something is such that I don't think Uhuru is more comfortable with Ruto watching his back. He would rather get Raila watch his back than have Ruto watch his back. And if that is the case, I am sure that their parting is permanent. Within the limited time remaining before 2022, it's too short time to undo the damage that has already been caused by their difference. Since the handshake of 2013, we're talking about 2018 until now, they have not been together. And then suddenly, before the election comes, they now come together and say, we are brothers, we were playing the other people, now we have finished playing them, we are coming together so that we win again. It's a good story to tell, and it's appealing to some ears, but it's a fairy tale. It can't work as at now. And then Ruto is one person that has demonstrated that he's willing to do anything to become president. And when you display that kind of approach, we have, this country has elders, okay? And the elders will not be comfortable with such a young man who wants to do anything to become something. There is how to seduce people so that you win their hearts, then they support you for presidents. But if you tell them, I'm coming to be your president and you cannot stop me, I will do away with dynasties, I will fight anything, what niachia what mindi pampane now, that means you are ready for war, and nobody wants to entrust you with the responsibility if you are ready to fight anything and everyone. So Ruto blew it by removing his clothes too early. And so everybody's suspicious of him, and nobody will be comfortable with him getting the presidency. That's my take.
Thank you. Naona pesha ameenda. Rupia.
Thank you very much, Bwana Mtembei. First of all, I would start by congratulating Wakora, the UDA, for winning the Kiamba seat, even though Ukora ilikuwa ndani. And I know that the UDA cannot do something, especially the deputy president. Haezi fanya anything clean and transparent without Ukora. So hiyo Ukora yao walifanya huko na Jubilee, hiyo ni vita yao. So we are still here and we are waiting to see how things will go. But tumeona kwa hii nchi Ukora inazidi na ukweli inazikwa. Sasa kama ni ukora ndio inataka ku but I don't think President Uhuru Kenyatta is for the ukora, because I think we have been in this country na tumeona hata from 2013 kuna zile ministries waligawa ministries, kuna zingine ziliendea TNA na zingine zikaendea URP, and we've seen how these people are behaving with these things. If you go to Kenya Power now, you will be shocked. Where we had 2,000 contractors, they were reduced to 10, and 10 from a particular region, just to enrich a specific person. So we've seen that the most tribalist, the I don't know how to call it, but is really tribalist in his way of thinking and the way of doing things, and there is impunity in every steps he makes, and he makes up shows to show that he is standing with with Mama Mboga. So ukora, he should not be allowed to to actually take the place of the truth. If we want to change this country, we must go for the truth, and we must hold transparent elections. We are waiting to see whether we are going to have transparent elections this time round, now that the president is in control, and that is what we have been yearning for. But as to whether UDA is the party of choice, I don't think, because these people, they think they can humiliate the president in his own backyard. And for us, you know, we don't expect much from the mountain, because in the past we've gone to elections and won, isipokuwa tu hii kufanya ukarabati. We've gone to elections and we have won. So we only need a small portion of the mountain. We don't need a lot of votes from there. So you can go and run and climb the mountain and come back to the foot of the mountain. We are not even shocked. That cannot even shake us, because we know where our votes are. So I don't think it will take long before this ukora movement is stopped, because I think one day the president will wake up and maybe launch some projects in the mountain and tell these people the truth. Because I think from where I sit,
no, Rupia si I think deep state ndiye iko na president, au kama nani walitumia ukora?
Mr. Mutembei, sound
unasema deep state. Okay, what I can say, you know, the deep state did not interfere. They did not interfere, and that is what we expect as Kenyans. We don't want the government or the deep state. In fact, that this deep state should not even exist. We don't want to hear it anywhere. We want, if we are going for elections, let us do transparent elections, and let us get the correct leaders who understands our problems and can solve our problems. So hiyo story ya kusema deep state hawakufanya kitu, me I'm very happy for that, even though I know ukora ilikuwa ndani kutoka on the it's called UDA UDA side. I don't think this ukora movement will last long, because the president will come out and show his people the way to go. And for Raila and other candidates, they just needed to actually put their house in order. There's nothing much that has happened. Ruto has been transversing this country with money from state agencies that he distributes even in churches. And then you find some people reasoning that huyu anasaidia kanisa, huyu anasaidia nini. And these are money that are meant for development, and they are squandered, they are stolen. So going forward, hata saa hii tuseme tumepiga kura na Deputy President William Ruto amewin elections, I will not believe that those elections were transparent, because he is not the person who can drive this country to where we want this country to be. First, we have problems in this country of unemployment, historical injustices, so many things that we need are required to be addressed. And tukienda kwa election in 2023 or 2022 na tuseme sasa William Ruto ameshinda, the first victims, the people who will suffer most in his government are the Mount Kenya, not even any other place. They are the Mount Kenya. And we keep on telling these people, hizi vitu tumewambia na hawaelewi. So let us go to elections and conduct transparent elections, because I believe we can have it this time round, and elect the correct leaders who are going to do the right thing, not people who ambao ni wakora wenye wanakuja na sijui bottom up, sijui model, economic model, which hata hawawezi fanya. Kama saa hii angalia state agencies kama ya energy, kama ya gani, penye huyu jamaa hako ameenda akaweka tu watu wao wote. Ukienda kwa Kenya Power hapa utapata contractors wa Kenya Power wote, they were 2000, now they are 10, and all of them either ni mtu who is illiterate, who cannot understand what is doing there, ama ni mtu mwenye amepewa order iwe fanya hivi. You know, even the state agencies siku hizi, they don't do hawafanyi the correct thing, because the government of the day are hell-bent. Kama tuseme Uhuru na Ruto wamekuwa kwa serikali na sasa wanagawana ati hii ni yako, hii ni yangu. Sasa hao watu wengine wao wataenda wapi? Where will they go to if two tribes can take all the government jobs, the lucrative government jobs, isipokuwa for nini, for county governments. Kama hii county governments haingekuwa, most Kenyans would have suffered so much, because the government was only for two tribes. And if you look at how they have distributed the jobs, if you look at how they have done their things, sasa utaniambia huyu akienda 2022 atafanya better than what he has done now? I don't think. Hata hii kitu ya kusema mama mboga, watu wa mama mboga wanapewa tu 5,000 vile ilisema, lakini after 2022 it will be worse, more worse than what it is now. Because if you want to actually judge somebody, mtu anaweza kuja aseme uongo vile walisema, uongo wa stadium, uongo wa laptops, uongo wa nini, alafu wakisema hiyo uongo yao, time ifike ya kuifanya. Sasa hii wanasema ati wataanza na mama mboga. You will find this mama mbogas in the cabinet. And why are they in the cabinet? Because they don't understand. So somebody like Chesa who was in the ministry, aliwekwa tu hapo ili aweze kufanya vitu zingine za uchafu ili, because haelewi. You know, if you are the right person, you will get the right man for the job, the right woman for the job. Not coming with people at somebody is mama mboga, at we don't care whether your education, whether you are what. We must get professional to do our things. We cannot just get people at people who are illiterate, and they find themselves into the cabinet, and they do nothing there. That kind of leadership is not a good. It's not good leadership at all. So the elections that ended in Kiamba, after all, they are win. There's no big deal about it, because they have been there. Wamekuwa wakipiga kelele, wakina Moses Kuria, who have benefited from the tenders, wakina Rigathi Gachagua, and somebody said ati Muguruki. What is the meaning of Muguruki? I don't understand. Mutebe, what is the meaning of Muguruki?
Mad person. Mwenda wazimu.
Mwenda wazimu. Oh, so that is the meaning of Muguruki. So watu wenye wanasema mtu ni Muguruki, hao ndio waguruki. Sijui kama wingi wa Muguruki ni waguruki. But let me tell you, hakuna kitu UDA waliwin pale. So kama ile gap ilikuwa 400, na wamekuwa huko, wamekuwa wakipiga kelele. All the MPs who are for Uhuru Kenyatta, now they are behind William Ruto following tenders, and they are actually pursuing their own interests. Alafu wanachukua watu wa mountain wanaweka hapo. Unajua the common wananchi wanakuwa manipulated tu, but hakuna kitu wana benefit. Hakuna, totally. They are pursuing their own interest. They have been enriched by this guy.
Okay, Rupia.
Rupia
malizia tuende kwa Allah.
Yeah, sasa mimi ni kitu ningependa kusema hata kama mtu anauza policies zake. Look at the practicability. Are they practical? Is it somebody who can actually implement whatever they are selling? Because right now we know very well that there's a few people who are benefiting even from government tenders. We have a lot of scandals around a certain guy in government, and then they come here and making PR shows that they are the people who can change our lives. They are the people who can change the lives of Mama Mboga. That is not true. So tukienda mbele tuangalie at least these things, tusidanganywe na watu wakora. Mtu mwingine anaweza endeleza.
Okay, sawa. David Olo, bwana UDA wamesema hapa waliamua kuchuze ng'ombe instead ya the best candidate Kariri Jama because alienda na Jubilee. Unasemaje?
Thanks sana Mtembei kwa kuni-invite kwa show. Nashukuru sana kwa hiyo opportunity. So naweza sema tu I think bado watu wa Central bado wako na ile brain ya kuchagua mtu because ya kupanish mtu. Yani unajua hata si ati wanapenda Ruto, wanavotia Ruto ndio wapanish Uhuru because Uhuru anawakana Raila. And that is how they make wrong choices. Alafu tena wataanza kulia. So hiyo win yao kwanza sioni kama itawapeleka mahali because Ruto amekampeni huko for 4 years since 2017 immediately after election. Na all he can manage ni 50%. So I'm just wondering because in real sense kama anafaa kuwin presidency anafaa kupata 95% ya votes za Central. Hivyo ndio vile Uhuru upata na hivyo ndio vile Kibaki upata. So sijui ni formula gani atawin nayo election na hiyo 50% yake because akipata 50% sasa anategemea tu regions mbili. Sasa hiyo itawakaje? Alafu anaendelea kukataa ati hata hiyo kura yenye huyu nani alipata, huyu Kariri alipata ati alipata juu yake as a person but not because ati alikuwa amepigia Uhuru. Hiyo ni uongo kabisa. Unajua kitu moja na watu wa Central ni vile wamekuwa indoctrinated against Raila. Wanachukia Raila sana. Yani those people they hate Raila hata heri wapigie dogi kura yenye haiwezi ongea na wa reject Raila. And that is how they have been doing and they have been in hell because of that. Because kitu moja unajua one thing, watu wa Central they don't know how lucky they are. They have been ruling Kenya for 50 years now until wamechukua for granted. Kitu moja ni watarealize tu Uhuru akitoka. So hawajawahi lose, so they don't know even when they are losing. Right now they are losing but they are celebrating at they are winning. That is the same way Raila lost. Kwani Raila aliwin by elections ngapi na at the end ananyang'anywa hiyo big election. Alafu saa hizi unajua ujui Uhuru kitu Uhuru anajaribu. Maybe this one was just testing waters because this is the first time yenye wamelock horns like this. So after this atujui ni nini ita happen. Maybe ataanza ku process impeachment ya Ruto or maybe ataanza kukuwa so aggressive. Kwanza kitu moja mushangaa sana nikisikia watu wakisema ati Ruto ni mbaya. Hakuna mtu mbaya kama Uhuru. Kwanza Uhuru anakuwaga so heartless. Uhuru anakuwaga so heartless. Ruto haja face ile aggressiveness ya Uhuru vile Raila aliface. Ndio naona Ruto anaogopa kuresign. Hawezi resign because Ruto hawezi function out of government. Hawezi, hana hiyo machinery. Raila anaweza tena. Hello? Are you getting me?
Carry on, Olo. It's okay.
Yeah.
So,
So
if you're not speaking, please mute your mic. Keep your mic mute so that we don't get any feedback.
Okay, can you hear me, guys? Yeah. So I'm trying to say that Ruto has not faced Uhuru's ruthlessness kama vile Raila aliface. Nakumbuka kwanza 2007 after watu kuuliwa, kuna matanga yalikuwa Kibira, Raila aliattend. Hadi polisi walikuja kwa hiyo tupatia gas kina Raila wakakimbia. Ruto hajaface kitu, analia na hajaface. Na kitu inanishangaza, hiyo Hustler Nation haiwezi defend Ruto wakiwekwa against government machinery hivi. Wajua Uhuru amekuwa akihandle Ruto na velvet gloves, amekuwa akimhandle polepole sana, na hapo ndio sasa Uhuru waga ananishangaza na anashangaza watu wengi, but I know that he has a plan. Kwanza kitu najua Ruto hawezi shinda brain mbili. Ruto hawezi shinda brain ya Raila na brain ya Uhuru. Kwanza Raila mwenyewe ni genius. Raila ni genius, that's why Uhuru ana stick naye hivi. Na tangu Uhuru aanze kustick na Raila unaona amechange, amekuwa very good gentleman. Anajua hata kuongea mbele ya watu. If you can remember Ruto akiwa na Raila, Ruto alikuwa anatoa speech hivi hadi watu wanataka kulia. Siku hizi Ruto akiongea watu wanakasirika tu. Ruto was a big thing ile time alikuwa na Raila. Nakumbuka kuna speech nyingine Ruto alitoa Nakuru. We had a lot of hopes in that guy, but the guy changed. The guy has become like anaongea tu kama Hitler. Anaongea tu kama Hitler. So kitu naweza sema, wacha watu wa UDA wachunge sana, lakini unajua wasikuwe excited sana. Unajua unaweza kuwa excited hadi icloud your judgment, ukose kuona the real thing, na inasemwanga when the deal is too good think twice. Hiyo tu ndio naweza sema.
Okay, thank you, Lo. Can we hear from Ken C, then Brother Benson?
Yeah. Hello, guys.
Hello, Karibu.
Apart from Rubia, apart from David Olo, and seemingly politics is still local, as been said before. Because seemingly people are giving the opinion based on their political support, and of course I'll not be of any setback alone. I want to say UDA did their part, being a 5-month party. They did their best. Remember, Jubilee have been there for 10 years, and that's a ruling party. It's a formidable party, of course. We can.
Ken, UDA was part of the Jubilee formation in 2017. It's not 5 months.
But it have come pronounced in the last 5 months. Remember, no one knew about Jubilee, about UDA until 5 months ago, when the PDR was being refurbished to be the UDA. So to be fair enough, I want to say this is a young kid, and of course you can't compare the performance of UDA, Jubilee, ODM, ANC, and the rest are like Wiper. So hello, I get you. Let me give my submission, then you'll be able to respond. So this is actually my opinion. I'm not saying this is the fact. It's my opinion, and it's subject to criticism. So I want to say this. Politics is local, of course, and based on our perception, we can give our analysis based on what we think. So according to me, actually, UDA have done their best. We cannot say that UDA have been there for the last 4 years, and there is many perceptions and opinions about what happened in the Kiamba. There is some people who say that UDA won because won with a whisker, that is 50-50. We expected them to win by 90% because they've been on the ground. But I want to say this. The Kiamba vote was not about Uhuru Ruto, of course. It wasn't about Raila Ruto. It wasn't about Kariri and Kawanjiku. It was about the interests of the people of the Kiamba. And the Kiamba people knew what they wanted. And that's why many people say Kariri was much better experienced than the Wanjiku. But of course, in a democracy, what people choose is what they want. So you cannot assume that they fall on their decision or what, but they chose what they really want. That's a democracy. Even if I'm the poorest.
Just for the record, Ken, are you a voter in Kiamba?
Yeah.
Are you a voter in Kiamba?
I'm a Kenyan and I'm the person.
Are you in any way in Kiamba, or you're on the ground to tell us the interest of the people on the ground?
I'm in Kiambu. I'm in Kiambu, Juja. And I voted in Juja.
Okay,
so
then I get you.
If you get to follow what happened in Juja is exactly the same way what happened in Kiamba. So people, it is true that a vote in Kiamba was a protest, just as what happened in Juja. The fact in the ground is that people are very...
Ken, what were you protesting about? Or on? Or off? What was the protest all about?
Who's the moderator?
No, Rupia, you have asked your question. Mute your mic. Thank you. Ken, you can respond.
So, the protest was all about the priorities of what should be happening in the ground. People are expecting that by now, you can just imagine, as we speak, the price of petrol is at 130 shillings per liter. And the fuel affects every commodity in our share. People there are telling us about
mute your mic, please. Ken, go on, please, and conclude. Your time is up.
So thank you, sir. So I'm saying this: the priorities are wrong, and therefore people have come out and communicated directly that the priorities that the government give is absolutely upside down. And therefore I want to say this: that we need the refurbishment of the economy. That we want the common mwananchi to be empowered. We need our businesses. We want the taxes down, and we want us to work. You remember that we've been for the last 2 years about the COVID protocol. We've been there, our business have been limited. We cannot do business enough, 24 hours economy. And if you see how the politicians move, then you will see that.
Yeah, mute your mic, please.
I want to ask a question.
No, mute your mic. You'll be given
I have a question.
Hold on, please. Let's remain civil.
Let my question come next because it is to Ken. Let my question come next because it is to Ken.
Goja Rupia. Order has to be observed, and we must be able to flow on this platform because we are being followed. So if we're being followed, we must have a particular pattern of operating. So if you want to ask a question, you lift your hand, you will be picked on, you ask your question. Let nobody take over anyhow, at any moment. Okay?
That's in order.
Okay. So Ken, you are concluding. Then we'll have you will have a question from Olo, but conclude first so that when you finish responding to the question, we go to another person. So sawa, malizia your sentence.
I was concluding this way that at the rate whereby we are operating with the economy, everything is not thriving to the common mwananchi, small businesses, the SMEs, everybody. The economy is struggling, people are struggling to have the meal at their table, people are struggling to pay their fees, people are struggling to do everything. So I think it was a protest vote that we want to make the government know that at least people downwards, what people need and what they give is not resonating. So that is my opinion, and I welcome any question from anyone.
Okay, Olo, take your question first, then Rupia.
Okay, thank you very much. Now, Mr. Ken, I have a question for you.
Yes,
If you
sir.
say that people were protesting, what were they protesting for at? And how was it a protest? Because if it could have been a protest, UDA could have won that election with a very big margin. But this one, I think I just saw it like it was a tug of war between two sides, which almost were the same, had the same power. And then if you say that people were protesting the price of products like petrol, what, the fact is that during when you are voting, when you are taking, you never think of those things. You always just think of your tribe. So don't cover what happened with issues like the price of petrol, sijui nini nini. My friend, we have been
No,
there and we
ask
know
your
these
question
things.
and leave the
We are
person to
Kenyans.
respond. You're answering
We
your
are
own
Kenyans.
question.
I know. I want him to comment on it if at all he has a different if he has a different what kama naiona kivingine he will tell me, because me I think
And
that was just
nimesikia
and
swali.
then look another one,
Let me ask
Keep your
one.
mic
another one,
mute.
last
Hold
one,
on. After
last one.
Olo, that's your
Yes,
last question. Hold on. Rupia,
yeah.
please keep your mic mute. After Olo finishing asking questions, you'll be the one to ask question. Then Ken will respond. Sawa. Thank you. Olo,
And then
conclude your question.
thank you, sir. And then if you say that it was a protest at Raila and Uhuru and Ruto were not were not a factor, then mbona Kimani Chungwa alikuwa anaambia watu ati a vote for Jubilee is a vote for Raila? Alisema hivyo, in fact he said that so many times. Na hata jana Gachagua when they were celebrating that win alisema something like that. Unaona? So I think, my friend, we are Kenyans, and me, I'm old enough. I've seen these things come and go. I've
Let me
voted like
respond.
3 times.
Let me
I've
respond.
been stolen,
Let
and
him respond, Olo. Let him respond.
I'm a
But
mature voter, and I'm an intellectual. So
Olo,
you
your
can't
time is up.
take me for a ride.
Hold
I
on.
can't be taken for a ride.
Thank you. Now, Rupia, ask your question.
okay, thank you very much, Bwana Speaker. And my question goes this way.
Yes.
Nani, you said that the protest was on wrong priorities by the Jubilee government, but according to the Deputy President William Ruto, the Jubilee government has actually performed and has actually fulfilled their some of the promises that they made. And what makes you think that William Ruto is now and UDA are now the correct people who will put your priorities right if himself, the deputy president, thinks that the Jubilee government has connected electricity, has built road, tarmac, has done a lot of things? So that is question number one. Question number two, when you are protesting, you've actually mentioned high fuel prices and price of basic commodities going up. And how do you relate it to the COVID-19 situation in the country? Because basically, I think that is what has made the prices of basic commodity to go up, because the economy is not actually functioning the way it should be. So your answer, please.
Okay, thank you. Can respond.
So thank you for your questions, and I really appreciate. This is a good show. I want to thank the organizers. One for Olo is I don't question your your intellectual in any way, and I think we're giving just opinions. Number two, your age is not questionable at all. So I want to say this. What Ichungu have been saying, we have to understand politics and facts, for one. And politics is a game. It's a game of numbers, but it is turning to be a game of words. nowadays. Because if you get politicians in the platforms, there is always exchange of words. So you cannot actually maybe take to a court of law what is said in rallies and get tied to or question someone based on what he said in a platform. Politics is politics. Politicians play with words, and at the end of the day, plays with the electorate's minds. Number two, you said about the protest vote. I want to answer it I want to answer because it have come pronounced from your question and the question from Ruby. That one, how is it related that the 130 shillings a liter petrol, how is it related to COVID? I really understand that the COVID factor have affected our economy. But what you should realize is that our economy is ailing because we cannot actually convert our taxes directly back to the economy. Remember, we have the debt that is in the sailing now to the Chinese people. So we cannot really say that it is the COVID that really is pushing our economy downwards. It is a factor, yes, but it's not all. There is a circle of factors that is affecting our economy actually, and I think that is a discussion of the day. But I want to say this: the economy is being affected by the government policies. I want to join this statement to what you've said about the Ruto performance of the Jubilee government and how he contradicts himself by saying the Jubilee government is performing, and yet again he criticizes. Remember, we're saying this. In the first term of Jubilee government, a lot was done, including the SGR, including the TTIs, removed the 10,000 kilometers road. A lot was done. And our complaint have been this, that the moment the handshake came from Raila and Uhuru, we appreciate the calm that came into the country. And at least the president can work without interference of the political salvos. That is a fact. But what came in as a conducive environment for the government to work is contrary, because Uhuru took a leave, went to the holiday, and forgot everything. And instead, when asked about the legitimate questions by the Kenyans, he always reminds us about the handshake, reminds us about the referendum, reminds us about the unity of the Kenyans. And I think, of course, let me tell you, although my friend, yeah, I think we are all,
Okay,
we've not met.
hold on, Olo. You'll be given let him finish what he's saying, then you will
I
ask
think
your
we've
question.
not met before, but at least that unity of purpose have brought us together. We've always said this, that Kenyans are not divided. The people who divide us are our leaders. So how comes that when our leaders are united, we are united? And to the contrary, we should be saying this, when the Wananchi are united, our leaders are united, because basically we are their bosses. And we want to say this, when you are united, at least we differing based on our political inclination, I can say that. But ideally, we should be differing actually based on the policies, ideas, and sort of things. So I really appreciate if I've ignored anything.
Okay, Olo, what was your question before I post mine?
Okay, I just want to ask you, Mr. Ken. You are complaining of economy, and right now in Central Province, there is an MP who is being accused of stealing 12 billion Kenyan shillings. And this MP, he has just taken cover into his tribe and saying that he is being attacked because he is with Ruto. That is why anti-corruption is following him. And you people of UDA are covering this guy. So if 12 billion has been taken from economy by one person, how do you expect that economy to be good? If like 5 people take each of them, some of them are taking 63 billion, 1 billion, 5 billion, and there are like 20 people. How do you expect such economy to be good? And even the president has complained about this, you see. And then you are here now, you want to put the same corrupt people in the government. You are being told that this guy is corrupt, this guy is not good, but you are just hot-headed, you're just marching ahead with this guy. Then later on, you will still start complaining. Let me tell you something. There is
Yes,
no
sir.
government that has never had that has never been smooth. Even Joe Biden now is facing some opposition. Even Trump, even Obama faced them. So if you think that the government will do a lot for you, it will never happen. So you don't believe someone who's telling you that he will take 30 billion from the government and then give each one of you like this. No, some of these youths will just go and drink with that money, and the next day they will just come back singing again, wheelbarrow, wheelbarrow. So
Okay,
one
thank you,
person.
Olo. Yeah.
Okay. Let me leave it there.
Okay,
I'll
let me
continue
answer
later.
that so that
A short one. A short
let
one.
me. Okay.
Can I a short question?
Yes, sir.
My question is this: do
Uh-huh.
you actually believe that the donations that Ruto makes to churches to a tune of 10 million or 5 million, do you believe it's a correct thing?
That's the question, huh?
Just answer me on the spot.
Okay.
Just answer me, because
Thank
there's
you,
another
Rupia.
question building on that.
Ngoja
I
kwanza,
want to ask
Rupia.
him this question.
Ngoja. Let's have some civility here, whereby there are people who are on the waiting line. We shouldn't be having an exchange between
I'm
only the three
finishing
of
my
us.
questions. Namaliza maswali zangu.
So,
Nimemuuliza
ukimaliza
about
swali
donations. I want him to...
moja, then you know you are a senior citizen on this platform. Okay? You know that we will go one round, then
the
we will
second
come
question
back
is...
again. So don't
second
take
question is...
everything in the first minute. Okay, go
the
ahead.
The second question is, where do you think that the deputy president gets these huge sums of money that he donates to to churches right now? And between 2013 and 2017, Jubilee government actually stole a design of the SGR, which they implemented through loans, and they also borrowed a lot of money from the World Bank, IMF, and what have you. Don't you think that the what we are facing right now, in terms of high taxation and whatever, is as a result of a sin that was committed between 2013 and 2017? I have posted 3 questions. I think
Okay.
if you are not...
Thank you, Ken. Please give a quick response. Let's move on.
Yeah, I'll have a quick one. From Olo, first of all, that we have an accused MP from Central Kenya, 12 billion from, I think that is Rigathi Gachagua. I think that is an allegations, and no one have proved the same. That guy would be rotting in jails now. That is just an allegation, just like the COVID billionaires, that the government have just dusted it down the carpets and no one is able to follow. So corruption fighting in Kenya is a mirage as we speak, and I think we should just close that chapter. Nothing is happening in terms of corruption fighting. So to save on time,
What do you mean we should close that chapter? What do you mean by that statement?
Nothing is happening. You can just remember the other time that we had the COVID billionaires. The president gave the agencies 21 days to give a report over woven almost 40 billion that was stolen from the COVID. But from there, nothing happened, and it was well known that money was lost through graft and deals. But as it stands, the head of state have never went back and asked for the report. To me, as far as you're in the system and you're able to access money in any other deal, you have the protection. That is it. So For one, for Rigathi Gachagua, I think I'm opening a Pandora. Let me just answer the Gachagua ones. That in short, that is just an allegation, and we should not actually be saying that money have been lost from the economy.
Ken, let me get this
I
clearly.
think the amount that is
Let
being
me
lost
get this clearly. For the COVID billionaires, money was lost. It's not an allegation. But
that was an allegation.
And then for Gachagua, no money was lost.
It is an allegation still.
No, you on the other side, you're saying the president is covering up the COVID millionaires because they are connected. In some degree, they are being protected. Then Gachagua is being followed as an allegation. So where are you on this one?
To be fair enough, let me say both our allegations, and if we had a goodwill to fight the corruption, we could have these cases being prosecuted to the very final end, and we really know exactly where this money have been going if we were serious. Number two, if I can get back to Rubia, I think any question from Bernard?
No, just finish with Rubia. We need to go to the next person.
So, from according to Rubia told me, is it right for the deputy president to give money in churches? I think in my capacity, I do also give my help to people at my capacity. It's only that the deputy president is a public figure, and everybody is getting to see what he is doing. I want to say there is nothing absolutely wrong for anyone to donate his own money. Number two, he have just posed a question that, do you know where the deputy president
keyword there is his own money. His own money. Key word.
Angela, welcome. Thank you. Lakini subiri kwanza.
So,
Ken, continue please. Na tumalize mapema. Unaona vile mambo imeanza kuchacha.
I think the deputy president gets the money from his pocket. I've never seen him getting from the government checks or government facilities. He'd be dishing out from his pocket, and I believe it is his money, because I can also know. I can have money. If I give you today 1,000 shillings, you cannot really know if it's mine or I was sent with it or where. So we can't just, to be fair, we can say that is his money. Unless you have any contrary opinion that you saw him get money from somewhere else.
Now, Ken, on that same note, let me just ask this: if we know that your salary is 50,000, okay, per month, for example, and then you're giving out 25,000 per week, okay. Are we not beginning to begin to raise some questions about your income? Because if your salary is 50, then you are giving out 25 per week.
Okay. Let me ask you through a question. Yes. Do you know the net worth of the deputy president?
He has refused to tell us.
So I think we cannot discuss that, because one, you cannot question that the money isn't his and you don't know the net worth. You can tell me, for instance, if you could know that at least I'm worth 1 million and I give 2 million, that's a direct question that 1 million is being stolen. But one, you're not even sure of the net worth. So how does it come now that it is in excess?
Even if you are running a business worth billions of shillings, you cannot manage to donate 10 million, 5 million every week. Your business will fall. So these are an indication of corruption and the money that we are losing in the government.
No, that is your opinion.
Okay, so you want to tell us that Ruto is a rich man and yet he claims to be a hustler, because you are really exaggerating it. You are saying it that he's very rich, that we can't even know his net worth, yet he's the one who says to be fighting for Mama Mboga.
Let me give you now
Mr. Ken, this kind of hypocrisy, this kind of hypocrisy is what has drove our country to the dogs. You see, you are here, you are just here taking us for a ride. You are thinking that, oh, you will just say things and go away with them because this show is very short. We don't have time to engage you on these issues. Okay,
If
no
you could have
problem.
even the whole week
Let's
in the
go
show,
on.
I'll be there
Go
to talk
on.
what
It
is
is,
leading the
look,
government. It is not actually
with
Ruto.
that
You
kind
know,
of with that kind of
thing, Mr.
attitude,
Olo,
with that kind of
one thing,
attitude,
Mr.
it is
Olo,
your
let me
children
tell
who
you
will
one thing.
suffer. It is your children who will suffer with that kind of attitude. Continue voting
There
for
is no
thieves and
problem.
praising them.
Let me tell you, in a democracy world,
please,
let me
Ken,
finish. Let me finish.
please keep it brief. We need to move to Brother Benson. These other guys are waiting. Quickly,
Yeah.
please.
So, thank you. And I think this is a very healthy discussion. Only that we should not be going personal. Let's discuss issues as it comes. So, in a democracy world, in a democracy, there is no room of being.
Mr. Ken, now you want to start teaching us about democracy. You want to start educating us on democracy.
Kwanza tafadhali.
Just
Let
say
him
what you
finish
want to
his
say,
statement.
but
Bernard, can we have somebody else, please? Can we have somebody else?
Goodness. Ngoja
Bernard,
kwanza. You
can we have
asked
somebody
questions.
else?
Ngoja kwanza Rupia, okay? When you are chairing, please
You know the arguments, the arguments that Ken will give will draw a lot of reactions because. So I beg
not
you.
Listening to me. You're out of order.
Bernard, we are also waiting here. Deto talking.
Give somebody else because we will keep on reacting. So give somebody else so that we can move on.
So are you directing Ken or directing me?
I'm requesting you.
Hey. Now, please, I really want us to be civil on this one. It's too early in the day to begin to have this kind of exchange match. As much as we are on this platform, tolerance is needed. And nobody's opinion is super over the other. If somebody gives information that is questionable, we question the information. But writing off somebody simply because you are anticipating he's going to say something and to you that thing doesn't matter, that's a wrong way of being a proper Kenyan. Let us be tolerant and give somebody a hearing, even if when you think what he's saying is not to your expectation. Disappointing one another is part of human nature. So let's be whatever. Let's lay hold on ourselves and be self-controlled, and to avoid all this.
Let me tell you one thing.
I'm just.
Let me tell you one thing.
Rupiah.
I wanted to tell you one thing.
You're already out of order. You didn't ask for permission to do that. Tafadhali.
But I'm just advising that if you allow Ken to continue talking about democracy,
platform to give advice. I don't want us to begin to quarrel, mapema hivi. Rupia, please stay in order. Let us have this flow flowing.
Okay, can we please get somebody else to talk? But let us not talk about democracy.
Lady and gentlemen, please let's lay hold on ourselves. Let's flow smoothly. There are people watching. We should not confuse people. We should add to the people, to the value of the people who are watching us, and they should be able to follow. That's all I plead with all of us. Thank you. Let's have Brother Benson.
Habari zenyu.
Nzuri, karibu.
Nimeshukuru sana kwa muda umenipatia. Mimi nitazungumza machache. Kwanza kabisa, labda I can talk about the Kiamba. What has just happened in Kiamba, and we've seen the UDA candidate winning. And something that we need to learn from that, and like this is a lesson even to the members in fraternity in ODM, Wiper, Jubilee, and other political parties. They need to come up with something that will resonate with the youth. They need to come up with something, and this is a wakening up call with what is happening. And I think like it is high time, like right now, the political parties and even like the people who support Baba, Kalonzo, and Mudavadi, let them right now start talking about their policies. And in every platform there they are, they should start talking about their policies and telling people what they want to do. Because the way things are going, I'm predicting this. If they don't come up with a narrative that is going to fit the ears of the people, because each and every time when they talk, they all talk about the DP, what DP is doing this, and you find that this narrative has been there for some good year. And I'm seeing this narrative going the Trump way. When Trump started, the things that Trump were saying that people felt like they were not what America needs, you know. And when you look at it very keenly, there was a gap that America was missing, and this was like the immigrants were coming and taking our jobs, and we want to take back our jobs. And it resonated with the majority of people, especially the white Americans. And by the time even the people who were competing with them, people like during the primary for the very first time, people like Ted Cruz, by the time they realized they wanted to speak something to resonate with the people, it was too late for them and they were beaten. And I'm telling you, the idea of the hustler narrative, you people, you might think it's something that is very simple. It's a class, yes. But based on the situation whereby Kenyans are, in terms of economic and in terms of things, because like they are telling you, like, I want to saidia mama mboga kwa sababu mama mboga anateseka, ule mtu wa kinyozi. Na kwa kweli ukiangalia anateseka, na it's something, a reality that might not be achieved in the long run, but it will resonate with the people. And by the time you realize, it shall be gone. And that's why you find that immediately after Trump was elected, and now they came to realize that this was not America that we needed after the election, after he won. Yeah. So what I'm asking of you is, if you should come up with idea that you talk of something that will resonate with the people, instead of keep each and every time telling that he's corrupt, he's a thief, is those things they've said about it, and like the people who are following him are good with that, and is getting people who resonate with those, you know. So that is something that I'm asking, that each and every person has to come with this policy. Let him sell his narrative of hustler movement. Let the ODM come up with a narrative that they want to do for the country. Wiper should come with the same. Mudavadi should come with the same. And let them compete. But if they keep on doing the way they're doing, I'm telling you, for sure, I'm telling you, if Ruto is going to be the president, I'm telling you.
Okay, thank you. It is his democratic right, I mean, constitutional right to vie for president, and if he wins, there is no harm in him becoming president. Okay, in my opinion, the political competition, as much as it need to have a winner, it should not be targeted into stopping a particular person from becoming president. That's my limited opinion.
But Ben,
yes,
Bernard, let us just be very kind. You know, one thing that, let us just be very kind. We've seen what DP Ruto has. I'm supporting him. I'm a Kenyan and I listen to everyone. I don't have a party. Yeah, but like, we've seen what DP has undergone as a deputy president. That is something that should not be done for your deputy. It should not be, because that is a constitutional office. Yeah. And there is a way in which, if you don't respect the Ruto, then respect the office of the DP. That is a constitutional office, you know. And what if one day he becomes president and do it to the another person who is his deputy.
So, okay, Olo, ask your question. Is it a question?
Thank you, Mr. Bernard. Now, Mr. Benson,
Mhm.
I just want to ask you about some things that you have insinuated in your conversation.
Mhm.
You are talking about hustler movement.
Yeah.
I think you have just you've been listening to so much fear mongering by Ruto, and the fear has gotten into you. It is fear speaking inside you. So I want to tell you something. How can we conclude that Hustler Nation is conquering, yet we have only seen it in Central Province?
Okay, let me.
Wait first, I have not finished.
Hold on, let him finish the question, then you respond bit by bit.
How can you
Then I
insinuate
ask,
that
then you
Hustler
respond.
Nation that Hustler Nation is taking over, yet we have only seen it in Central Province? To me, I think that Ruto is just overrated. Because and then you are telling us here, you're just a Ruto sympathizer. You are telling us here that Ruto has been treated worse. Who has been treated worse in Kenya than Raila Odinga? They have even killed his son, and you are here saying that Ruto has been treated worse. Ruto has not seen anything, my friend. In fact, he's eating free money from our salary. He's staying in a house that is being paid by taxpayers' money. His cars are fueled by taxpayers' money. He's stealing again the taxpayers' money, and then all the campaigning that he's doing now is through taxpayers' money. So such a person, let me tell you something. Magufuli said one thing, and I will never forget. He said that a person who's stealing public fund is eating poison.
Right.
You see, a person who's feeding on people's sweat is like a person who's eating poison. So I don't agree at all with whatever you are trying to say.
Okay.
You're just a Ruto
Thank you, Olo.
sympathizer,
Let him respond,
and you
then we
should
move
just
on.
humble yourself. You should just humble yourself and join UDA.
No,
Don't tell us you don't have a party.
Let me
Can
tell
I
you.
also react, please, before you
Wait.
respond?
Let me
This,
answer one by one.
you will take them at once. So for us to save
Let
time.
me just finish with you.
Rupia, hold on. Let him
Rupia,
respond
hold on.
first.
Olo,
Carry on, Benson.
David Olo, one thing that usually happens is this. You did not understand me, and you need to understand me very clearly.
I did very well.
I was giving you a clear picture of what is happening. When you look at the majority of Kenyans right now, they are undergoing hardship, and that gap is there. And like, if the issue of hustler narrative, whereby it's telling that we are going to help Mamba Mboga.
But also, those Kenyans, they know that the same person selling hustler narrative is in that government. In 2013, that same person came with same promises, of which some of them he didn't fulfill. And now again, he's coming with another one.
David, thank you. You've gotten it.
It's like you are trying to tell us that Kenyans are stupid.
I'm not saying that. I'm one person who's very careful of what I said. I think listening and understanding go together. If we don't listen, if I talk and you talk, we will not understand one another. So what I'm telling you, that I'm giving you a typical example of what happened. And like, even if you look at the statistics in America, when they were campaigning during the first Republican primaries, the things that Trump was saying that the Republican themselves were ignoring. But there was a gap that was there. By the time they were realizing to come up and sell their policies, it was too late. And this is what I'm telling you. What will happen is there's a gap. There are people who are not, who like in terms of businesses, they're not doing well. And there's this, the narrative that is coming, like, we are coming to uplift you, and I tell you, like, this is not something that is going to be achievable, but is for a moment like this,
Mr. Benson, you don't know very well that in America, no party has ever ruled for more than 8 years, right? It could have been, maybe they were just tired of 8 years of democratic rule, and now they wanted to test another rule.
But like if you look at even like the way he was talking, I'm talking about how he was selling his policy. The policies were very divisive, and they were about class.
Don't you think other nations didn't learn from that of Trump? Don't you think other nations didn't learn
Okay,
from
order now.
from the same
David,
thing that happened in America?
I'm pleading to the host actually to be fair
Okay,
to
I'm
giving
sorry.
airtime to each and
I'm
every
out.
person,
I'm
because
out.
now the floor is between two people, which is unfair.
Thank you Mosina. Subiri kwanza tafadhali. Naomba. Okay, Benson, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Hold on fast. Let us be lenient in our giving of our submissions, also being considerate that there are other people on wait who need also to give their opinion. So don't take the floor and retain it forever. And I am trying so hard to avoid the exchange matches of trying to stop somebody from saying something. So let's be civil, mature, and just do what is necessary for the health of the platform and for the health of the nation. If you have spoken and you've been dancing in the floor for long, remember that you have other brothers who are also waiting, who also have something to say, and they would also say it. And then we have a cordial exchange. Please, this platform educates, this platform directs, this platform informs. There are so many things we are doing at a go. So
Bernard, you are taking a lot of time, and I would have asked my question and left.
Rupia, you are not listening to me. That is why you are missing the step. I must establish the order first, and then we move on. Now, if you intercept me, you will intercept everybody.
You are taking 1 hour to establish the order.
So you want to establish the order for me?
I'm not establishing. I'm just saying that you be brief.
Yeah.
You be brief in your order establishment. Then I ask my question and my reaction. Then we go to the next person.
In other words, you are ordering me to order the platform. Now that is usurping my authority. Please let's be brothers and be lenient enough. Thank you. Now, Rupia, you had something to say about Benson. Please make it in 20 seconds. Benson, you respond in 30 seconds. We go to another line of people. We have Simon waiting. We have Vondeto, Angela, then Mosina.
Rupia. Thank you very much, Bwana Speaker. And I don't think mine will require even Nani to comment. But I would like to thank Bro Benson for being concerned about the policies and the manifestos. But I want to say we don't just need a narrative ya ukora. Kenyans sio wajinga. We don't need a narrative ya ukora. Ukisema we have to build a narrative, and then tuna build a narrative ya ukora, a narrative yenye inaenezwa na wakora. So we don't need that. There will be a time that every political party shall launch their manifestos and the blueprints. So even what the Deputy President William Ruto is saying right now, he has not even shown us how he is going to empower Mama Mboga. He's just saying through Chamas, through what? He has not even told us where he is going to get the money. So Kenyans, I don't think Kenyans that's wajinga that they can subscribe to hiyo kitu ya uongo na ukora yenye UDA wanaeneza sahi, because there will be a time iandikwe and then it is shown clearly that we are going to empower Mama Mboga like this, we are going to empower so and so like this, lakini hii yao ni ya ukora. So we thank you for the concern and for the advice, but that time is coming. Lakini hii ya ukora, I don't think, but I don't need you to react. Let somebody else take over. But hii ya ukora, we are not subscribing.
Thank you, Rupia. Thank you, Rupia. You have made your point.
Bernard, just only 30 seconds. Rupia.
Okay, quickly.
Sijasema Kenya ni wajinga. Kitu ambacho mimi nilikuwa nasema kama Wakenya, kwa sababu mimi naongea kuhusu hiyo Asla narrative. I know the effect of it, the way it is going. Yeah. So I was just...
Have you seen it work anywhere? Have you seen it work anywhere before?
No, Rupia, don't do that. Benson, you have your...
It has not
20
worked
seconds.
anywhere, but like the way it is a class thing, yeah? And we've seen how classes as really, the social class has really worked on how when you want to bring people dynasty, hustler and those are, and it bring that fighting. That's why I was telling you, like, it could have been very wise that other political parties, yeah, to bring something to tell Kenya the direction, even like Mama Mboga, who believes like atasaidiwa because then warudi kwa hustler ile kuhustle. And that's what I was just concerned as a Kenyan.
Okay. Thank you, Benson. I get your point and your concern. The only thing is, Rupia told you that it is not yet time. The issue here is that the DP ran out early and began to dance and began to sell so-called policy. As at now, we are yet even to get into the election mode for the 2022. So the DP has a way of trying to invite others into his dance because he has perfected it. And in the process, if they begin to react, what will happen is that they will also miss direction as he is doing his misleading. So I really, is as much as it is dangerous, what you are talking about, and I get the gravity of it, somebody else coming up with another policy, then another counter narrative, then another counter narrative. It will now result into confusion. We are far away from the elections. So what happens? The whole country now will be torn between, when we go to the market, we have the hustler corner, we have the Mama corner and all that. We will have the country divided in so many segments that it will be unable to manage what will become of it. But it's a good concern. We all need to pray about it and probably, but let's hear from others on how they can respond on the same. It's a good point that we cannot brush off. Whether it is urgent or not, it's something that we should share about. Let's have Simon. Simon first.
Oh.
Simon before. The order is the early bird catches the worm. The people who came earlier will speak. Then following that particular order. So we'll hear from Simon Ndungu. Are you there?
Yes, I'm there.
Okay, Karibu. Kiamba decided as it decided. What do you think? And then give your submission in the next 3 or so minutes.
Okay, I would like to say that in Kiamba, in short, what Ruto managed to do was he whipped emotions of the people of Kiamba, while the side of Jubilee, they totally failed in whipping the emotions of their voters. So, what Ruto, the art Ruto has perfected is when he went to Central, he went to find out what are the issues that affect the people of Central region. You find that rarely you could see Uhuru go back to Central region to talk to people, to know what are the challenges they are facing in terms of, for example, the coffee sector, the economic activities that go on Central. But you see, Ruto has gone there in fact, countless times. He has made trips to Central Kenya, while Uhuru, you can even count. Since he was elected in 2017, he was rarely seen in Central. Now he let Ruto back in his own backyard because he could maneuver in Central as he wanted. Another mistake Uhuru made was in 2017. When you are a sitting president, number one, never dissolve your party. You see, the moment he dissolved TNA and Ruto dissolved URP, it became one party. Now Ruto had a free hand in controlling the nominations. Now he brought in his people. In fact, in Central Kenya, he made sure that people who were there were knocked out, and he bought his own people. Now he had control over Central. Now, if TNA would have remained the way it was, and URP, Uhuru could have much control of Central Kenya, because the Central people would identify themselves with TNA, and people from Rift Valley there would identify themselves with URP. Now, when the TNA was dissolved, people were told that we have only one party, that's Jubilee. Now, and then Ruto brought his own people. So, and politics is local. Yeah. So the MPs are the people who are on the ground. Now, if almost like 80% are Ruto people, what do you expect? So those MPs whipped the emotions of their people. Now they ran towards Ruto. That was the number one mistake Kuru did. Another thing, I don't refuse the handshake was good, but the manner at which it was done, it was a bit, it was wrong, because you find that, for example, when they went, the two of them, they left the other partners. They didn't even inform them what was in the handshake. It came like a surprise. Yeah, no Ruto, no Mudavadi, no. So that was wrong for me. So it should have involved other partners when he was going for the handshake. Thank you.
Yeah. So sorry, Simon. Before you go, you
Excuse me.
said.
May I ask a question?
Yes.
Hold on, Olok. I am the one asking the question to Simon. About the handshake, you said which partners were not consulted?
For Kalonzo, Ruto, Mudavadi, they were in the dark.
For Mudavadi and Kalonzo maybe, but Ruto was in the picture, according to
He
the
wasn't. He
presence
wasn't.
giving at Bomas.
You know what?
Are you able to prove that he wasn't?
Yeah, he wasn't, because if he was there, one thing, Ruto, if he was involved, he could have not been against the handshake, because the
But
president
the
could have asked
president
questions.
said it in Bomas and told
Yeah.
us to ask him if he was lying, and he did not deny. So you are coming to say he wasn't in the picture. Are you more?
Okay.
I mean, you have
You know
more
why he wasn't?
information about the president and the DP's relationship than the DP?
You know why he wasn't on the picture? Okay, for example, Benal, say we are partners in business, yeah, and I want to bring another person in, but for me, I'll know that your reaction will not be good. Somehow I'll hide my intentions from you. The same thing with Uhuru.
No, Simon, your analogy. My question is straightforward. Okay.
Yeah.
In Bomas, you remember Bomas, the BBI?
Yeah.
The president
I
said
remember.
on the floor that the DP was involved every step on the issue of the handshake, including the BBI, to an extent that he suggested names of people who are put in the task force to go and collect views on the BBI. So if you say that the DP was not involved, where are you getting that information?
Okay. There's one thing, Benald, yeah. For example,
Let me help Simon a bit. Simon thinks that the DP was not involved because the DP said he was not involved. That's the reason why Simon thinks the DP was not involved. However, the DP is he's a very I don't know what to say. He's conniving. He can say something, but that doesn't necessarily mean that it's true. If in front of people at Bomas he was asked and he did not deny, let's go with what happened when everyone was present and what everybody had. After that, he can say he wasn't involved so that he can justify his narrative.
I can also say that the DP was involved, but he fears that the handshake has actually threatened his presidential ambitions. So that is why he has actually moved out of the handshake and is now roaming. And Simon, you've really talked very well, but those are the points that you are missed. I don't think that Uhuru did anything wrong by merging the parties together, because it's a matter of time. It will not haitashinda Uhuru kuoverturn hii kitu yenye inatembea na ukora hapa milima Kenya. It will not, it's a matter of time. Uhuru will actually overturn this thing. So hii kitu ni ya ukora. Hata kama wewe uko Central, ambia watu wawachane na hii kitu ya ukora, wakuje kwa ukweli. Ruto hajasaidia hata watu wao.
Rupia, please, you are taking other people's time. Thank you. Olo, what is the matter?
Oh, Mr. Ndungu, I just want to inform you that Ruto even said severally in his interview in KTN and even in NTV and even in Citizen. He said that in fact Raila faced him first and he refused. And then that is when Raila approached Uhuru. And then he said he agreed that he was informed. You know, in fact, ODM is the people used to deny that he was not informed. But with him, he said severally that he was informed. And then another thing is that, you know, there is nothing that Uhuru did. In fact, Uhuru is the best president ever. Why am I saying this? Because Uhuru is the only president who has managed to go against the status quo. The only reformist president we have ever had. You see, the only president who has been rejected by his tribe. That's a very nice president. That's the kind of president Kenya needs. So all that people are saying are just ni mauongo tu na ni wakora tu ndio wako na hiyo shida.
Okay, thank you, Olo. Simon, I think do you have any response before we move to the next person?
No, let's because of time, let's give other people a chance to speak.
Okay, thank you. We go to Andeto, then Angela. In that order, Neto, Angela, and then Mosima.
Okay, Bernard. Thank you so much for this opportunity. And I'm so grateful that for sure today, it has also happened like yesterday. We have a continuation towards the growth of our country. We provide solutions as young men. We see where our leaders are getting wrong. I feel this platform is among many other platforms that are producing very important like opportunities so that we can share our ideas across. Today's topic is about whether UDA is my choice party, and is Jubilee dying? Let me start by appreciating whoever chose that kind of a topic, because it's so capturing. And to me, as you know, I've been an avid campaigner of UDA. So you know where my stance is. Jubilee is dying. That is also an answer to what question that follows. In politics, you cannot argue without giving statistics, because democracy is all about numbers. Majority wins and minority loses. So there is no way you can sell the narrative about a democracy without bringing in the point of statistics. And I would like to give you a cross analysis of what has happened in less than 3 months. For instance, for you to become the president of this nation, you need to be everywhere in the 8 regions, starting from Rift Valley, Central Province, Nyanza Province, Coastal Province, all those. So, and I would tell you for free, when you see a party that is engaging in every of the by-elections, regardless of their location, that shows a point and a sense of nationality. For instance,
The other day, we had a by-election in Bugoma in a constituency called Kabuchai. And there were various parties that took part, including Ford Kenya, UDA, and we never saw Jubilee and NASA taking part in the elections. And whoever won was a guy from Ford Kenya with 19,274, followed by a UDA candidate with 6,455. In the same case, we also experienced another by-election in Kisii, where ODM took part and they took the day with 8,049 votes, followed by Jubilee with 7,200 votes and UDA 6,960 votes. As well, we have seen the same happening in Nakuru County, in London Ward, where ODM never took part in those by-elections, but we saw UDA taking part and they led with 1,700 votes, followed by Jubilee, 1,300 votes. Recently, we had a by-election also in Juja constituency, where UDA, through PEP, the party of Moses Kuria, they won with 12,000.
My friend, you're wrong. What are you saying?
Can you listen,
And in Bungoma, there was for the Kenya with this NASA.
Can you listen for facts?
Hold on.
Say the correct
Can you listen
thing.
for facts?
UDA grew with PEP. PEP is a party, UDA is another party.
You know, the problem with Ndeto is that he's a sycophant.
Sycophant, hakuna UDA anasema ya ukweli. Anasema Bungoma hakuna NASA. Kwani NASA ni ODM? Huyu mtu anakuanga na ujinga sana.
Okay, can you mute for me? Mute for me, this guy.
Before you go,
mute for me, Rupia.
Ndeto, I'm asking
Yes.
a question before you move on. Okay?
Yes. Yes.
You said Jubilee is dying.
Yes.
Is
Let
it
me
important
finish.
that Jubilee? Is it important that Jubilee dies?
Let me give my analysis first.
Good
then I come to that
No,
point.
no. Your analysis is you are
Bernard,
giving us
Bernard,
election
you are not
results.
helping. You are not
Not in
helping as a
Kiamba.
moderator.
You are giving us national-wide election result in the past by-elections, and
Bernard,
that
you are not a helpful moderator. You are not useful as a moderator.
Let me tell you why Jubilee is dying. And it is because the analysis have just scanned through, even without mentioning what happened yesterday at Kiamba.
You are being asked, Ndeto, whether it's important for you for Jubilee to die. Why is it so important for Jubilee to die? Why are you bringing up this point? What is the relevance of Jubilee dying?
I don't think it is important for Jubilee to die, but due to some circumstances or factors, it is heading towards the wrong direction. Reason being is the other day we saw the Jubilee officials, Raphael Tuju, and also the NASA officials, ODM officials, Akina Sifuna. They had a bilateral talk on how they would have a new alliance that will merge Jubilee and ODM. And I think, I don't think the leader of Jubilee has exclusively consulted all the members of Jubilee, because I believe for you to come up with such a strong party, people must have invested their resources in terms of finances, in terms of their time, in terms of ideas. So when you just decide that you are going to merge with another party which is in opposition side without consulting those people who have been supporting you, either financially or other way.
How do you know they were supporting? How do you know they were supporting?
Obvious,
Maybe
let me answer you.
Obvious
Let
is
me
not a
answer
fact
you.
in this case.
Can you listen, Olo?
Obvious is not
The
a
reason
fact
why-
in this case.
Can you listen?
You know, Bernard, the problem is that this guy is saying statistics and facts, but there is no fact. If he says that there was no NASA in Kabuchai, and there was no NASA in where. You know, NASA had got parties in it. So when
Can
he's
you
talking of
listen?
statistics,
Can you listen why I'm saying
you are
that?
supposed to correct him, or
Do
we'll
not
come and
sell,
correct him.
do not sell
And
propaganda to
then
people,
if he
and
says
that's
that,
what you are used
And
to
what
do,
Okay,
about
okay,
you?
Lupia.
please. Can we
You
Lupia,
are
have
the
can
one
you
order?
who's selling
listen?
Rupia, you have made
propaganda.
your
Can you
point.
listen, Lupia?
Ngoja kwanza.
can
Listen,
you correct
There
him
is,
when he
there is,
says
listen,
something wrong?
hold on,
listen why I'm
hold
saying
on.
NASA was not there. The reason why I'm saying NASA
Okay,
was not in Kabuchai, and also it was not in Kiambu, in the by-elections, if it is a national party, I felt
so
that
Neto, who won in Kapchai?
it's a
Who won
Ford
in
people,
Kapchai
it's a
city?
Ford Kenya, it's a Ford
Ford
Kenya
Kenya is not part of
candidate.
NASA. Ngoja, Ford Kenya is not part of NASA.
Why are they standing with NASA? NASA is a coalition.
No, Neto, answer the question. Is Ford Kenya part of NASA or not?
I do not know.
You do not know.
Okay.
That's
Let
why
me
you're
move
saying
on.
NASA was not there, because
There is,
Ford Kenya is led by Wetangula. Wetangula is a principal in NASA. So what are you telling us?
but we have experienced how the breakdown. It's like Jubilee. NASA is like
Neto, fanya
Jubilee
hivi, fanya
currently.
hivi. I
Can
advised
you
you
listen?
yesterday, and I repeat again. Look here. If you want to debate on this platform, bring facts, not just hearsay and stories. And you are free to campaign for Ruto and UDA, but on factual issues. And then don't dwell so much in demolishing others so that you create room for UDA. UDA needs to have its own room without using the rafters and the beams from other parties. If it is existing as an institution, as a body, let it depend on itself, on its 2 feet. Not it has demolished NASA, it has demolished Jubilee, now it is gaining its life from the collapse of other parties. That is the narrative that you are pushing, and it's not helping.
Bernard,
Give me,
I would like to say,
give me
I
1
would
minute to
like to
react.
say,
Honestly, I've been here and I want to do
tell this
something.
guy to
At least I've heard
mute.
from you guys. Ndeto,
Okay,
you were
okay.
given time,
Thank
but
you, Neto ngoja
Ndeto, you've
kwanza.
been given time, but see what you are
Okay.
taking as a long route. It will take you a whole 1 hour to exhaust what you may want to pass across. I thought
Can
you
you
could speak
stop
briefly
limiting
now.
my
Hold
time?
on,
Because,
Mosimo. Hold on. Order,
yes,
Neto. Hold on, Neto.
let me
Hold
finish.
your horses. Let's do
Let
this.
me
Ngoja
finish.
kwanza, Neto. Neto ngoja. Now, if we begin to mute you from the back office, itakuwa shida. Sawa.
No, there is no way you can threaten me, Bernard. I've
I am
listened
not
to guys
threatening you.
from
Stop
NASA.
getting
That is
worked
a
up for
threat.
nothing.
That is
I
a
am
threat.
saying,
I've listened to NASA guys. Can you give me a chance to some?
Thank you. Can we hear from Mosima before he goes? Because he's rushing somewhere, then we continue. Mosima, please take it.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Bernard. I really don't have much to say. I've been listening the progress of the other colleagues, and actually what they're giving is it was a fight for information. And I think for what happened in Kiamba, in every match, there must be a winner. So it was a fair play. Everybody came out with whatever he was able to get. But again, when we look at the influence of the outcome, honestly, to me, I look at what the civilians are going through, the hardships, the economical hardships. And, the deputy president had an opportunity to stand. He's positioning himself very well where he knows there is a weakness. And now, when you touch areas where people feel that they're so much squeezed, then they really feel that there is either an escape route through this person. They might actually salvage something out of this. But my opinion is this. Ruto has been in the government for the last close to 9 years. And honestly, he's still in the government, the same government that he's playing against. And there is nothing substantial that he has changed. He has not brought any transformation in this country, because being in a government for 9 years in the same position he holds up to now, he is a key player in bringing change to the country's economy, of which he has not done. So now he's coming as an opportunist, trying to touch on areas he knows very well, because he has learned where the weaknesses are.
He wants to position himself from that point to win the hearts of Kenyans. What I'm saying is this: we are youths, we are the young generation. We have to come here and educate the young people on how to make choices. Because look back, when we made choices to bring Uhuru into government, Uhuru was a young man, and we thought that is going to bring a lot of transformation in this country. People, the entire country was happy. It was so excited by Uhuru taking whatever, even though the contestation didn't come out well because Raila was denied victory, but people were happy. But see now what we're going through. We are regretting for the choices that we made. So we as Kenyans and as the youth, as much as you have given us this platform as Painard, and this is something that can be reached out in the entire nation, why don't we use this platform to educate our people on how to make choices? Because already people of Kiamba have made a choice. And I should say, maybe it's a short-sighted choice because UDA was just born the other day. They have not tested even a single fruit from UDA. They don't know what UDA is all about. But with Jubilee, they can see roads have been made. The transformation has been done within the country. It's under the UDA. It's under the Jubilee ticket. So another thing, if you look at what the deputy president is doing, actually is really, for me, it's wrong because he's using our resources to gain popularity and power. And the only way he could gain popularity and power to clinch it into presidential aspirant and eventually become a president is by working for us, not campaigning at the wrong time. So he's misusing our funds. When the president is busy launching other activities that are helpful to us, he's diverting our resources in campaigns, which is wrong, right? So for me, he could have hold the horses, right? Make his plans right, then come out at the right time. Then if he has done good for the country, that is what about telling himself. He could have positioned himself in a point to receive this, to ascend into power in a very easy way. So as for me, thanks so much. I'm seeing Rupia something is itching, wants to comment, but anyway, mine is let's educate Kenyans. You see the universities, people coming out of university, there are jobs. If you look at our deputy president, his daughter was an ambassador in Poland. Uhuru has no child who's ambassador anywhere. I've seen Uhuru as a neutral president who has played roles. He has traversed the whole country. Somebody was saying Uhuru is not going anywhere in the country. Uhuru is going everywhere. The only problem is they have overborrowed, and perhaps they did not have economic advisors, people who could advise them on how to invest the money that is borrowed. And of course, there's too much corruption. But he has done something. If you go through Nairobi, you can see the changes that he has made. Although we are really overburdened by the borrowings, but something has been done. But when we come back again, if Ruto could have given Uhuru support in terms of advising him on how to invest, trying to reduce the crime of corruption, then perhaps, in this government, you cannot rule alone. And that is why there's a deputy president. And the time has come where we should resonate as young people. These who are a president and a co-deputy president. If they have ruled a country for 10 years, these two people should go out. Let's have a new blood. I wish somebody else should come up and be given position of power, because there is no new idea he's going to bring into this government that he has not actually even implemented for the last 8 years or even 9 years. Give us what Ruto has done so far for the last 8 years. Which project has he initiated? He has been implicated in many other corrupt things, all of them, of which are very open. People are able to see. Kenyans have seen them. They have witnessed them. And the other thing, it's for me, I look at him from the aspect of attitude. Look at somebody who has attitudes, who feels like if I ascend to power, I have to achieve something. When you want to go to power, power is given by God. Sell your policies to people, allow people to choose. Don't push them. Look at all the funds that this guy is dishing out there. Can you ask yourself, where has he acquired all this money from? Right? So for me, I don't want to go far. We are youths. what we can do. We have seen our youths actually launching out there in poverty. We have no jobs. Our children are coming from school, from universities. They have no positions, no job market. And, calm down. As much as you're telling us you want to empower Mama Mboga and everything, how do we empower Mama Mboga when his graduated child, when his kids have no job? You want to give him money to start little business. What about his son? What about his daughter, who is a university graduate and has no job? And you and your sons and your people, they have holding high positions in government. Thank you so much. I like the way Angela responded. She sounded somebody who actually so much informed, and even there's Mr. Ndeto over there, very much informed. But Mr. Ndeto, honestly, as much as you are a supporter of UDA, educate our people. Let people know what this guy has good to give to us. That
Ndeto is a psychopath.
No. We are not here to insult anybody. But that is my opinion. Let's have a fair playground, educate our people, so that at least we may have people making better choices.
What I wanted to add is this. I wanted to add that, Bernard, I hope you'll not interrupt me. So, unajua,
I'm going to punish you later, but take it.
Okay, unajua,
20 seconds.
Mosima has actually asked a very, very good question that does not need answer, but I want to reinforce, or I want to emphasize that when Ruto and Uhuru got the government, they ended up dividing ministries and the state agencies under those ministries. And if you go to those state agencies now, my friend, what you can see there is that the people who are existing there, some of them were laid off, and their people were employed. All the contracts which are there are now reserved for their communities. You cannot go to Kenya Power and find other people who are not Kalenjins who are doing contracts there. That is on record. And if you want to know that Ruto is a bad person, he has actually tasked his son to manufacture concrete poles and sell them to Kenya Power at exorbitant
I will not accept this.
Prices.
Bernard,
So,
if I
despite
touch
being
something
ambassador,
about Raila, if I talk about Raila, these guys are reacting. Then why is he coming so direct? If we are educating
you
Kenyans,
can talk whatever
let
you
us
want to
evade
talk,
from
but
the
I was adding.
let us evade from the narrative of. If you do
Okay,
not have information,
Nobody has
yes,
stopped
you do not
anyone
have
from talking about
information.
anyone.
Can you
Beto,
also
you can
keep
talk
quiet?
about Raila all you want.
Everybody, please.
Let's
If you do not have information, why should you tell us like Ruto son is doing what?
It's true.
A lot of things.
Myself. He's
I've
speaking
also
the
given
truth.
you facts.
Everybody,
I've also
please.
given you facts, and you are not ready to
Neto,
listen. Why? Bernard, I'm also mute. Why should you mute me?
I am telling you
without
that
finishing
if
my
you stay
point?
out of order, you'll be kept in order. That is all, and it's
Also
not a
keep
threat.
Rupia. Keep Rupia in order too.
Rupia, thank
But
you
he's
for
speaking
your
the truth.
submission. Your 20 seconds are over. It's the turn for Angela.
Let me
Angela,
say
take.
something. I respect the time for Angela, but let me say something.
I have a question.
No, please. Let us hear at least each person for the first time. Then we can now give second time to the other people. We cannot have somebody staying here without saying anything, and then we keep recycling
I have
among
a question
others.
for Mosima.
Goja Kwanza, Duke, you will ask your question. Let Angela, it is Angela's time. If Angela donates time for your question, I will comply. But for now, let Angela take it. Thank you.
In the control of everybody's mic, Mr. Bernard, please.
Okay, number one, like Rupia was saying, that thing of concrete poles as a what is it called? A tender that was given to Ruto's son. That one I agree, because I've also heard that. So he was speaking the truth. I don't know why Ndeto interrupted. Sometimes even when we're supporting,
Angela, you are saying you had or you read.
Wait, sometimes
you had or you read.
Sometimes,
Provide the facts.
Hold on. Ndeto,
If
hold
you
on. You
had,
can
why should
always
you give us
Ndeto.
rumors? Those are rumors,
You are
Bernard.
This is
you
the
are
second
a
time I'm hearing it.
statistician.
There is no way people can
Ndeto,
Those
simply
are
please.
pull something
rumors.
out of the
Let
sky.
us not rely on rumors, Bernard.
Ndeto, look here.
Shush.
She
Ndeto,
had.
Ndeto,
why
She
shush.
are you
had.
why are
Ndeto,
you
shush.
sensitive on such a matter? Look here, Ndeto. If you don't agree with it, get the facts while she's speaking, so that when it's your turn, you table, you say this, we give you this link, it proves this, or we give you this office, it proves this. So don't just heckle, okay?
But
If
you
you
are
want to
limiting my
deny a
time.
point, deny
You
it
are
on fact,
limiting my
not by
time,
interruption.
Bernard.
Mute this
But you are
guy.
We are
limiting my
coming to you,
time.
Neto. We are
Mute
coming
this
to
Okay.
you,
guy.
Neto. We gave you your time. You used it to give us
When you say that
results
stuff,
for
when it's worth it,
elections.
boom.
I
Angela,
think
please.
I think that will have a point, in a
Ken,
way,
Okay.
that we should have being laid in this forum.
I think people get very sensitive when we speak the truth about the people they are supporting.
There is no
They get
truth.
very you touch a nerve and people get very, it's almost like ata fadhali, let's throw even the baby with the bathwater. Like, come on, guys. Even if it's tough to hear, listen to it. Go and research. If it is not true, come and tell us it is not true, just like Bernard said, or bring a link that shows it is different. I mean, it's you've had something different, or to refute it. But you cannot stop us from speaking the truth, because the truth hurts. We understand, but you cannot even take our time to shout here saying nothing. Anyway, you were talking about Kiamba and the reason why they chose. It was the way Mutembe was saying, it was so funny, but let me not insult anybody. But the reason why they chose who they chose, even though he looked like he was not the better candidate, based on what I saw on TV, based on what I saw with my eyes, UDA employed underhanded tactics during the Kiamba by-election. And sometimes we just say, oh, somebody won, oh, somebody won, oh, somebody won. And there is so much evidence showing that they did not win legitimately. When someone did not win legitimately, to me, they did not win. Because now the people of Kiamba are going to suffer as a result. I keep on saying in this platform, let us love our country. If someone has stolen the election, that is a person who does not have a mandate. But we don't discuss these things. We say, oh, they won, and we celebrate. And yet we know there were underhanded tactics. You remember the announcement that was made early by Itumbi? You remember people who are caught stuffing ballots? You remember people causing chaos, blowing vuvuzelas? Who bought those vuvuzelas that people were blowing?
Excuse me,
So there was a lot of underhand.
Okay, Angela, hold on. Angela, just a moment. A moment, Angela. Ken, what is it?
No, I think the issue
Ken,
is singing.
What is the matter?
You entertain people to just make allegations out of nowhere about the election being not legitimate, people having rigged elections, and of course, the body that oversaw that undertook the election are the IEBC.
But the evidence she's giving, she's giving evidence. She's giving evidence which is very clear.
She's just giving her observation. And
no.
The videos that we saw of chiefs, we saw videos of chiefs from Jubilee giving money, dishing money
you
to
will
people.
Get your chance when the time comes.
Where are those facts?
Let me say what
where are those facts?
Bernard.
Yes, why are you touching on UDA?
Your opinion.
You people are making.
Oh my God! Will we ever have a? Will we ever have a sensible?
Angela, hold on. Thank you. Now, Ken.
Yes, sir.
If you the UDA member, the UDA candidate won in Kiamba, okay? Then I have a personal suspicion on why I think he didn't win or she didn't win, okay? Am I not free to express my feelings about what I saw in the election?
You are right, but
will that change the fact that IBC announced the person?
It should really come as a suspicion. You know,
Yes, she's not giving her observation. Let her finish her submission. If you have a contrary evidence to counter that, you will submit. Let's not just interrupt for the sake of interrupting. Angela, please, and keep everybody your mic mute until it's your turn to speak. Angela, carry on, please.
I have noticed a trend with the hustlers. When someone speaks the truth, you hit a nerve and they blow. I think we need to be very sober, even as we are supporting who we are. We need to be very sober, even as we are supporting who we are supporting. When you find yourself, you blow up. When you hear even one negative thing about your person, there is a problem. Because every let me finish. Excuse me.
Can mute your mic, or we are going to help you mute it.
I'll mute it myself. Because Angela understand that whatever she's speaking, is opinion, not the truth. It might be the.
They get very sensitive, and because your people are speaking the truth. But if you find yourself, even for us who are supporting the other side, who are in the opposition, if you find that you cannot even say one negative thing about the person who you're supporting, there is a problem. Because there is nobody who is perfect. Only God and Jesus are perfect. The rest of us, there's always someone who has a negative thing. So if you hear someone saying a negative thing about the person you're supporting and you blow up, you need to have some personal reflection that there's a problem. Let's use this forum to share. And if you feel that I'm wrong or you don't like what I'm saying, you will have your chance and you will speak your turn. Anyway, so for me, there are so many underhanded tactics. So the results, I believe, were not the right results. That being said, Kiamba is the one. The Kiamba residents are the ones who are going to lose, and that is the sad thing. In Kenya, we have a problem. We have allowed our leaders to divide us by tribe, and it's even so obvious in this forum and any other forum I would go for when people are talking politics. It's obvious we are divided by tribe. If they could divide us by race, they would. They have divided us by religion. They have divided us by class. The hustler movement is a class division. And the day we wake up and we realize how these people are dividing us so that they can stay in power is the day we will be sober. You love Kenya more than you love your tribe. That's the day you will come to a forum like this and you will listen to the facts and you will take them and make considerations based on on the facts. If someone wants to be the president of Kenya, and the biggest problem we have in Kenya is corruption, do you think it is wise to choose the person who we know is the most corrupt person we've ever had running in that country? Let us be sober. If this person is running for another position that has nothing to do with Pesaya Uma, we can give him a chance because there is nobody who is perfect. Everybody has a kasoro. But we are not going to give the person with the kasoro that is going to finish our country, you know? So let us be sober. Let's not allow these leaders to divide us because they will remain in power. And as I say, whoever will become president in 2022, in 2023, we will come back here and we'll be talking about the same stories. Because what these people, they're doing, they're rotating. Each of them has been a leader in their own right. And because we voted for them or they were appointed by someone we voted for. These people have been leaders. We know their history. We know what they're capable of. And then because someone has come and made us so emotional and lied to us that they're going to give us money and they're going to give us handouts. There is no president in this world who can give the citizens handouts, especially if you do not have any resources to be able to cover what it is you're giving to the citizens. Where are you going to get these resources from? Are you going to take from the rich and give to the poor? These rich people are not citizens. Where are you going to get these resources from? So we had better become very, very, very sober as we make these decisions, and we stop being emotional. Deto, I know you like your hustler movement, but let us allow ourselves to be sober. Even in the morning as a therapy, you wake up and you think about one bad thing about the person you're supporting, and think about 5 bad things about the opponent. The next day, 2 bad things, because there's nobody who is perfect. And then we can even have a sober discussion without people getting emotional and being muted. And that is my submission for now.
Okay, thank you, Angela. I would want not to open a rebound on that. Can we go to Duke and then who else? There was Simon Amanda. I want to have, and then we'll have our Mulumbu. Then after that, then it's when we'll hear from Deto as our second round. But Deto, you know what to do. Duke, please take it.
Just something. Can I add something? 30 seconds.
Yes.
I just want to say, this whipping of emotions of this desperate youth, can it be related to these kids who are getting hijacked in Kenya? And when you look at those youths who are being arrested, they are the same youths whom I always see surrounding Hustler vehicle when they are singing Hustler, even the way they are shaving. So, do you think this thing is related to this hustler movement, this kidnapping of these young girls? Because if I look at that boy who killed some people, and he's of the same age of those boys who are shouting hustler, who knows nothing about our country. I only want
Although,
to say
are you an agent of child trafficking?
Ndeto,
He
you
is
are out
saying
of
he
order.
knows. He is saying he knows those who are hijacking children.
Ndeto, what is wrong with you? Hold
Let
on.
us be
It is not your
legitimate.
turn. It's not
Let
your
us
turn.
be legitimate with our statement.
What is legitimate and illegitimate about what he has said?
He has said that
Why
he
should you
knows.
be the one to respond? Why should you be the one to respond on that one?
Because he is appending that to the deputy president. Why?
So
The way
are you
very
the
many
defender of
people
the
are.
deputy president on this platform? Are you the only
No.
Then
I'm a
hold your
neutral.
horses.
I'm a neutral person.
Thank you. Let's have Duke, please. And in your response, if you have something to say about what Olo said, you can give it 1 sentence or 2. Let's all share together, but save time. Thank you. Mr. Duke, it's your turn. Unmute your mic.
Okay. First, a point of observation. Bernard, you were very unfair to Ndeto because Ndeto did not say anything malicious, but you denied him a chance to put across his point. Regardless how biased or side our against was his, regardless of his position. So it was very unfair. I think, listen to all of those who have spoken. It is the fact that there is those who are strongly opposed to Ruto, and there are those who are strongly opposed to Raila. So you should actually tolerate every person. But you are very unfair to Ndeto. Okay, let me proceed. Regarding today's point, it was about UDA as UDA. It was about what? Bernard.
Is UDA the new party and Jubilee is dead?
Yes. So to my extent, I want to say UDA is I want to support the motion. UDA is the right party to victory, and I can't say that Jubilee has died, but I can say it will not be there. It's actually being dissolved because it has been dismantled, but maybe those members will join the two strong parties, that is UDA, and others will go to NASA. So by that, it's gone. Then the first thing why I'm saying UDA is the right party to victory is because, one, it's about the qualities of the leader of the party, that is William Ruto. Then number two, I will talk about the philosophy or the ideas of the party. And then I will talk about preferring political and economic circumstances within the nation. So starting from the qualities of the person who is the head of the party is as leadership qualities. First of all, he has influence. He is a person who can influence people using political campaign, using everything, using the tools at disposal. He can influence people. Number two is creative and innovative. That's why actually the coming of the UDA is due to his creativity, because he found that the party was in, it was not good for him. So he strategically found another vehicle. So he's very creative. He's able to come up with ideas and strategies as the circumstances at hand demands. Number three is a powerful communicator. He's able to articulate ideas as the circumstances at hand demands.
Kesa, mute your mic.
And that you can use that communication skills to articulate ideas and also to have counter arguments. You know, in politics, you are smeared, there is a debate. He knows how to counter argue that so that you retain your standing and influence.
Mr. Duke, can you just make your point faster, because we are so many, and with the speed that you are talking, I think you will take a long time. So just summarize them faster.
Olo,
Like
can you keep quiet? Keep quiet. Keep quiet. I will also interject. Can you keep quiet
How
and
many
give
minutes
Duke
am I
time?
given? I was given how many minutes, Bernard? Can I ask? Because I'm sure you're not fair. Can you tell me how many minutes so I program myself?
Now, Duke, you want to put me on a defense, which I don't want to get into.
Okay,
What
how
I'm
many
simply
minutes have you
doing
given
here
me?
is facilitating you people to debate. And
okay,
the debate has to be quality, must have some quality. So it is not a free highway for anybody to say anything. If what you say is not valid, we'll ask you to substantiate. And if you take whatever a particular path that will take too long for you to make your point, it is our responsibility to manage the time that we have available on this platform. So you have 5 minutes to do your submission. You have already consumed some of it, but don't take forever. And then just give valid reasons. There's no need of getting worked up and getting personal on this matter. Thank you.
Okay, let me proceed. So I've said, I've talked about the qualities of the person who is heading the party. Number two, I've talked about I want to talk about the philosophy. The philosophy of the party is about being closer to the ordinary Kenyans. The philosophy that the party is trying to drive is like it's trying to solve the needs of the ordinary people. And you know, in Kenya, the majority of them are the ordinary. So when you appeal to the ordinary people, is that you are going to have more followers, which translates to more votes. And finally, I talk about the prevailing circumstances. It is difficult. You know, a government cannot solve every problem of the citizens. So when we have an incumbent government and which wants to retain power, or some people from the government wants to take power, it becomes difficult, because if the government is not possible to solve all the issues of many Kenyans, it means that many Kenyans may turn against that person from the government who is trying to get power. But Ruto, by circumstance and by design, is like he's trying to be distant. He's trying to move away from the government. So it come 2023 is going to come like somebody who was not the master of the government, which will be out by that time. Then another one is about another preparing circumstances is about betrayal. He has been betrayed by the president. Also,
Is he the one who was betrayed, or is he the one who betrayed?
Angela, please.
What have I said? I've said he has been betrayed. So why, if you are saying, if you have that opinion, keep it to yourself. So I'm giving my opinion. That's why I've
No, you must
said he was.
substantiate. You must substantiate.
Okay,
You can't just
order,
come here and then
Yes.
you say
Keep it cool,
something, and
everybody.
then you
Keep
are
it
telling
cool.
us
I can
that it is
substantiate
our
that
opinion.
because Uhuru promised to
We don't
support
need
him.
opinions here. We need facts here.
And when did Uhuru tell him he's not
You are
supporting him?
wasting my
Up till
time. Can I
today,
finish? I was not
Okay,
allowed to
hold on,
answer
hold on.
question.
Angela,
active-
thank you. Thank you, Angela. Thank you, David. Duke, respond and move on. You have like a minute and a half.
So I can only, unless David Oro has asked me to substantiate, I can substantiate that because the agreement which was between President Kenyatta and Ruto was to support him, and after 10 years he will support him back. But that has not happened.
Duke, let me
Ruto
just
has
on the same. Duke, let me ask you a question. Is it a constitutional provision that the president has to keep his promise to his deputy?
No, I'm talking about that action.
Hold on. We are here for Kenya Kwanza, okay?
Yes.
If it is not a constitution provision, okay, the betrayal between the president and his deputy was a gentleman's agreement, and there is no constitution provision, so the president has not broken any law by changing his mind. Number two, does the president have a precedence to give to Ruto? He has one vote, and probably if he convinces his wife, there will be 2 votes. Will that amount to Ruto becoming president?
No, I'm not saying that's a criminal. Can I proceed?
In addition to that, Mr. Duke, get this one also. Yes, he was promised. It was even done publicly during those days, during the campaigns. But when was it supposed to effect? The campaign period has not even started. They're still serving the government that gave them power. Why is he out there doing what he is not meant to do? Because it's not the right time,
Okay. You are confusing it with 2 main questions. Can I proceed? First of all, I want to respond to Bernard and proceed. And then, yes, it's a fact. It's not in the constitution, and it's not criminal. But I'm trying to say that action can sway many. It is about the way Kenyans will interpret that action, and that action will make them make a decision. And others can change a decision due to that action. I'm talking about the impact on the electorate. I'm not saying I'm going to sue him or he should be taken to court.
So,
Number
Mr.
3.
Duke, Mr. Duke,
Mr. Duke. Hold on,
do you want to
Kwanza.
tell me?
I'll give you opportunity to ask him a question. Let him respond. There are too many questions. Carry on, Duke.
So I'm talking about that action. How is it going to affect the electorate? The electorate may react in a different way, and they support Ruto. That's what's happening actually in Mount Kenya. They are feeling that they are going to. It's like they are seen as traitors all through. That you can see some effect of that. That's what I'm trying to. I'm not trying it's a criminal, so I'm trying to speculate the impact it will have. Another question. What was the second question?
Duke, what is wrong with Ruto running? Even if say what's your point? Because at the end of the day, Ruto has every right to run. So even if he was betrayed, he still has a right to run. He still has a right to have supporters. His supporters have a right to support him. Why do people treat the fact that Ruto is running for president as if it is an alien from Mars coming to run for president?
I've already addressed that question. You're actually wasting my time. I've addressed that question.
Mr. Duke, which part of Kenya again is angry with the president that he gave that promise apart from Central Province? Have you seen people from Western complaining that he gave that promise? or people from, it is only people from Rift Valley, in fact, that are inciting people from Central to reject Uhuru because of that fact. But it
So
is not
even if
in,
it's from
in fact,
Central, that's also again, that can also add up.
no, you
Are you
have
getting
said
that? So,
Kenyans. You have said Kenyans.
but those from
You know,
Central are also Kenyans.
you must be accurate and particular. There is
What
Central
did I
Kenya,
say?
there is Western Kenya, there is Coastal Kenya.
Okay.
So you
Thank
must
you,
be
David. You have
accurate.
made your point. Thank you.
No,
Thank you.
when I talk about
You
Kenyans, I include
conclude,
every person
please.
who's a Kenyan.
You conclude, please.
Mr. Bernard, I'm only asking for 1 minute. I want to leave, please. Can I?
Finally,
Okay, Simon Goja too. After Duke will consider you. Keep your mic mute.
finally, it's about another petroleum. There are two petroleums, one from President Kenyatta and one from Raila. That one from Raila is about he petroleum the supporters. He petroleum his supporters because the ideas of NASA were like the exact opposite of the Jubilee. So when he shook that hand, a
Now,
good
what are you
number
talking
turned
about?
against him.
What are you talking about?
Although hold your horses, please. I
I'll
beg.
say, so,
Duke, make your point fast enough. Time is running out.
okay, I'm done. If you have question, you can ask me now.
Okay, Mr. Duke. Now you are starting a story that you don't even know, because look, when I watched the news today, Mudavadi said that they are already starting. They have begun to solve the problem in NASA. So the problem in NASA is even, it is not yet a betrayal. It is, they are just, you see, they're just quarreling because they think that you know what is happening in NASA. Okay, and no Kenyan, look, no Kenyan is bothered with the betrayal. All Kenyans want is a good leader. You see, we don't care about who gave who promise.
You are speaking, when you say no Kenyans and you are one person, that's a mistake, is not right.
No,
when you say no Kenyans, do you know what's the meaning of no Kenyans? When you say no Kenyans, what do you mean?
Okay.
When you say no Kenyans,
look,
so you don't speak for all Kenyans.
This
You
is
are one
something that is
person.
out there. This is
Yes,
something that
but
is
when
out there for
you
everyone
cannot
to
say
see.
no Kenyans.
This is something that is out there for everyone to see. Like the way you always say.
Bernard, you are. Why is this guy interrupting?
Enough.
We need to hear points of Duke.
You people
Let
from
Duke
UDA
finish.
always think. You people from UDA, you always
You
think
people
that
of
Mount
ODM.
Kenya,
You people
Mount
of
Kenya.
ODM, can you keep quiet?
Okay,
Why
hold
are
on,
you?
everyone. Order, Ndeto, order. Now, Duke, before I let you go, you said that the UDA is good for the deputy president. Does that make it good for Kenya?
That I said UDA is good and it may be victorious because of several reasons. One, I said the reader is qualified. So that's, I did not say UDA is good
Are you
for
serious
Ruto.
by that? Are you serious by that statement?
What do you mean by I'm not serious?
Mute this person. Mute this person, Bernard. Mute order. We need order.
My friend,
That is very unfair. Why is he?
Hold on. Ndeto
When something about Ruto, when something about Raila is touched, this guy is so reactive.
Yeah, are you the bodyguard of Ruto?
He is a defender of Raila also. Can you mute him?
Ndeto, I'm asking a question.
Ask me,
somebody
Bernard.
is a defender of Raila, okay? Does that mean you have to be a defender of Ruto because somebody is a defender of Raila?
Ruto's agents are not heckling. They are listening. Why should you not mute this person?
Sawa, thank you. I understand where you're coming from. There was Simon, he dropped out. Can we hear from Martin and then Ibrahim? And then we take our round, starting with no, I had promised Ndeto first before the second round begin. Martin, are you there?
Yes, I am.
Yeah, please briefly give your submission in like 3 minutes.
Okay.
I thank you, Bernard, for the opportunity to also add my voice to this discussion. I have been following it. I think number one, I want to start with the point that all of us here, let us give one another an opportunity to express themselves. We have the right not to agree or to agree with what they say, but it's the democratic right of everyone to give their opinions. And let not somebody's opinions infuriate you. That's their democratic right. Yeah. I think we need to be tolerant. Let us just be tolerant. We accuse leaders of a lot of things, but even at a personal level, we are not able, or we commit the same crimes or mistakes that our leaders commit. Yeah. So let us just cultivate a culture of listening to one another. If you do not agree with a point, you have an opportunity to rebut, and I think Bernard is giving people opportunities to do that. Other than that, I want to say, at a personal level, I am okay with either Baba or Ruto or Mudavadi or Wetangula or Kalonzo becoming president. At the end of the day, they are Kenyans, yeah? So it is not something that would worry me so much because Baba is becoming president or Ruto is becoming president, because I think that is one of the problems that we have. We put it in our mind that that person cannot be president, or it has to be this person who has to be the president, so that when the person that we don't think should be president becomes president, we are unable to live in this country. So anybody, any Kenyan can become, including Bernard, you can become president. And as a Kenyan, I can vote for another person. But once you become elected president, you are my president anyway. What can I do? What we must do is to put pressure on leaders so that they focus on the things that matter to Kenyans, not to give them an opportunity to focus on things that are not important to us. For instance, we all agree on this platform that the economy is not doing so well. So we have a responsibility to make sure that the people who are offering themselves to be elected as president address themselves to the question of the economy. Because you see, the economy affects everyone, whether you have voted for one or you have not voted for the other person.
Martin. Just a minute,
Yeah?
Martin. One moment. Please, everybody, the screen is too dark. If you don't have to remain behind the curtain, let's see your face. The people watching need to see faces on this screen. Thank you. Martin, continue.
Also, I am saying there are things that we can agree on this platform. For instance, we agree that the economy is not doing so well. We agree that the debt is a serious problem in this country. So we need now to force leaders to address themselves to those questions. We also know that, people are hurting, there are no jobs. We also need to focus on, the recovery of the economy. For instance, if you look at if I could talk about parents, for example, the school calendar for this year, children are just having a 1-month holiday this year, which they already enjoyed. And for the rest of this year, they are going to only have 1-week breaks. Yeah. So that puts pressure on parents insofar as payment of school fees is concerned. So some of these things don't find, we do not see them being addressed a lot. Even on platforms like these ones, we are always, discussing here UDA and whatever. Yes, UDA is a new, party. ODM is a party that has been there. Jubilee is a party that has been there. If Jubilee is dying, let it die. Nobody is going to cry a lot because Jubilee has died anyway. Even other parties have died before. We had Ford, it was very strong, it died. That is not what is important. Even UDA is, if insofar as party politics is concerned, Bernard, before I go, there is a lot of excitement on UDA, and it is understandable because it is a new party that will always be there. The challenges that ODM is going through is not the same challenges that UDA is going through because of the fact that ODM is an old party, it's been there. But as UDA, now continues to grow and to become more old, it is now going to start, experiencing those problems. As you can see, Jubilee, even before its 5th birthday, it's all, facing collapse, So sometimes you have to give credit to ODM, even with all its problems. At least it's been able to survive not 1 or 2 elections. If you look at Jubilee, it does not look like it is going to survive for 2 elections. So Jubilee dying is not a crisis. People will move on to other parties, because politicians have to survive anyway. I do not think that Jubilee dying is such a big concern for us. I mean, it was a vehicle to get President Uhuru elected. He was elected. He is retiring. I mean, what is the worst that can happen because Jubilee has died? Siache ikufe tu. That's not a concern for Kenyans. Kama UDA inakuja ni sawa tu ikuje, kama itasaidia mwenye anataka kutafuta kura na hicho chama kukuwa elected, that's okay also. My point is, Bernard, yeah?
Martin, can you please mind your don't care attitude? Because when you talk of like wacha ikufe, no, these things we need them, man. They're here to shape the country. So if we just say wacha, you let everything flew without actually, trying to put regulations, we lose value because as much as that.
Thank you, Mosima.
Yeah.
You have made your point.
And
Let
at
Matthew
the same
respond
and,
to you.
Martin, there is that aspect of proactive. When we have been given leaders to choose, and then you say let anyone be a president, even if Raila is a president, we don't care. We have seen these people. We need to prevent bad people from getting into power. Instead of starting nurturing somebody who's corrupt already in the government, let's hold him first before he gets there. It will be better that way than treating a disease. Let's prevent a disease than to treat it.
Mosima, that's a good point. I understand your concerns, but you also, somebody can come here and argue and say that if you look at South Africa, for example, the ANC has been there for more than 100 years. Yeah, there is a sense in which a person can come and say some of the problems that you see in South Africa today are because of the failed leadership of the ANC. So you have a party that is 100 years old, but it also comes with its own baggage, When I say I am not being carefree, what I am saying, I see Kenyans putting a lot of emotions into parties, and that is not healthy for us.
That information I don't think I have. Wekesa, can you confirm that ANC is 100 years old?
It is.
No. Do you know the time South Africa got independence? When you talk about 100 years, what was the year?
Yes, 1994.
There was government.
So what do you mean by 100 years?
No, Wekesa, you need to be informed. ANC is more than 100 years old. South Africa got independence in 1994, but ANC as a party is one of the oldest political parties in Africa, together with CCM. ANC is very old. It's been there for a while.
When you say 100 years, it means you have checked. So let's go and
between a movement. You have to differentiate between a movement and a party. A party has to be registered legally within a nation to be a party because it was a movement before, and it was not even operating in South Africa. So it was operating out of South Africa. So it became a party.
It was founded in 1912.
So I am right in saying it is more than 100 years. I know what I am saying, Bernard. ANC was formed in 1912. So I am quite right in asserting that point. But what I am saying is, now you disturbed my trail of thoughts. Yeah. In terms of the concern that Mosima is having, saying, we need to be careful, we need to be concerned. That's okay, Mosima. But you know what I believe actually? My belief is that the entire political class, both in opposition and in government, is incapable of, taking Kenya to the next level, the level that we are, because they are too conflicted, they have been around for too long. So I don't believe that there is anybody in the political class as is currently constituted who is capable or is clean enough to take Kenya to the next level.
Lying,
That
my
is my
friend. I
honest
don't
belief.
like that. I don't like what you are saying, my friend. You are people who are just full of hypocrisy. You don't just want to be honest. That is why you are piling everything together.
Martin is right. No.
You don't want to
Martin
be.
is
You
right.
don't want to be honest.
You will be given opportunity to counter
David,
whatever that has been said. Let him
You don't
finish
want
his
to be
statement,
honest.
then you will respond.
You are piling everything together and throwing to the rubbish. We must be honest. All these politicians are different. We just don't want to see because we are clouded by tribal judgment.
Okay, Martin, continue.
Bernard, that's okay. It's okay for Bernard to have, for David Olo to have that opinion. That's opinion. I cannot begrudge him for having a
It's
different
okay. You don't
opinion
have
from
to
me.
tell me. I know I'm okay. That's why I'm saying it. You don't have to justify it for me.
Olo, please, let's be civil on this one. There is no need of personal exchange. Martin, conclude your submission. We move on.
It is my considered opinion, Bernard, that the current political class, both in opposition and in government, because of having been around for too long, and you know, I can also say that at some point they have been on the same political side with the rest, is incapable or unwilling of making the sacrifices that are needed by the political class to take this country to the next level. That is what I
My
believe.
friend, you don't know what you are talking about. You don't know.
No, please. Olo,
Do you
you're
know
out
the
of order.
sacrifices
Olo, you're out
that
of
people have
order.
made? Do you know
Please,
the
Goja
sacrifices
Kwanza.
that people have made, my friend? Do you know how
You
people have died?
Hold on, Olo,
No,
please.
I
Stay
just
in order. You're getting out of order, and it's not healthy for the debate.
You know,
Let
Mr. Bernard,
Martin express his
I'm
view.
interjecting
You will
actually.
have
Let
a
me
counter
let me
response.
let me say one word, and it's this
Okay,
one.
Mosima.
Always you have to know that a good leader has to be a good listener. When people are listening to you and their turn comes, you have to do the same. So I'm seeing David losing that very key aspect in terms of,
We have been listening for so long. We have
I
been
know,
listening to
and
leaders.
I've
We
watched you.
have been
And at the
listening
same
for so
time,
long, and we are not
the
going to entertain that.
contributions normally,
Okay, it's
the
okay.
contributions that we
Order,
put on these
everybody.
platforms can, they can be used against. We are young people. We are growing. You'll be surprised that whenever you be in future, this thing actually something is being played, and you depict some attitudes that can pin you down and lose a very boring thing that you could be fighting for. So let's be composed, man. This thing, don't take it personal.
I'm not taking it personal.
No,
You are
I'm
the
talking.
ones who thinks that I'm taking it personal. If it were that I always take it
The
personal, I can't
observations
even
we made.
survive.
These are observations. You don't
Let's
know.
move
It's
away
only
from
that
that.
go
Order,
replay
not
this.
taking it
After this,
personal.
play this thing
Order.
and watch what you did. It will tell
No,
you exactly.
I will really love it. I do play and I do watch.
I think
How can I hate
Martin is
myself?
making a good point.
Hold on.
If you can just give Martin a chance to finish what he was saying.
Okay, thank you, Angela. Martin, conclude your
So
submission.
I think,
And then if there is a question, you will ask after he has finished his submission. Let us move forward. Let's not get stuck in one place and we go through circles. The people who are watching and following are suffering if we go in circles on one point. Thank you, Martin, please.
thank you, Bernard. So I was making the last point, which was that my considered view, and I would expect people to have a view different from mine, is that our political class in its entirety, both in opposition and in government, are incapable or unwilling of making sacrifices that would take this country to the next level. And my reason for that, I was saying, at some point in their political life, you will find that some of these people have played for the same league, if I could use those words, yeah. I also find them too much. And when you stay for so long in politics or in the political arena, sometimes you become conflicted, Bernard. You find that you owe some people some favors, you strike some friendships with some people, such that when you get into office, you are unable to make some of the hard decisions that are required of you as a leader, but which are good for the nation, but might not be good for your friends. So that's why I say that. But of course, I expect that people can have different opinions, and I respect that, and I anticipate that. Otherwise, that's okay. That's my submission for now.
Okay, can I ask can I say something about what Martin has said?
A comment or a question?
A comment, like
okay.
60 seconds,
You have 20
70
seconds.
seconds.
Yeah.
Okay, I just want to tell Mr. Patrick that he's not honest. There is some, he is supporting a particular ideal, but he doesn't want us to know. That is why he started by a don't care attitude. Then when he's ending the same way we've just seen some people always speak. You know, there are some people who always, when they want to convince you to vote for them, they remove themselves from whoever is present there. Then they behave like they are outsiders in that situation. You know, one thing, you can't say that someone has been doing nothing and you've never given him authority to lead the country. And then right now, you are crying, you are telling us that, oh, this person, he has been doing nothing, blah, blah, blah. Okay, if you can do something in opposition, then why does Ruto want to be president? Why doesn't he do what he wants to do in opposition? If opposition can work, we know very well that opposition doesn't work. You spend a lot of money, your election is stolen. Like, do you know how much money Raila has used in all those elections that has been stolen? People like Kalonzo, they don't support him with so much funds. He's the one to hustle everything. And then after hustling, you campaign, you come there, it is stolen, you go start afresh. People are incited against you. You know, so we must also understand those things as people.
Okay, thank you. You made your point. Now we are going to hear from Deto. I had promised that. Then from Deto, we hear from Jones, and then Ken, in that order.
Okay, thank you so much, Bernard. I've been so patient, and I would request that you give me some significant time so that I finish also on my submission.
You have a
I
full
was
5 minutes. Your full 5
okay.
minutes meet, and please stay in the middle of the road. And then the rest of the panel, please hold your horses. If you have a question, write it down so that you'll be given opportunity to counter whatever that he has said in the 5 minutes. It is now a minute after 3 a.m. Carry on.
Okay, thank you so much. So I will begin by saying today I noted something very new at Kilifi South. And there is this ODM MP who attacked Ruto in his presence. And he was saying that the status of roads there are bad. And it's like also Ruto came with a helicopter. And she was also trying to like also attack Aisha Jumwa, which to me, I do not have any, maybe any opposition to it. But I like how Ruto responded to him on face, that his office is open, and if they feel they are behind in terms of economy, that is not something to go and keep sharing in a funeral ceremony. They should go in the offices because they understand one another and they bring about the change or economic change that is required. And that is how leaders should behave, not the issue of selling a narrative that is not adding water. The other point is I was trying to draw a very important point when I was giving the examples of Kabuchai, Bonchari, Juja, Mogoga, and Kiamba, where I was trying to say that, yes, Ford Kenya can be part of NASA. But the reason why we are debating here is because Ruto has come up with a new party, which is UDA. So if NASA was made of several parties, then what is bad? You know, URP was part of the Jubilee. So they had that coalition. And for Jubilee, it's like they welded it from TNA, URP, all those. But for NASA, I think the parties remained independent. So I do not see any difference between NASA as a coalition and Jubilee as a coalition. As far as Ruto has a UDA party, it is still the same. We have seen what Musalia Mudavadi is doing. Kalonzo with his wiper. That is Weta with his Ford Kenya. All those people are not together. The very same picture that is in Jubilee. But since Ruto is like he brought URP to an end, so he is trying to navigate and get some independence also. So when we hear about the breakdown of Jubilee, let us also be able to analyze that way for NASA and also for Jubilee. Another thing is about the statistics that we have seen in the previous by-elections. We have seen UDA is the youngest party in the political space. but it has taken part in all those by-elections. And I've not seen anywhere where Ruto scored something like 0. He has scored, in fact, very good votes. That shows that this guy is a choice of the people. If you look at Central Province, this guy is amassing a lot of votes, which is Uhuru's territory. But we have not seen ODM or NASA as a coalition or other party coming to try if the central region can vote for them. I think that's one part of where NASA is losing, because if they are not taking part in the national kind of positions, then in one way it will remain a tribal party. Another point, I'm talking about the bottom-up approach. You know, this is a thing that has been talked by many, but I would like to express it in a summary. When we hear about bottom-up, it's about starting with a specific business. So, under specific business, we mean these are the small businesses in the market where these people require licenses. We have seen, like the previous government of Nairobi, the Kidero government, they were subsidizing licenses for small businesses. I think this is the same concept that Ruto has or UDA has in mind when they talk about maybe improving business among the people. And also, the loaning they are talking about, like, you know, currently we have, I think, 300 and something constituencies. It is 200 and something constituencies where they get 29 billion accumulatively. So Ruto said he will add another 30 billion so that to ensure that these small specific businesses, the Mama Boga and other businesses, can have some money in form of small loans with low interest so that to sustain these businesses. And also, I believe also there are things like tax holidays and also free licensing. So those are some of the things that will cater specific small businesses. After small businesses, we get up to industry.
Later you'll be summarizing, you're on your last minute.
Okay, so we get to industry. Industry, it means something to do with the Juakali. Juakali, we have seen Ruto supporting the concept of technical and vocational training, where is equipping young people with a lot of skills so that to make them suitable when it comes to the industry of Juakali. We have seen what is happening in Kamukunji. And if those guys, young people, are empowered, then we shall be able to expand our industrial power. And also there is also the essence of sectors. We have 7 sectors in the country, including agriculture, tourism, manufacturing, transport and infrastructure, ICT, building and construction. If all these sectors, because at the end of the day, they accumulate a lot of money. Like if it is tourism, the money that comes in, is it well managed so that it may not be misappropriated? If it is money coming from agriculture, is it well managed? So at the end of the day, it will add up to the government income. So by using good structures, I believe the 8 sectors will also be managed so that to bring about flowing of money in the country. Finally, it's about local economy.
Thank you, your time is up.
Finally,
sorry.
1 minute, please. 1 minute.
No, you have spoken
Bernard,
for 8 minutes. Let us. It is 8
I'm
minutes.
on the clock. I'm on the clock, Bernard.
No, acha tafadhali. You will reserve the other points. You're going to share in another round. You don't have to share everything at a go.
I have a question for Deto.
Okay, Angela, ask your question.
Deto sounds like an advertisement for Ruto. Like I keep on telling my friend here.
Are you telling or asking a question? Ask a question, Angela, not telling. Ask a question.
For your question, Deto, you are too sensitive for this platform. What is it? And you are the man here now.
Okay,
Angela, ask the question.
let me ask Neto a question. First of all, he sounds like an advertisement for Ruto. Number two, is Central Kenya? Are there not other Kenyans in Kenya? Is Central Kenya, is it all about Central? Because the moment we start thinking only about our region, we are not helping anything. We should have a vision for the whole country, because the reason why we're in the dilemma we are in right now is because we are so narrow-minded in terms of tribe, and we only think that the only thing that is happening in Kenya is what is happening in say, for instance, like in my case, Nyeri. You know, there's Mandera, the other regions, Mombasa, there's Western, there's Nyanza, there's Tana River, there's everywhere in Kenya, and all these. And the reason why I feel so bad when I hear people talking badly about Uhuru and the
Is
fact
that a question?
he has not done
Is that
anything
a
in
question?
Central is that he is a country, the president of Kenya and not Central. So just answer
Okay.
whether Central
Let
is
me
the whole of
respond.
Kenya.
Let me respond to you. Let me respond. What I will tell you, Angela, is I did not mean that we are still in tribal cocoons. I meant that Deputy President is taking part in every election across the country. We have seen him in Kisii, we have seen him in Bungoma, also in Central, and even in Rift Valley. So I'm not here like to market anyone. I'm just here to tell you that the national leaders, the national parties like the one we are calling NASA, the one we are calling Jubilee and UDA, we should see them everywhere. Like the way you are seeing even these leaders campaigning from every corner of this country. So it's not something about how Wakikuyu they support who. No, but remember, finally, elections are, they depend so much on
way
statistics.
of continuing from where you left. Thank you so much for your response. Let's hear from Wekesa. Then he's been on hold for a long time. And please, let's redeem time so that we give everybody enough time to share their opinion. Wekesa, then we go to Jones.
Thank you, Bwana Chair. I've listened to the debate, but maybe I want this. I've just been thinking, and that's why I decided to keep quiet. Not that I didn't have questions. In fact, I have listed questions from the first speaker to the last one. But at some point, I thought like it's not necessary to ask each and every person a question. Sometimes it's just good to give them time and listen to them. And what I'm thinking is how can we raise a trajectory in this discussion? The people listening to us, is there a difference between us regurgitating the sound bites that happen in political rallies? The things that Ruto says is what Ruto supporters are saying here. The things that Raila says is what Raila supporters are saying there. The question is, and I keep asking, have we put our brains in a deep freezer that we don't want to think? My friend, come here on the platform with your brains and engage us in something that challenges our mind. I want to see that I spent.
I think you
yes.
okay, do
Leave the
submission,
banner alone.
not
Just
lecturing
continue with
the
your
member.
submission.
Do your submissions, not lecturing us.
This is my submission, and this is my submission. I
You're
have taken
discussing
that
individuals.
perspective. That is my perspective. Kindly respect my perspective. I
You're not
didn't even
discussing the
like
panelists.
I didn't like your submission, but I respected you. I let
Are you
it
discussing the panelists
allowed
or
you to
the
say what you
political?
were saying.
Now, order. Who is that? Please,
That is my introductory
Mtembe, drop
remarks.
the banner. I want to know the person.
I was doing an introductory, a preamble to my submission, and my submission will be very short, to the point. So what I'm saying is that let's engage so that we grow a debate that anybody listening, because this thing is even going to YouTube. You can even look 3 days later or even 1 month later, you look at the debate and you say, yeah, that was a meaningful engagement. What I wanted to ask my brother who was saying that Yangu Kumi and Yako Kumi, that was Duke. It means that the president had betrayed his brother, William Ruto. It's partly true and not true. But also, I don't know why it should be our concern, because if we talk about the politics of betrayal, then the whole history of Kenya is full of betrayal. We will start listing the betrayals from the founders of this country to now the incumbent. But my concern on the Yangu Kumi and the Yako Kumi is, if I tell you support me 10 years, and then I'll support you 10 years, and you support me 5 years and start demanding your 10 years, you have already broken the promise. Because somebody began to ask for his 10 years after the 5 years of Uhuru's reign, when he was just elected, newly elected in the office, that is 2017, they began this script of Yangu Kumi. So, and the president said, we have just been elected, we need to work. So they were not to be just there to be elected for 10 years. They were to work for 10 years. And the first 5 years they worked together, and we give them a congratulation. Now, the second 5 years, they came up with something called the Big Four. Now, instead of supporting me, the Big Four, so that I complete my 10 years and I say, this is what I promised Kenyans, and in 10 years, we too have achieved this. You abandon the Big Four and start campaigning for 2022. So in a nutshell, you are telling me, in the span of the 20 years we had planned to work together, I give you 10 years, and then I pick my 10 years. You have given me 5 years, and you are picking the 15, because you have started. In fact, he isolated all the MPs that were elected on Jubilee to support the government agenda and to himself. And they started even telling us how they have tyranny of numbers. They start even telling the president how the ground is hostile. They start telling the president how vitu kwa ground is different. And they still expect the president to honorably honor that deal. It's like a wife whom you have married and paid dowry, and every night you come to home, there is no food. She has gone to the party and she sleeps there, and she comes in the morning and she says, I'm still your wife. No, it doesn't make sense. So let's reason through what we are saying. It's not just about the sound bites that you say it, Yangu Kumi, and even the marriage vows are censured. And sometimes you are asked whether there was actually a marriage or that is a nullity, whether the marriage really existed, whether there was even a consummation. So we need to ask ourselves those hard questions and not just allow us to regurgitate the sound bites in the political rallies that somebody says this, so he must honor. Another thing I wanted to talk about is Jubilee dead? No, Jubilee is not dead. It depends on them. If they want it to die, it can die. But even me, that is not the greatest concern. My greatest concern is, why is it that Kenyans are interested? Okay, they are happy when they hear UDA has come and Jubilee is dying. The same person you are excited about UDA had something called URP. Ask him, where did URP go? It's just in 5 years, he allowed it to die. And so if he was not able, and if you get a track record of the URP, you realize that there was never, since they created that party, there was never an election. There were never officials elected. So that means in terms of party management, this person failed because he created an entity that never lived even to see the formal structures of an institution. And so Kenyans are not thinking. And the reason why we need these parties is because we want to call people to accountability and say that the URP stands for this, TNA stands for this, Jubilee stands for this, ODM stands for this, ANC stands for this. So how comes we are not getting those services that the party stands for, the ideals, the values? A society is built out of values. And if we cannot inculcate values in a party, then we miss the point. Then another person came up with an argument and told us that UDA is the youngest party, and yet it is national and it's winning elections. That's a fallacy. In Kenya, and the reason why when we were discussing UDA, and some of us are replacing UDA with Ruto, because parties are personalized. We have created personality cults such that you can interchangeably talk about UDA and Ruto. And now, because we have created the personality cults and we are interchangeably changing people with the parties, then we can also say that UDA is as old as Ruto's political years. So as long as he has been in politics for 29 or 30 years, that is how old UDA is. As long as Raila has been
That
in
is a
politics,
lie. That is a lie.
30,
I cannot listen to a lie,
I am
Wekesa.
saying it's a hypothesis.
It is
I have
very
not
1
even
year.
said it's a truth. I have not said it's a truth. I have given you an inference where I'm saying if we have reduced parties to personality cults where you can interchange the name of a party and the person that created it, then we can say its popularity is synonymous to the person who created it. Another thing why I'm saying it's not the youngest party, compare UDA and Pepsi.
That
is fallacious. That
Please
is
begin to
fallacious.
conclude. And Deto, if you don't stay in order, we're going to drop you from the panel.
That I never asked you any question, and I was very patient because you talked for too long, but I never even asked you a question. And it's not like I agreed with everything you said. So give me time, I submit, and then you can ask, I will respond.
Wekesa,
So
Wekesa, argue with somebody, see their faces in the platform. Okay, go ahead.
Okay. So the last thing I want to submit, because I want to take, and I don't want to take you long, is that idea. And I'm saying that Pep, that one for Moses Kuria, is even younger than the UDA, and it has even performed better in terms of when you compare the results of Juja and Kiamba. Results of Juja, Pep got 70%, and this other one has got just 50%. So don't just lecture to us, and you're not giving us facts which can be analyzed. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Wekesa. If there's no question arising from there, we move.
Let me ask a question, Bernard. I have a question for Wekesa. What do you mean when you say UDA is not the youngest? And we know it was registered the other day.
Now, that's where you missed the point. For you, I will ask you, if I ask you about your age, is your age equivalent to the biological years or the years when you got to baptized with a new name? So UDA was there in parliament and it has even 1 or 2 MPs. It was only rebranded the same way ODM Kenya was rebranded to Wiper. So don't tell us because it was rebranded, it became a new entity. So you are not as old as your new name.
Okay,
Yes.
Wekesa, let me clarify something.
And then when we use
Why
that,
then?
wait first. If we use the analogy of age, if we use the analogy of age, then
Order,
Fort Kenya
everybody.
is one of
Thank you.
the oldest,
Thank
and
you.
Kanu is
Thank
the
you,
Are we
oldest.
Wekesa.
speaking?
Hold on, please. Let's
Wekesa,
have
Wekesa.
order. Neto,
Okay.
you are asking a question, okay? Not
Let
an
me.
opportunity to make your
It is not
submission.
an opportunity. It's a feedback
So
that
respond to the question. Are you as
10
old as
seconds.
the date of birth, or are you as old as the day you got your ID?
It's bad. But listen, you see Wekesa the way he is phrasing it. Then why is it a problem when Ruto is coming out of Jubilee, and also we have witnessed NASA getting back to its constituents, like those very few parties that make it.
I don't want us to open a new debate on NASA and all that. Ndeto, just for point of information, NASA was a coalition, Jubilee was a party, and it had different parties. So you comparing NASA and Jubilee is comparing two different entities in terms of a coalition has cluster of different parties which are still independent and they are functioning autonomously. But Jubilee collapsed all the parties into one, so they all became Jubilee. And when now Ruto moves away from Jubilee, it's moving from one single party, not a cluster of parties. It's different from when somebody withdraws from NASA, he withdraws as a party, because NASA is a creation of different parties, not a collapsing of different parties into one.
Bernard. So
yes, Moses. Moses, what is the matter?
Is Kanu part of Jubilee?
Kanu is working in harmony with Jubilee, but it did not collapse itself to join Jubilee.
So last election, Kanu supported Jubilee. So like
Kanu entered into a post-election agreement with Jubilee. The rest of URP, TNA, and TIP and the rest entered. They collapsed themselves to join Jubilee before the election.
Even PNU is part of Jubilee, right?
Mr.
It's not part of Jubilee. It collapsed itself to emerge as Jubilee. So you had to accept PNU to die. You had to accept TIP to die. You had to accept URP to die so that Jubilee can be created. There's a difference between NASA and Jubilee.
But they formed the Jubilee to become a coalition. Even Kenya was a part of Jubilee. Before Martha Karua.
No, now that is misinformation, Moses. Let's hear from Jones.
Yeah, I think sometimes our discussion gets lost in a lot of side, kind of like a side shows, because now we're here talking about acronyms, TIP, UD. I mean, it's just too much. And really, at the end of the day, what we're asking, what is the, we're told to judge people by the content of their character, right? And now, and you can extend that to say, we need to judge our parties by the character of our parties. It does not matter which party that we're talking about, but the party that we're then going to put our votes in, we have to look at the party and judge the party and the leadership in that party by the content of the character of those people. And so far, we have not been able to see that. Neto has come here and given us a summary of what he thinks is the manifesto of UDA, which UDA has not even released a manifesto, but Ndeto seems to already have it. But now the issue that Ndeto is not willing to tell us is that why Ruto left Jubilee. Did Ruto leave Jubilee because now he has a difference of opinion on what the program for the country should be? And it's not true. Ruto left Jubilee because he's unhappy with the handshake. And the only reason he's unhappy with the handshake with Raila, because he felt
Just a moment, Jones. One moment, Jones. Please look here. Everybody mute your mic so that there is no feedback. And if you have a question, note it down. You will respond when it's time for questioning the person who has submitted. Let's not turn this platform into a market place where we are doing unnecessary exchanges and waste time on nothing.
Yes.
Sawa. So keep your mic mute until it's your turn to speak, so that there's no feedback that creates noise. Jones, go ahead.
So until President Kenyatta went and shook hands with the Honorable Mr. Raila, the marriage between Uhuru Kenyatta and Ruto was like a match made in heaven, right? The manifesto which they had, he was very, very okay with it. And now that he has left and he's trying to tell us that now he has some sort of a new manifesto, did he leave Jubilee because of his new manifesto? And the answer to that question is no. He left Jubilee because now he felt that because of this handshake might interfere with his goal of becoming president. And now he has turned it around where he's now using this phobia that the people of Mount Kenya have for Raila to now enhance his popularity in Mount Kenya, where he now goes to Mount Kenya and says, hey, look, you guys now have this guy, Raila, who's the boogeyman. He's now going to be in government. And you need to be very cautious and start now looking at a UDA. So really, at the end of the day, we have to look at the content of the character of these parties. Because at the end of the day, you cannot govern a country by yourself. Nobody can govern a country by yourself. You have to have a political outfit. There has to be a political party, which is then going to be able to govern the country. And there's nothing, UDA itself does not have a structure of governance inside their party. How the hell are they going to govern a country? And, and then again, going back to my original point, these guys did not leave. They're not leaving Jubilee because of a policy. They're not leaving Jubilee because of manifesto. They're not leaving Jubilee because they don't agree with the programs that Jubilee has had for Kenya. The only reason they're leaving is because now they don't want this situation where they have to join. Maybe Uhuru Kenyatta was trying to join Raila and Ruto, and then maybe give us some sort of a peaceful country. But when you want power all to yourself, then you're forced people to choose, and there's nothing to choose. There's not really anything to choose. There's no content. There's no content in the characters who are running for office, and there's no content in their parties. And until they're able to give us something, we really don't have anything here to be talking about parties or parties or characters. And we really need to be focusing on what content do we want to get out of these people? What do we want from them? I don't know if there's any objections, because we come here and we agree. When we all sit here, we agree. We want a peaceful country. We want a country which doesn't have tribalism. We want a country that doesn't have politics. That doesn't have poverty. But at the end of the day, when somebody is given that ballot, the only thing in their mind is their tribe. They go there, they vote, and they put the ballot in the ballot box. So unfortunately, we also have to address that issue of tribalism. We have to address the issue of this tyranny of numbers, and it's unfortunate because you cannot run away from this idea of tyranny of numbers. These guys are all trying to position themselves so that they can then have a tyranny, and this tyranny has to do with you need to get a party from this community. You need to go and talk to another person from this community, bring them together and run the board. That's all they're trying to do. No, there's no content in their parties, and we need to stop being misguided when we hear somebody trying to cheat us that there's anything such as a bottoms up economics, which is any different, because there's no difference between what Indeto was saying about supporting SMEs from what Jubilee has already been doing. He actually told us that Kidero was already doing it, and Kidero was a member of the ODM party. So there's no difference between this kind of economic sort of policy, which has been packaged in some sort of a populist way to get people excited. There's nothing new about bottoms-up economics that Mr. Ndeto has described. There's nobody who is against the Mamamboga. There is nobody who is against lowering the cost of licenses so that people are able to do business. There's nobody who is against looking at the taxation and deciding, at which level should we begin to tax people. There's nobody who is against any of those things. And I'm sure if you were to sit down Ruto and you sat down Uhuru Kenyatta and you sat down Raila together on the same table and ask them whether we should, find a way to reduce the cost of licenses for mama bogas, they would all say yes. They're all gonna sit there and say, yeah, we should do that. Yeah, we should do that. So there's no argument there. That's not the argument. The argument here is really, why are these people leaving parties instead of building the party, building the democracies in the party, and then building governance in the country through the political parties, which we already have. We don't need new parties. In the same way, we don't need new churches.
I agree with Jones. This idea of people taking parties as if they are some kind of I don't know what. If Jubilee breaks down, this has no relevance to Kenya and its development. These are just vehicles that politicians use. There used to be a KANU, it's still there, but it was once the biggest party. There used to be DP, the Democratic Party. There was TNA, there was URP. They've all broken down, and it doesn't even really matter. What are we here for? Are we here for looking at Kenya and having a vision for Kenya, or are we here as a cult supporting one person as if they are going to give us everything? And these are people who have already proved in the past that they are not. And we are so here advertising for them, and we are here speaking for them as if even we've even spoken to them in person. And these people, just like John said, let us look at the content of somebody's character. A leopard does not change its spots. This person who is lying to you that they're going to do bottom up, they're lying to you. It's a big lie. So let's not agree to be lied to. If these guys have lied to us for too long, they've divided us for too long, guys. Let us I believe that the first step in this forum growing is for people to completely forget about their tribes. Forget your Luo, forget your Kikuyu. Let's be Kenyans.
Asante, Angela. Thank you so much. I'm sorry my net misbehaved, but we will continue. Let's hear from Ernest Mukenya and continue from there.
First, I want to make a statement.
Hi,
can you hear me?
Hold on, Ernest. One moment. Nelson?
How are you?
I'm fine, thank you.
I was just reminding you that I'm also here. I had Ernest.
I've seen you. Thank you very much. And you're online. Thank you. Let's hear from Mkenya kwanza. Moses kwanza, we hiyo kitu na kuachia. So we subiri, utakuwa chair. No, let's hear from Kenya, then we'll proceed. Thank you.
Okay. First, I think the discussion is very nice. I want first to make a statement. Politics is not about truth, but about creating a narrative of a certain good person or a good entities. Even if the person is useless, even when somebody is not even productive, especially in our country where many people or the large number of people are not educated, like they are not scholars. That's why maybe any social media that involves short clips is the famous. You find that what we are actually discussing is very funny in that somebody want to say like maybe Ruto is I think is Ajara was saying like there are some who are known to be the worst thieves. I'm worried to say that the current political class, like one of us had said, the current political class has nothing to do with sacrifice. They are cutting shortcuts either for their family, for their own, and citizens have also joined them. They want a shortcut gain, a way that you can gain very fast. My view is that or integrity, none of them qualifies. I think those who should qualify are kina Mukisa Kitui and such. But when we talk of sijui Uhuru, sijui Ruto, sijui Raila, those people, I think they are not right. Jubilee is dead for now. I think UDA is live, and it is able to beat and organize. Somebody has said that UDA has no structures, but I am worried that there is a party without a good organization, and it is beating Jubilee, which is organized. You know, if you're beaten by somebody who is not organized, then it shows that you're actually very weak. So I think my thought is that in Kenya, the current politics is about creating narratives. It's not about the Kenyan at heart. And this is a highest bidder. Whoever comes maybe with a very convincing statement, he seems to win. Accidentally, we have joined the league. You can find that all of us are celebrating. Maybe somebody has said that maybe Laila has been done a lot of sacrifice.
You know, Mr. Bernard, just 1 second. I think, Mkenya has said something that I don't think we can allow to just pass. He's suggesting that because UDA has won the election in Kiamba, that then Jubilee is a very weak party, even if they have structures. But I don't think winning an election on tribal line, introducing tribalism into an election and then winning does not make you stronger.
I think
Bernard, I think it's very fair for Jones to give. I think it's very fair for Jones to give Ernest Mkenya time to give out his opinion, regardless or notwithstanding.
Okay, hold on, Nelson. You are doing the same thing. You are telling me to stop. So let's do this. Kenya, make your submission, okay? Then after you will hear from kids. Then Nelson, then Moses, then Nelson. Mkenya, continue.
So my simple statement is that actually, when we talk of tribalism, I don't think Ruto is going on the tribalistic way. The only thing I think is he is a crafty man, if I can say like that. He's a person who is able to go in between the lines and he is able to achieve the goal. Like, okay, Jones may feel like it was wrong for them to win, but you see, they won. The only thing I can say is that at one point we need to.
Moses, you have not mute your mic. Moses, mute your mic.
The issue of tribalism, the only thing we can do is we as Kenyans be able to distance ourselves from that. But the current game in our country, especially in politics, I think it is much more of whoever will get this seat will be able to maybe to get the best from the seat. That's why I think no one wants to retire. All of us want to stay there. And maybe that's the handshake now, the spirit. Obviously, some will say handshake will reduce tribalism, but I don't think there is anything to do with tribalism on basis of handshake. It's an issue of creating something, crafty thing. But I think Ruto is more crafty, and I am actually watching several crafty people who are trying to compete, and maybe we shall vote for the craftiest. Thank you.
Why are we so comfortable with having crafty leaders? Why are we so comfortable with having leaders who are conniving, scheming? Why don't we try to get leaders who actually do have a vision for Kenya? I know that currently we are dealing with politicians who have been politicians for many years, but we as Kenyans, we need to stop falling for their tricks. We need to stop following crafty people. If you know someone is crafty, stay away. I'd rather even not go and vote. You
ask Mr. Mkenya, if you remove tribalism from from that election, say, for example, in Kiamba, or, I mean, if you remove the tribal element, what's wrong with Raila?
No,
If you remove tribe,
Raila, okay, let
if you
me
remove
actually
tribe from the equation, what's
let me
wrong
put
with
like
Raila? Or what's wrong with Mudavadi? Remove tribe, and now
I
tell us.
think I suggested Mukisa Kitui. Mukisa Kitui is not a Kikuyu, and I'm actually a Kikuyu actually. I believe they are leaders, but Raila is not a good leader. For example, right now we are talking of Handshake. I have heard that they had an agreement with Karonzo that you support Karonzo, which he is not doing. The history of Raila is actually sometimes becoming an opposition, and afterwards he comes to agree with the government. In the time of President Moi, he was there with Akina Matiba. Then, after some times, he became a minister in President Moi leadership. You see, this person is not consistent. I know because maybe he was in jail, there is that mercy of somebody who was in jail was fighting for the right. But I think he even betrayed Akina Matiba. But I think by then, people were not that creative on
So,
that. I think I am answering.
Honest.
I think you have answered my question. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay.
Is it my time?
Can I ask a question?
Ngoja kwanza tafadhali. Samahani. I was having hiccup with my net, but I think I fixed it. Wekesa has a question for Ernest. Wekesa, ask your question.
Yes, maybe I just want Ernest to point out he has, and you see, Muhiza Kitui comes from my tribe, so I should be defending him. But let me ask you, who was the Minister of Trade and I think Trade and Industry when Uchumi was failing? And tell us his contribution to that.
I think, Bernard, that's where we get lost. When we start talking about, I mean, now you're asking a very historical detail.
No, it's a provocative question because he will know that the person he thinks is virgin is not a virgin at all. It can be, he may not even answer, but I'm provoking to think like the person is thinking like he has nothing on the spot, he may have issues.
So
it's only that Ernest doesn't know.
You're trying to say Mukisa Kitui is worse. Okay, sir? You're trying to say Mukisa Kitui is worse.
No, I'm saying.
No, is that your point?
You have pointed him as Mr. Clean, but you haven't understood. Maybe sometimes you don't have the history.
Wekesa, I don't think he said that he's Mr. Clean. I think he said he sees
He
like he
used the
would be
word purity.
a good leader.
He used the word purity. He used the word purity. If I'm very
Okay. Thank you very much. Please, you suggested, you are free to suggest, and Wekesa, you are free to have your reservation about supporting your tribesman, and it's good. And if you have information about me, why I cannot be fit to be president, you're free to share it with the public so that the public can be aware of me coming in a sheep's skin, pretending to be a savior when I'm really looking for something to eat. So you are all valid in your arguments.
I have a question.
Yes, Nelson.
Maybe as I finish.
My question to Ernest.
Yes, Nelson.
Ernest has talked adversely about Ruto's craftiness. I doubt if this is the same Angela that we normally have in the studio because she sounds so polished and I don't know. I love ideologies and the manner in which she debates. I doubt if she's the same Angela.
Thank you. There's Angela and I think there's Angel also.
Thank you. Wekesa has mentioned something so critical and sensitive that Mukisa Kitui comes from my tribe and I should be defending. You see, Wekesa, you're the problem that we're having in this nation. Why do you feel like you should be defending somebody just because he's your tribesman? That is question one. For Ernest, you have talked about craftiness of Ruto. And you understand perfectly well. I don't know whether you understand, but maybe I should ask you, what do you understand with chapter 6 of our constitution that talks about integrity of a leader? And where do you place that? And if you suggest Mukisa Kitui to be part and parcel of that caliber, of whom or of those who can be in a position to replace the current political leadership or political class, we are aware, it is in the public domain. This guy has been an MP, he has been a minister, and even right now you can go back to his constituency, and I don't think you will pinpoint even one or even three projects that may be initiated and people benefited. Like, what did he do during his time? Do you really think that this person can surpass the test of chapter 6 of the constitution based on integrity? Even, integrity does not really mean how you handle cash and public funds and the rest. Even personal respect. I think in the recent past, you know the story. So what do you think?
Nelson, state your question quickly, please. We move on.
But Bernard, I was the first person to ask the question. Can I answer?
Okay,
Nelson, the
Yes.
video that we saw of Mukisa Kitui, we should not assume that it was him, by the way, because that would be very wrong if it wasn't him.
That was
Let's
him.
not assume.
That was
hold on. That is where I didn't want this thing to go, because when it goes there, it gets out of hand. Let's do this. Let's remain within the boundaries of our debate. And then Goja Moses,
yes.
Listen, okay? The question was asked to Wekesa, let Wekesa respond. Then the other question to Ernest, let Ernest respond. Thank you.
Let me respond very quickly.
I'm about to go.
Let me respond.
Goja Moses,
Yeah,
after questions is you, Moses.
Thank you.
Yeah, let me just respond quickly to Nelson. I think Nelson has just refused to think. I have seen people are defending their tribes, but I began by saying, that's why I put a disclaimer, which means I'm not tribal. And if you go to history, I've been supporting people who are not from my tribe. Even up to now, my candidate is not from my tribe. When even we go to the discussion, people always tell me, why are you not supporting Wetangula? Why are you not supporting Mudavadi? I tell them, I support somebody I connect with in terms of principles. So if you tell me something tribal, I am tribeless. I've never voted for somebody from my tribe. Neither am I intending to do that. Full stop.
Okay, thank you, Ernest.
Yes, I think
Ernest needs to respond on the craftiness of his candidate and the integrity chapter.
First, I want to say that according to me, Ruto do not squarely meet the integrity test according to the constitution. But because I started by saying politics is not about having the rightness of the person, of the truth about it, but about creating a narrative.
Are you still there, Ernest? Creating
He's
a narrative.
done. It's about creating a narrative. So Ruto has created a narrative. He's done.
So I just wanted to make a follow-up on the same. Does that make truth not important on our choices in politics? We should just follow the narrative.
I think he's suggesting we just go with the flow.
Yeah.
I think I may hang. When he comes, we'll deal with that. Moses, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, you are running to where when you have just arrived now?
No, I've the Kenyan community here, so we're gonna talk about UD and the rest, but it's okay. Well,
you're going for the UDA private meeting? No problem.
Yeah, it's yeah, well, Bernard, Nelson, Angela, and the rest, Nuwekesa, it's been a while and good to see you guys again. Well, I said as more we push towards more days, UDA will be winning, 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 and winning. So, for those of you who are sad with the recent win of UDA, a shocker is yet to pull up, and y'all will will keep winning, 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 and winning. But I'm so happy towards the direction that the country is taking, because people are realizing and they're seeing what's going on. And that's why UDA is also gaining momentum. We are just waiting on the honorable member and the leader of our UDA, the Mweshimiwa, the man, the myth, the goat, the legend, and the leader himself, that's the deputy president, to visit Kisumu, so that the hustlers nation in that region can also commit to this great movement that will deliver Kenya to the greater height. There's was it Ndeto? I mean, I also support Ruto, but I kind of disagree with Mr. Ndeto in a sense that we should not tribalize this movement, that without a certain community, this candidate cannot win. You know, if now we decide to also, hey, let's leave the UDA to the Mount Kenya people so that they can do whatever they want with it, I'm sure that will lead us nowhere. You know, it's about the oneness we want. If a person from Kisumu, Siaya, joins UDA, let's talk something that can make them feel comfortable with this movement. The same thing with the ODM party. We cannot just talk about that ODM. I'm a person from Kisumu. I used to be a strong member of ODM. I cannot just wake up one morning and say that without the people from the lakeside, ODM cannot be a party. No, that's completely wrong, because we need other people from Mombasa, from Western, from Central Kenya to be part of this movement. The same way UDA is growing, and it's not only growing with the people from Mount Kenya. It's growing with the people from all over Kenya. You know, that's why we need to come up as one. And the ideology that is always seen that every Kenya in every election in our country, that a person who is not supported with the Mount Kenya who is not strongly supported with people from Mount Kenya cannot become a leader in Kenya. I think that's always a strong fallacy, which is completely wrong, and we should stay away from that. And also answering Wekesa. Wekesa was it Wekesa? I don't know who talked about it, that DP Ruto and UDA is not a younger party, and he was the part of Jubilee government. He was part of it when the handshake happened. You know, you cannot be a part of a community where you are being disrespected. You know, Ruto was being disrespected like in a broad daylight. And as I've always said in this platform, that handshake was not meant to unite the country. If this handshake was clearly meant for Kenyans, it could have started with one rather than Miguna Miguna. It could have been brought back from Canada so that they could have talked about, like, hey, we want to unify the country. We want to forget about the past. Let's bring Miguna, because he was deported following what he did, swearing in the so-called, I don't know, the people's president. I don't know what people. But the handshake will have started with that. And then sometimes back during the BBI rallies, when the likes of not Moses Kuria, Kimani Chungwa, they were trying to join the movement, but they were being whisked away. There's a time Moses Kuria was sitting in the ground. I don't know why, but this was just formed to fight William Ruto. I was one of the people who was supporting BBI. I was supporting the handshake. But when the document came out and I read it, William Ruto didn't bring, but he talked about very important points during the launch of BBI. But he was booed by the MPs, the bombers of Kenya. He raised very important questions. If this thing for the people, they could actually accommodated the DP's questions about this scammist document. You know, we are talking about hurtful things. After I read the document and listened to William Ruto, I was like, I really love Kenya, and Kenya is my country. and I need the best for my country. Because
Moses, what about the document did you not like?
okay, I've always talked about a lot of things about the document that I don't like. One is the ombudsmanship. That's one. Secondly, adding the number
What's
of...
if you don't mind, what's wrong with that? What's wrong with the ombudsmanship?
Let me continue, then nitaichambua moja moja the way they used to do in about
Moses, your time is also running out. Please make sure that you be concise.
Can you add me 2 minutes? I'm sorry.
Okay, you have only those 2 minutes and 30 seconds.
Oh, you have eaten 30 seconds, so let's start afresh, the 2 minutes. So I'm saying what I don't like about BBI's ombudsmanship, the number of legislatures are being inflated. You know, that's third one. That's second one. Third one, the police force is not going to be independent. You know. Fourth one, the BBI talks about taxation free if you want to start a business. How are you going to start a business if you don't have cash? One thing I always say, like BBI could have talked about, is like, if you want to start a business, we are going to give you loans at lower or at a free interest rates. And that was what was done here in the US, you know.
The loans given by who?
During
the loans.
What?
The government gives loans in the United States. There's government loans.
No, I'm not talking about the government giving loans.
There's no money that the government gives anybody.
Taxation too. Let me talk about what I know. Then you can talk about that later. You know, I'm talking about the government could have assured people that you can take loans to start your businesses with the lower interest rates. You know, government.
But that doesn't mean anything. The government doesn't give the loans.
No,
the government is not supposed to decide the interest rates. What's the government supposed to? It's not their money.
Moses, let me help you.
Okay,
Moses, let
Jones,
me help
Jones,
you.
hold on. Thank you. Hold on.
You guys are.
Thank you, everyone. Order, please mute your mics until it is your turn to speak.
You guys are.
Moses, carry on, Moses.
Yeah. So I'm talking about law. Government comes with laws to regulate taxes and even to regulate the interest rates as well, Jones.
Which they already did.
Rule of the government, you know.
Yeah, which Ruken has already done.
You can't come to assure people and tell the people that, hey, if you pass this document, you are going to have if you want to start a business, you will have a business free. I mean, a tax-free business, a tax break. What is that?
Uhuru Kenyatta had already capped the interest rates at 14%.
No,
where they were 21, 22, 28%.
But
so
let me finish, then you can ask that later. But that's
okay.
That's the document, you know.
I think you're misguided.
Ngoja kwanza, Jones.
Jones.
Let's have order, please. Let's have order, please. We'll lose it if we let it go the way it is going.
Let me
Moses.
Moses,
as you Ngoja Moses. Okay?
Go ahead.
If the proposal for the sabbatical tax break, okay, was to be put in the BBI and then be enacted as a law as part of the constitution, so that it can be used to be enforced when the youth want to begin business. Now that you don't like it to be part of the BBI and it's not going to be made law, then I don't think it's anything to be, working you up.
No, like those are the reasons for not support it. I'm giving reasons why I don't support. Why I don't, I can't do anything. I don't have machinery. I'm not the part of the government. I don't have power,
Okay, thank you and congratulations for your.
I'm not.
Ngoja kwanza, your time is up. Unless you are set for the second round. Ngoja kwanza. Congratulations for your UDA progress, but the win was so minimal. So Jubilee is still alive and very strong. It almost choked your member.
One
One
second.
question for Moses.
One question to Moses. One question.
Please, Goja Kwanza. Hey, hold on.
1 second.
There are two people who have not spoken,
Bernard,
and I
Yes.
must give them, in fact, three
let me
people who have not said anything,
1 second.
and I want them to
Let
be
me
given
start.
priority. Moses, hold your horses.
1 second, Bernard. 1 second. Bernard,
What is it?
you
1
are-
second.
A win was narrow. A win is a win, even if it is 0-0.
I knew that is what you're going to say, but that's not what you implied. You implied that for Jubilee to be dead, you should have won by 90%. By that time, we have arranged for prayer meeting, either to resurrect Jubilee or resuscitate. But that you escaped with 400 votes, that one is not a prayer request anymore.
One quick question.
Otherwise, thank you for the good battle in Kiamba.
Just one
Now,
question for Moses, Bernard, please.
There's
Very
something here misrepresented.
Very quickly, one quick question for Moses.
Okay.
Was there anything about the BBI that you liked?
Anything about BBI that I like? Oh, that's a good question. I don't remember anything that like I could have liked the document if they could have represented the ideas that they talked about going across the country that they were taking. BBI document is a fraud and it will remain a fraud because this is a document that was already manufactured and sugar-coated by the name of going around the country of collecting the views of Mwananchi.
Do you have a problem with the expanded executive?
Absolutely.
And the problem there would be?
The problem with expanded executive, it is the Mwananchi that will be suffering, paying a lot of tax to cover all their salaries. That's just one of them.
Well, other than salaries, maybe they work for free.
Bernard, we are also here. We want to talk.
Other than salaries, what's wrong with an expanded executive? Because the problem in Kenya is really tribalism.
It's going to be corruption.
There's no problem when we talk about devolving the executive, such that you have more people included at the very topmost level of government. I mean, really, what's wrong with the idea?
Okay, you asked me what I liked about BBI. I liked the idea of increasing the money to the counties. That's one thing that I liked. And then devolution. I mean, in the executive, I think Kenya is a corrupt country, and recycling these leaders and bringing more and more of them to the executive is going to cost Kenya more. If you listen to President Obama sometimes, the number, corruption costs a country number of jobs, in a sense that money that is being put in a pocket of somebody as a result of corruption, that money can be put in a pocket of somebody who is working hard to earn it in a honest way.
Okay. Thank you, Moses. Let's move on, Jones. Hold your horses. Hold on.
When you have a
Goja
wife,
Kwanza, Goja, you people,
leave
you
that
are
wife
taking this
and
too
you
far.
go and get another wife, imagining that your new wife will be a lot better than your first one, you still find problems with your second wife. Maybe you keep your first one and work on that one.
Thank you, Jones. Let's make progress. Moses, Asante. Let's hear from Nelson, then Waithima.
Now, thank you. As I'm going to talk, Jones, please give me my time. Don't interact. Because I have not interacted. I've noticed that you're interacting people. Now, to begin with, I love the way Moses has described Ruto. Depicts a lot in him. He has really described himself in many ways. And one thing that really amazes me is the fact that he says, we are waiting for the one and only in Kisumu, yet he makes a comment he is in US. So somebody's in US and waiting for Ruto in Kisumu. That's funny. Secondly, I don't know why. I normally use a term that it becomes a very big breaking news when a man bites a dog. And when a dog bites a man, it's something normal. No, in fact, the only thing that people would say, take him to the hospital. That's normal. Dogs normally do bite, human beings. But when a man bites a dog, it becomes a breaking news. The Uda win is like a man biting a dog. Okay. Now, if I may ask any UDA sympathizer here, I'm not an UDA sympathizer, I'm not an ODM sympathizer, I'm not a Jubilee sympathizer. How many elections have you won out of all the by-elections that have been conducted? Why are you making this one to be a breaking news even bigger than all the breaking newses that we've had in this country? That's my question too. The other thing is that I'm just puzzled with the manner in which Jones is reasoning. In fact, I feel so, I would say in a nutshell, for the lack of a better term, I'm sad a little bit. Jones is like the government spokesman here today. He is a young man who understands that young people do not have money in the pocket, and he looks into our eyes without even blinking and say, the government has done, the government has done. Jones, I don't know which kind of opportunity you have that we don't have ourselves. One thing that I agree with Moses is the fact that we do not need a tax relief. We do need access to capital in order to start businesses. That one you can take to the bank today, tomorrow, or any other day. Politics is all about interest. That is the only thing that I can agree with on Ernest Mkenya. It's not about what is right today, what was right yesterday. It is about what will serve my interest right now that I have an opportunity to exploit the platform that I have so far as accessing the magnitude of majority is concerned. The reason as to why I said I love Angela's point of reasoning. Angela seems to be a voice of reasons that I once read in the book Half a Day and Other Stories, and even An Enemy of the People, when the drunkard man comes out and tells the public that Dr. Stockman is truly talking for the people. Angela is trying to say that this platform should be acting as a platform that is giving us a sense of direction, we as young people, that it is high time we realize that neither them nor the other who are in the backyard in the current political setup will fight for us. And we need to fight for ourselves. We need to forget about our tribalisms. We need to forget about our sycophancy, like the one that Moses was really praising as if he was almost writing a Bible about Ruto. We need to start focusing on who can represent us well. Is it this Jones? Is it this Bernard? I doubt if Jones can do it, because the manner in which he's supporting the government is like comparable to Alfred Mutua when he was the then government spokesman. Is it Wekesa? Is it Ernest? Who is it that can represent us without an iota of doubt that this person will just be the same class that we've been recycling each and every time? Okay. To be honest, tribalism have really costed us as young people of this country, and I think it is high time that we put this under the bus, and then we forge ahead. So far as leadership presentation is concerned, somebody said that an age of a party is neither here or there. People are not leaving Jubilee. The UDA is not a new party. And somebody also brought it out nicely that Jubilee was formed out of many parties folding and forming one singular party. It therefore means that the moment they agreed to fold their parties and form Jubilee, their existence as political parties then stopped, and they had one party, Jubilee. Meaning UDA is today well considered to be a fresh new party, because ideally it folded and formed Jubilee. And the parties that were in a coalition with Wekesa, that is your opinion. This is my opinion. Wait for your time. You will say your opinion.
Hold on,
You told me
Nelson.
I
Hold
include
on.
the thing.
Ngoja kwanza. Wekesa, what is it? Hold on. I will add you a minute. Wekesa,
Thank
what
you.
is the matter?
Now, UDA is formed out of PDB. PDB is in agreement with the coalition of Jubilee, just as KANU. KANU was never folded. PDB was never folded. That's why there are MPs in parliament on PDB ticket. There are actually
A question. A question, Wekesa. A
yes.
question.
Okay.
Was
Yes.
Jubilee a coalition or a party?
Mr.
Yeah,
Bernard,
I'm just telling you the truth. There are parties which
Don't
were
tell me.
Hold on.
let me explain.
Ngoja,
If
Wekesa,
you ask
ngoja.
a question, yeah.
Hold on, you people.
I want to comment.
Let's be civil on this.
I want to comment on
Wekesa
that.
has given information, okay?
I want to comment on that.
Hey,
So wait and
ngojeni
finish
kwanza.
first.
Ebu, you are making me get confused. Okay.
No, I just want to comment on that.
Waitima, what is it?
I just want to comment on that. Jubilee is supposed to be treated as a party, and also Jubilee is supposed to be treated as a coalition.
Okay.
Most of the party, the likes of GNU, we had parties like GNU, parties like Tip were folded together to form Jubilee Party. But parties like KANU, parties like PDR, which is the current UDA, they never folded their party, but they supported the Jubilee. That is why Jubilee is supposed to be treated as a coalition, and we have Jubilee as a party.
Okay.
Okay, now Bernard, can I answer them?
Bernard, give me
Please.
just 1 second, because Nelson has mentioned me.
No, I'm not yet done.
No.
You will
If you
respond when
are
I'm done.
Jones, if you're making a response to Nelson about him mentioning you,
No.
hold on. When he finishes his submission, I'll give you an opportunity to respond. Let him respond on the party issue, then move on. Thank you.
Thank you. Now to answer SK and Wekesa, I love the word that the English word that you have used, that Jubilee should be, is supposed, but that is not the ideal thing. Okay, in your understanding, you feel that we are supposed to treat it as a coalition. Today, if you visit the office of the registrar of the political parties there, you will find that Jubilee exists as a political party that was formed after many other political parties folded themselves and formed Jubilee. Now, why do you think TNA is still
hold on,
running as TNA?
Nelson, you're missing the point. The point is this, okay? Just like there are parties that were in NASA as individual parties, Jubilee presented itself as a party. But we had other smaller parties that supported the presidential candidacy of Uhuru Kenyatta without them folding as parties. That is KANU and the other party. So because of those parties that retained their identity while supporting Jubilee, that makes Jubilee a coalition. The dimension of Jubilee is a coalition. But as a single party, yes.
This is the point that all of you are missing. These parties only supported Jubilee but did not have an MOU with Jubilee as a coalition, my friends. You should get that.
Nelson,
for a coalition to be formed.
Nelson, let me just interject for a minute. I mean, first off, just to be, I'm not a government spokesman or here to speak on behalf of anybody. But I do like the one thing that I think that I like you said, you open a conversation about access to capital for the youth, right? And I think that's a conversation that we need to be having. This conversation about Jubilee is, I mean, what does it really matter? Let's talk about the question that you brought up. You said the youth in Kenya do not have access to capital, right? That's something which you said. And I'm not sure that you're proposing which one of these people are giving us access to this capital, right? Because I've heard somebody suggesting I don't know whether it was somebody here came said, well, I think the fellow has left. He was almost suggesting as though the government is what gives people loans or money to go and start businesses. And I personally have never heard of any such thing. Now governments may have some programs where they have grants. They give grants to already maybe existing businesses that are maybe struggling, and maybe they give a grant. Like, for example, in the USA or maybe in the UK or such places, because of this COVID, businesses were struggling to stay open and to pay their employees. So the government stepped in and gave grants to businesses that qualified to be given these grants, right? And to do that. So now when you talk about access to capital, how exactly do you want that capital to be provided to you? Because it cannot be given to you. Nobody's going to walk around with 100 million and walk around giving everybody 10,000, 10,000, 10,000, 10,000. That's not a solution. That's not a solution, Nelson. Access to capital is a
Okay, thank you, Jones. You have made your point. Please,
question.
can we let us leave Nelson to finish his submission? The other guys waiting who have not said anything on this platform. Nelson.
Thank you. So my end of submission would be, Ruto is not the perfect solution that we have as we speak. Raila is not neither. Mudavadi is neither one. We need to assess, we as young people going forward, we need to charter our way. Bernard, this is a song that I think you're already cramming the chorus. I normally sing it here. The current setup that we have right now do not have our solutions. If this Nelson speaking here can be our solution, better. If Jones can be our solution, better. And it doesn't have to start with you being a son of somebody. And by saying so, I'm not trying to say, neither am I trying to introduce the hustler narrative or anything. My point is, UDA is UDA, ODM is ODM, Jubilee is Jubilee, and tribalism is tribalism. But we need to forge past all those and get a long-lasting solution for the young people in this nation. Other than that, they will still come with the us versus them. They will still come with the bottom-up approach that they will never, ever, I repeat, and I dare repeat, they will never, ever implement. Today, this narrative has really polarized our brothers and sisters in Central. Today, this narrative is really getting in roots with in our brothers and sisters in Rift Valley. But at the end of the day, it will never help. It will never come through. So let us forge ahead as young people, look for a solution which is far beyond, far from Ruto, far from Uhuru, far from Raila, far from Mudavadi, because they will never help us.
Okay, thank you, Nelson. We are moving on to Waidima. Except, Ernest, do you have a question for Nelson? Ernest, do you have a question for Nelson?
Yes, I was wondering, would he suggest his opinion? Like we have Maendeleo Chap, we have Mukisa. I had suggested Mukisa. What would be your suggestion to Nelson? Maybe Nelson.
A good question. And as at now, the current political class, I do not see anyone fit to suggest.
Okay, thank you. Let's move to Waidima SK.
Does that mean, Nelson, that you're not going to vote?
Unless someone emerges and convinces me further, beyond reasonable doubt, I will not vote.
Failure to vote is voting. So I would advise you, as a young person as you are and smart as you are, to refrain from voting.
Then Bernard, please run.
The right choice.
Please run.
For your
Bernard,
country,
run so that I can vote you. Run so that I can vote you.
That one, I will let you know. Thank you.
I challenge you.
Waidima, please go ahead.
Thank you very much. Having a very healthy discussion is very nice, and I enjoy contributing to the discussion. And I will first comment on, I'll first comment on our topic today on whether UDA is our party of choice as we head towards 2022 elections. And I would say it's not the party of our choice. It's only that we have a problem. It's only that we don't have any other choice. But I would not go for that choice.
Nelson, mute your mic. Everybody mute your mic. Waithima, continue. Thank you.
On the topic on whether Jubilee is dead, I think currently Jubilee is dead. I think Jubilee is not dead. The problem we have of the party. If they restructure the administration of the party, I think the party has still bado iko na nini. It has a bado iko na chance. It has a chance of coming back. I would support something that one of my classmates, Ernest, said that politics in Kenya is all about a narrative. And the narrative that sells better is the one that prevails. Right now, we are having the Hasra narrative, which has sold they have sold the narrative better than the others. That is why they are winning elections in Kiamba and the likes of Juja. I'm a voter in Juja, and those people are very hardworking. In the real sense, they are selling their narrative soberly compared to the rights of Jubilee and the others. Then Jubilee has a very big problem. Bearing in mind, now I just read somewhere that they are almost sacking the Secretary General, the rights of Morathe. I just read from Facebook of Kanini Kega. Kanini Kega is just posted. If you are not in the list of the ones he posted, you are supposed to table the resignation letter. Your resignation letter. I think that is how they are supposed to restructure the party so that they can come back strong. But I don't think they have a chance of coming back strong, bearing in mind they have failed most of the Kenyans. And that is my submission for now.
Okay. Any question to Waithima?
Yes, a question. Waithima,
yes.
What is your view when you talk in support of political narratives? How should Kenyans respond to political narratives? Is it because it's popular, so we need to buy it, or we need to look beyond political narrative and see the manipulative agenda that the sponsors of the narrative are bringing, so that we can emerge and see that despite the euphoria, because we normally have euphoria in every election. So should we buy the narrative that has euphoria, and after that we elect wrong people and we say wamalize waende? What is your thought about that?
First of all, we have debated so much on Facebook with you on some issues. But the problem we have is that we just take the narrative. We as Kenyans, we never evaluate the narrative and how it is going to affect us later.
Kumbe ni wewe.
You guys.
No, I have been saying I'm not of the Hasra narrative because I think we have a problem. Most of the Kenyans are not scholars. They are not well educated. So the moment you take advantage of the uneducated and you sell to them, and that is what the deputy president has done. To some extent, I'm one of his supporters, and that is what he has done. He has sold the Hasura narrative to the villages, and the villages have
No,
Waitama,
just hold on. You are beginning to confuse me, and if I get confused now, I think the majority will get confused. You are not for the hustler narrative.
I'm not.
You are the supporter. Hold on. you are in support of UDA, and you are in support of the deputy president. Help me there.
I understand him. Bernard, I understand SK. Okay?
Yes.
One, you can support DP Ruto, but you can be totally against the narrative of hustler versus dynasty, simply because you understand the danger that it poses some people towards in the society. And you really don't want that narrative to sink down of us versus them. Either way, you support his candidature, but you wish that he stops sinking the narrative of us versus them of hustler and dynasty. Do you know how many number of people have suffered in the hands of the public through lynching or even burning of cars out of the narrative of hustlers versus dynasty? So you would be his supporter, but you'd wish he stops.
Nelson, that's where I get confused. That you support my candidature, and my candidature is built on hustler versus dynasty. So if you're in support of me and you're supporting my candidature, how can you be divorced from the hustler narrative when that is the premise upon which I'm asking for the office?
Let us hear from SK. SK, back to you, please.
That is the same way I would have responded. Nelson just responded the way I would have responded. We have a problem in our society where if a politician is so powerful and he sells a narrative to the people tends to buy the narrative without thinking of the effect it will have on them tomorrow. I do not support. I do not mean I don't support the bottom up narrative, but how do you go supporting my mother? How do you, my mother as a mama boga? How do you go supporting my mother as a mama boga? They are down, and then me as a graduate, you are bringing a wheelbarrow. Is that making sense in any way? You are going to support my mother as a mama boga, and then me as a graduate,
Nelson, your mics.
I'm so saying.
So
why by then it's so serious, and even we still have most of the graduates and most of the people whom we expect to offer the need to give back to the community by offering civic education, but they are still buying the same narrative.
So SK, my question.
Can I comment on that in 1 second? Kindly. Can I comment on that in 1 second? 1
So my
second.
question, SK, why do you support William Ruto?
Yeah, just 1 second. I'm saying, SK or Maita, the reason why you are struggling is you put the cart before the horse. And this is the point. And this is the challenge we are having us as followers of political leaders. We first choose the leaders then ask them what are they going to do for us. When it should be the other way around, that because I have liked your narrative or your idea, I buy into your vision. Are you seeing? So if I've already chosen Mimi ni wa Raila, it doesn't matter which narrative he comes up with. I'm okay with that. But if it was the other way around, that I like the vision this guy has, therefore I can buy him as my candidate, then it will be okay. That's where you are having a challenge, whether you like the man, yes, but the narrative is upside down.
Even if you would visit most of your comments,
yes,
I have told you not once, not twice. But even if it's only Ruto who will be on the ballot, I won't vote.
What did you say? Sorry, why Dima?
Nimesema.
Yes.
If it's only Ruto who will be in the ballot, I would not vote.
Okay. I think Waidima is completely confused. Completely and absolutely confused. He started with saying that to some extent he supports the DP. And then later on, he doesn't marry the narrative of hustler versus dynasty. And he gave us a perfect example. The only reason as to why I really hate that narrative, that his mom and my mom is a mama mboga. So you come support my mom, and then I'm a graduate. You give me a wheelbarrow.
I was saying, this is what I said. I'm not confused.
Mm-hmm.
This is what I mean. I said, if you understood me, I used to love Ruto.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Especially during the 2013-2017. Actually, I would have voted for him come 2022. I used to love him by that time. But even when he introduced the Hazara narrative, before I knew what it meant, personally, I was supporting it. But right now, I do not.
Okay.
So a simple question. SK, a simple question. Bernard, sorry. A simple question.
Yeah.
What was the DP doing in 2013 that made you really resonate well with him that he stopped doing right now?
Okay, during the 2013-2017, they were together with the president. And the mandates that the president delegated to him, he was doing very well. But I don't hate him even now. It's only that the narrative that he introduced, I don't like it. Of the hustle.
Are you aware that it was during that time that he was mandated during those duties that he oversighted the collapse of Kimwarer project and Arod Dam?
Those are just but allegations.
You know,
and let me
Thank you.
tell you.
Hold on. Order.
Just a minute. Just a minute, Jones. Just a minute, Jones. Let me tell you.
Hey.
Jones.
Hold on, everybody. Order.
Just a minute.
Everybody. Ngoja Waithama. Waithima. We will give you time. Okay. Let's please be civil in our presentation. Don't unmute your mic until it's your turn to speak. If you have an interjection, inua kidole hivi, tingiza, tutakuchagua, utaongea. Usianze tu kushout anyhow, tutaharibu mambo. Sawa sawa? Aya. So now kila mtu anatingiza kidole. Sasa mnataka nifanyeje? Subiri ni kwanza. Waithima, what I say?
First, let me say this.
And you are finishing up. Your time is up completely.
The current leadership that we have, we are dealing with hyenas who are just wearing a sheep coat. There is no one who is clean. Whether you go to Raila, whether you go to Uhuru, whether you go to Ruto, whether you go to Kalonzo, everyone has his own allegations on something he did.
Okay, is that all? Thank you. Jones, what is the problem? A question, I believe.
Well, yeah, well, actually, I was going to say that I understand SK's dilemma because Ruto is obviously he's a very likable character. He presents himself very well. When he is given the microphone to speak, he connects in a very good way, in a very direct way to the people when he's talking to them. And obviously, he has gone to the grassroots to talk to the people directly. And I can see how this idea of a bottom up is appealing. Is actually an appealing thing when you find yourself in a situation where you're jobless, you're not able to start a business, or you had a business and it has failed, you don't have anywhere to live, the cost of living is rising. So I can see how this type of a narrative of a bottom up, that we're going to come and give people money to start, give Mama Mboga 5,000 and this. So I can see how it's appealing. And then I can also see that what SK is saying is that when he looks at it, he also sees that there's a risk. When he started looking at it closely, he's finding that this narrative is a risky narrative because it seems now to be talking about some sort of, I guess now it turns into dynasty versus hustler, and then it goes around and turns into, it has some elements of tribalism, and then it has some elements of a cartel. Because when you see now the people that Ruto has surrounded himself with, surely you have to begin to get concerned. So I can see where SK is coming from. It's which is a dilemma which I'm sure a lot of voters are struggling with. And sometimes people are voting one way or the other, not because they're supporting Ruto, but maybe because they're against Raila, or they're voting for Raila because they're against this other side, or they're going to go one way or the other, not necessarily because they're interested in the other candidate, just like happened in 2017 and the 2012. I think a lot of the Mount Kenya vote really was almost like they were voting against, they went to vote, but were really voting against, Raila, and so then you find that Uhuru and his partner Ruto have found their way into government. So I understand SK, and I hope that by the time the elections are going to be taking place, that you will have found a way to resolve your dilemma.
Okay, thank you, Jones. Thank you very much. Let's give opportunity to those who have not spoken. Kid has been trying. I believe you have now sorted out the problem. Let's hear from Kid and then Ashley before any other person. Kid, continue.
Okay, thank you. Can you hear me, you guys?
Yes, we can hear you clearly. Go ahead.
Yeah, I hope everybody is fine. Okay, the first thing I think I should talk about, you are talking about
bring
this.
up your face. Bring up your face. We want to see you. Why are you hiding? Or your seat is collapsing under you.
Hapana.
The
So
COVID billionaire.
no. Sijafika hapo, sina connection. So you are talking about the UDA thing, but before that, I really want to make some observation because I've really watched the whole conversation. I think the first thing people, like just yesterday I said, people need to avoid being personal. Like kama unapenda Raila, Uhuru, Ruto, Kalonzo, some of them hata hawakujui. You don't need to attack somebody in the name of kutetea mtu na in the real sense. It's good, unajua, like people who are mature, people can have a good conversation. They disagree to agree, but it's respectable. Kuna mahali niliona like watu wengine wana get so personal, inaweza lead to watu hawakui na respect. So I think hiyo ndio kitu start with. Then another thing naweza sema hii mambo ya when it comes to politics, if you see what has been happening in the globally generally in the last like 5 or 10 years, politics nowadays, democracy is purely about numbers. Nowadays people, very few, even in developed countries, ukiangalia akina Boris Johnson, former US President Trump, hata ukiangalia huyu mwenye ako sahi, ukiangalia Canada Prime Minister, people are more concerned about winning power first, not what they will do. Wakishapata hiyo power, then they will see what kitu watafanya. So in the Kenyan case, we can argue here Uhuru is corrupt, Ruto is corrupt, Raila is corrupt, or is not, but that's neither here or there. Because unajua kama mtu ni supporter wa Raila, atasema Raila ni mzuri. Kama mtu ni supporter wa Ruto, atasema Ruto ni mzuri, because naturally we are biased with your stand. Just like mtu hawezi sema mimi ni mbaya, hata kama ni yeye ni mbaya, mtu mwingine atamwambia wewe ni mbaya, but yeye atabelieve ako right. So hiyo I think some people are making really a lot of allegations. Unajua if somebody is corrupt na hajachukuliwa court, you can say, unaweza sema ako corrupt, but without evidence maybe, ama unajua YouTube is a public forum. These are videos which are on YouTube. Once you make such statements, down the road huwezi jua, unaweza enda hata interview, then nowadays you don't know the way social media works. Then mtu anakuuliza, you made this comment when you are on this platform, what did you mean? You will need to give evidence. Yeah, unajua nimeenda interview nikaletewa post ya Facebook. So nowadays hii dunia ni fupi sana. Sometimes it's good to make, unajua kama case maybe ilienda court ikamalizika, then you can reference it because that's a public document. But these documents zenye unasema it, oh, this one is corrupt, this one is not corrupt, huyu aliiba, huyu hakuiba. Sometimes you can make a statement, ujui kesho utaenda interview mahali, then you will be asked, you made this claim, can you substantiate it? And some people will really start sweating. Another thing, acha sasa niongelee kuhusu hiyo mambo ya UDA, Jubilee na I think hiyo ndio ilikuwa main topic, though watu wamedeviate sana. So for me I think the Kiamba nini was just an internal fight. It's just Jubilee flexing its muscles. I cannot say it's an indication of how strong the DP is or how weak Jubilee is. The real substance of the matter will start maybe like 8 months to elections, when everybody has declared their stand. That's when you will see. Unajua hata watu wenye wanasema like maybe Oka, sijui wanajiita Oka, akina Gideon nini, watafika mahali where they will need to choose who will be the president, na kama BBI itakuwa, who will be the deputy president. Na given that hii president yenye Uhuru na Ruto wameweka, so that president anaweza kandamiza deputy wake, unajua mtu ataambiwa wewe tutakuchagua kama minister, na ataangalia hivi aseme there is no guarantee. Kenya political promises are just promises. Na upate labda watu wataka kurun independent, ama wataka kutafuta mahali wanapata better deals, then watu wenye wako hapa wana support Raila, kesho akikutana na Ruto waanza wakuwe timu moja, then again watageuka tena wakuwe timu. You see? Ukitaka kuangalia the way, for example, I can give an example, our MPs wetu. Look at how Kipchumba Murkomen used to defend Uhuru in the first term. Yeah, alikuwa majority leader, sindio? Yeye ndiye alikuwa like machinery ya government in Senate. And look at vile ameturn sai. is one of the biggest critics. Look at two women rep wa Homa Bay, Wanga. Ile time karibu wapigane parliament, wanamwagia Joyce Laboso, the late Joyce Laboso maji. Walikuwa wanapitisha sijui nini. Walikuwa wanatusi Uhuru, but look at now who are defending. Meaning hawa wanasiasa wetu, they don't stand for anything. Ni kama tu mkondo ya maji, sijui ni mkondo ya maji ama nini. Upepo tu ndo inawafuruta. And that's the fact of the matter. ODM might be the resemblance of a party, but still it plays with the script ya politics. Juu kesho, hata kama ni chairman wa ODM Mbadi, kesho baba akeza muita amwambie we are going to work with Ruto, he will change tune, ataanza kumsupport. Just like yani ile the Damascus moment. Mark, you remember how watu wote they have worked behind hapa nyuma, like a few years ago they were in the same team. Ukiangalia back to 2002 they were almost in the same team. It's only Ruto and Uhuru walikuwa the other side, au wengine walikuwa this side. Things are just shifting the position. Msitu ni mmoja wenye nyani ni wale wale, like they are just changing. No. So I really don't prefer taking politics too personal, because najua hiyo si mzae ama nini, bado anaweza ingia hapo na ataweka watu wake, because of course politics is about interest. Sahii hata Ruto akiwekwa hapo mbele akuwe president ama Raila, if you will need to appoint somebody, of course we look at the inner circle, of which I'm not one of them. So I think mtu usiweke politics so personal. Hii kitu haitakangi makasiriko, na especially in Kenya tunafaa tukue in a stage yenye mwanasiasa haizi like chochea watu, because at the end of the day we know mwanasiasa akinidanganya, nikishuka hapa nipate ni mama Wamboi ndiye anauza mboga, lazima ninunue kwa kadha, isintalala njaa. Kama uko na gari unataka kwenda kutengenezewa na ni Omonde anatengeneza, ama unataka maziwa yenye Kiplima anauza, you not say it we ni Mkikuyu ama nini, saa uwezi niuzia. So it shouldn't be personal. I think politics inafaa ikuwe kama football. Unaona football, kama wewe ni mtu wa Man U, Arsenal, tukienda watch ball, you support your team, but if we lose we go home as a tushasahau hiyo, tutangoja next game. Isikuwe ni that person. Hiyo kuweka politics ikuwe so personal ndio inafanya ikuwe na high stakes, ndio inafanya hata watu wanagongana hadi kunakuwa na hizi clashes. Then the last thing I want to talk about ni kama mtu amekuwa observant, ameona vitu inafanyika South Africa. Unajua South Africa, the problem with South Africa, nijaribu kusoma nikaona like wanasema in 1993, like hiyo ANC yenye mlisema ilianza 1912. ANC has been entrenching what we call apartheid in South Africa up to now. Hata kama ilisha 1994, still the less than 15% of the whites in South Africa, they control 90% of the wealth in South Africa. It's the same thing like which is happening in the US. Ukisoma pia US, Black Lives, kuna vile nilikuwa nasoma wanasema the system is so much screwed such that most black people in the US, very few like manage, like system ina work against them. Ukienda hata kwa sales, watu wengi wenye wako huko ni blacks because of the system the way it is. So I think South Africa kitu ina happen, si vile nimeona kwa TV na vile nimesoma, it's kitu ina happen, it's not about Zuma, it's about the inequality, the economic inequality yenye. Unajua mtu ako so poor, like kuna mtaa mwingine walionyesha ni barabara, like the other side ni slum, na the other side ni estates, na wameweka wall almost 10 meters wall. So hapa watu wanaishi vizuri, wako na gardens, wako na lawns. The other side watu cannot even afford 1 meal. So unajua mkiishi in one country na there is that gap, then unajua watu wenye hawana siku yenye watakosa kabisa watafikiria anyway, I don't have anything to lose. Ni vizuri ni break niende huko nipigwe risasi nikufe, ama nitapata kitu ya kukula. Na that's what is happening in South Africa. Na that's the thing I'm really fearing can happen in Kenya. In Kenya, so many people are like, unajua Kenya tume insist on education, it's really accessible. Watu wengi Kenya wana access education, especially high education, colleges, TVETs, universities, but the economy is not expanding so much such that ina create jobs. Unajua huku majuu kitu inafanya wanaenda majuu ni majuu, hata kama you are a plumber you can still earn a living. The problem na huku, if you are not like working in government or in big organizations, then maisha inakuwa ngumu. Na inequality, kama mtu amekuwa kini in Kenya, inequality imekuwa iki-expand. Ndio maana unaona kuna watu wana complain gasi ikipandishwa ifike 1200, na kuna wale watu huko juu, you can see people driving exotic cars every day. So kuna hiyo inequality. Na
Okay.
I really fear.
I think you have made your point, but are you suggesting that we all remain neutral?
Yeah.
Are you suggesting we all remain politically neutral?
No, you cannot remain.
No, nothing.
No, not as such, Mr. Bernard. I'm suggesting like, unajua politics and democracy is about competition.
Nelson, mute your mic.
It's about competition. Na competition lazima kukuwe na mtu ana lose, mtu ana win. It should not be a matter of life and death. Unaona? Inafaa ikuwe like mtu anajua hata kama candidate wangu ameshindwa, the policies mwenye ameshinda ataenda kuimplement, there is no way anaweza nikandamiza, because my rights are guaranteed. Kama ni county yangu itapewa some allocation, kama ni constituency, kama ni ward, no. Still hata kama nimeelect ward wangu na sija elect president, still I will get the services. No. Like okay. Unajua siasa lazima kukuwe na competing sides. No. Democracy is basically the majority rules, then pia our minority wanakuwa na their say. So there is no way tunaweza sema wote tukuwe neutral. It's on that I think if kama wewe ni mtu wa ODM, wewe ni mtu wa Jubilee, wewe ni mtu wa UDA, ama wewe ni mtu wa nini, if you win or lose, ufai kuichukua very personal such that you start maybe attacking somebody, throwing tantrums at somebody, because at the end of the day sisi wote ni wa Kenya, and if anything goes wrong then all of us will suffer. Hakuna mtu ata nini.
Okay, thank you. I think your time is up. Is there a question for Kid?
I have a question for Kiddy. Kiddy, I have a question, and the first question is it relates to the model.
Dropped out.
Yeah.
Where is Kid? I think he has had hitches with his Nate life. When he comes back, probably. But can we hear from Ashley before we now take our round? Ashley, karibu. Ashley, are you there? I think Ashley has hitches. Okay. Thank you. Jones, what's the matter?
Well, I wanted to say that the things which Kid has said are very pertinent, because he's talking about the the poverty gap, which is something also that I had mentioned yesterday, which is really the biggest problem. And if we continue to have this poverty gap, eventually it turns into a fight. So what I would just to encourage Mr. Kidd, even though he has left the panel, I think if we're able to solve our politics and this cycle of disrupting our economic cycle every 5 years, where we then end up losing 2 to 4 years talking about politics, and then the election again, we spend 2 3 years, we disrupt our entire economy. I think Kenya can get to a place where we now have investment and jobs, and everybody starts to come out of poverty, and we begin to close this poverty gap. But if we continue with this cycle of every 5 years, we have this big election, which is very contested. Somebody wins by 1 or 2 votes. It turns into some sort of contest on the street, and then some sort of coalitions or some sort of. So why don't we have these handshakes before we go into the election, instead of having these handshakes after people have already been fighting? I think we should have them before the election. We go to the elections, we've already made peace. We have an election, we elect a president, instead of doing it the other way around, which is basically what happens. It's what happens to Kibaki. It's basically what happened to Kibaki when he now had to go and negotiate with the Raila and form government. It's basically what happened to Uhuru Kenyatta after Baba went and inaugurated himself as the people's president. That government was not going to continue without a handshake. So instead of going to the elections to then have problems on the other side, why we don't solve the problem pre-election and just accept that the way our country at this time works, you need these coalitions. You need to bring these people together. These people need to agree, and then the election is almost sort of. I guess it would be sort of almost it needs to be decisive. Like when Kibaki came into government, it was a very, very, very decisive election against Uhuru Kenyatta's candidacy when he was in Kano. It needs to be an election where when you win, you're not winning narrowly like the one which happened in Kiamba. It needs to be a landslide decisive election, and the only way you can have that is pre-election. These guys need to get together, and that's why I think maybe this BBI thing, even though there are some other things that people are saying, I don't like this, I don't like this, I don't like that, I think it creates an opportunity where you have a sort of a tyranny, so that when you win, you have won, and it's landslide, and there's no argument, and then government can continue without people fighting and disrupting the economy. I hope that's, I hope I've made a contribution that some of you can agree to.
Okay, thank you very much. That is a good one. Ashley has fixed her issues. Ashley, karibu. Ashley, are you still there? You may need to drop from the panel and then come back if you are having audio problem. Ashley? Okay, she's not yet ready. Ernest, what is it?
I want to respond to Jones in a minute, that what we call handshakes, they are not a need for our country actually. And we just need to agree that handshake is a product of a stolen election. It's not people who are fighting. It's not Kikuyu or Akamba fighting. No, it's a stolen election, and the one who is stolen, okay, the maybe the victim who is always mostly Laila Lamoro Odinga, feels that he doesn't need to go. So that becomes an issue. So the issue is not there's maybe one tribe versus the other. No, it's a stolen election. Number two, we have a person who feels he cannot withdraw or leave the party to the other person. Is that simple? So,
So Ernest, just before
yes,
you go further, okay? So
yes,
is stealing an
let me
election
let me
okay
respond
for you?
to you don't understand when you
but
say
I'm saying
stealing.
that the
When
reason
you say
why,
stealing, honest. The problem is this:
yes,
when you say
yes,
stealing, we don't even know who is stealing. Who? I mean, to the extent that I doubt even Jubilee can say that their hands were 100% clean when they went into that election, or that they did not
let
play
me.
any shenanigans. So I
I
don't
want
think
to.
No, Jones, just
I
hold on.
want to. I want to agree
Hold
with
on,
you.
hold
Yes,
on, Ernest. Ngoja kwanza.
yes,
Let's dig further on that stealing issue because you're saying the problem is the stolen election and the person
yes.
who refuses to go away. So are you in any way suggesting that somebody should steal election and be left alone so that this other person accepts and life continues?
Now that we get the solution now. You see, the problem is not Kikuyu or Akamba. The problem is irregularities in IEBC. That is the major issue. The issue is not sijui Kikuyu and whatever. There's nothing to do with the tribe there. It's people who have
Okay.
organized. They have killed Mosando or something like that.
Honest,
You see,
No.
those are the real issues.
Hold on. You are biting too much. Ngoja
honest,
kwanza. And you're going too fast, Ernest. Unafungua milango ambayo itatusumbua kufunga. Ngoja kwanza. Twende pole pole. Is it IBC that is a problem or interference with the operation of IBC? Make that clear for us.
It is simply an election issue. I'm saying, for example, if IBC made somebody okay, like approved the stolen election, then IBC should be held accountable. Is
the truth
not
is, Leonard, there's
a
nobody
tribe.
here who knows whether the election was stolen or not stolen, or whether
No,
there's
Are you trying?
Jones,
Are you trying to
Jones,
say? Are you trying to say that
ngoja
the election was
kwanza.
not stolen?
that thing is so loaded.
Jones, hold on.
Yes.
The issue of stolen election is a matter of that is in the public domain, and it's not one election. We have had several allegations of stolen election, and specifically the 2019, the 2017 election that went up to the Supreme Court and was nullified on the premise that it was not meeting the required threshold in terms of the process that brought about the winner of the election. So with that, at least we can say there is an interference which can result into the stealing.
It was an irregularity that somebody should be accountable, not a tribe. There's nothing to do with the tribe there. Actually, there's nothing to do with tribe. There's a political leaders.
honest, you
On
just
that,
introduced.
Ernest, on that
You
point,
just,
I agree with you 100%.
Yes.
It is not a tribal thing. This is national election, and the people fighting for that position need also to fight for it as individuals and not as tribes. The problem arises that when particular tribe goes on the market and begins to threaten the rest of the tribes that tutawatawala mpende msipende. Sisi ndio wale Mungu alichagua, ninyi wengine mlijitolea tu.
That's a political statement. And actually, it's a politician who do that. And that's
but
why
honest, honest, you just
maybe we can
introduced
hear
a
from
new.
SK. Yes.
No, you just introduced a new definition of handshake. Eh?
Yes.
Handshake is just a matter of greetings. Eh? Which elections were stolen in 2012 when Uhuru and DP greeted each other?
I think on that there was an issue of the ICC case. Is it? Yeah. the International Criminal Court. That was the problem, and that's why they came together so that they may not be fixed to the ICC courts. I think the issue was even if you know that there are even songs that we don't want to take our brothers to go and be maybe subjected to maybe they were to be killed or something like that. So our brothers, that is Uhuru and Ruto, we actually saved them by voting them in. They are not our
Bernard, can I
brothers.
make a comment? I want to quit.
But when we talk of Uhuru
Okay,
and
Ernest, that's enough. Thank you, Ernest. Ngoja kwanza, you will get another time to speak. Nelson, you want to go? Let me just find out before Nelson you go. Ashley, are you back?
Yeah, I want to. Can you hear me now?
Yes, but with some interference. You are not very clear.
What about now?
There's some noise coming from your end, but go ahead.
Let me put my microphone on. Hold on, please.
Can I proceed before?
Okay, Nelson, go ahead as we wait for Ashley.
Okay. Thank you. I've noticed with lots of keenness of the contributions of Ernest and SK. They're very sensitive. Ernest has.
Hello, can you? Oh, sorry. Can you hear me now?
Okay, go ahead, Ashley.
Okay, no, I just wanted to check whether you can hear me. Let Nelson finish. I'll go after him.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Ashley. For me, just I never wanted to talk about this though, but then my analysis in the past about voting in the Mount Kenya region, as mentioned slightly before by Jones, is simple. The Mount Kenya region normally votes in accord to punish, and each and every election they have never lacked something or someone to punish in their voting system. This is my analysis. And in 2013, 2017, they voted to punish, and they voted to punish Raila Odinga so that they could send him home. Right now, the president going into handshake with Raila and bringing in BBI, which is not only them feeling, but a bigger percentage of the country feels that it's not a good timing. They are now voting not to punish Raila Odinga, but to punish the president, that you want to see that we have not been riding with you all along on this ship of BBI thing. And then it happens so coincidentally that the handshake is with a man they have always voted to punish against, So it's going to be not a vote that is showing the power and muscles between Ruto and Raila, but it is going to be a vote against, like, it's going to be, how do I call it? How do I put it in English? A revolt vote, like kind of saying, we want to show you that we have not been happy with what you have been doing in the past. That has been my analysis so far as their voting in the past, history, and even currently is concerned. For Brother Ernest, you're really raising some, sensitive issues that are not wrong, but I also don't find them seriously, slightly well with sitting well with the forum, owing to the fact that there are things that we presumably want to say that we have to some extent forgotten, and we are now healing so far as the country is concerned. And those are my comments. I have seen John saying something. Maybe I can listen to John's before I go.
Yeah, what
Okay,
I
John.
wanted to say is that anytime you have a contested election where the margin of error is 1, 2, 3%, it does not matter which country you're in. After a contested election and it becomes a contest, people start talking about rigging. Here in America, they're still talking about rigging. Trump has been crying since last year that his election has been stolen. Okay, when when uh, when uh, when uh, when Trump won against Hillary, there was a big protest for almost 2 weeks here, on the streets here in the United States. But now, unfortunately, these guys do not go to the extent of totally disrupting their economy. So, really, what I'm saying is that anytime you have a contest which is so narrow, you win so narrowly, you almost don't have the full mandate of majority of the country. Because I mean, 50 plus one. What does that really? 50 plus one is not really it's not a very strong mandate to say that I have this election and I've won because you have won by one extra vote, to then say that you're not going to do whatever, that people are now just going to follow your direction and you ignore the other 50%. So what I'm suggesting is that these people need to get together pre-election. You come with a team where after you have won, the person who loses does not even have anything to say. They just go home. You just go home. You just didn't have a strong enough coalition pre-election. Instead of coming into an election where you had, I mean, can you imagine if that vote in Kiamba was like a presidential election? I mean, it would be total disaster because nobody is going to accept that somebody has won an election with 400 votes. Nobody's going to accept it. It needs to be a clear mandate. When you win the presidency of this country, the executive needs to be such that the executive has been given a clear mandate by the country to govern for that period of time. And it has become very clear that when you have this type of a contest without expanding the executive, you're not going to have that clear mandate. You're going to end up in a situation where you have 49%, 51%, then there's this big fight, people go to court. It's just never going to end. That disrupts our economy every 5 years. It keeps us young people from getting jobs. It keeps us from getting the money that we want to start our businesses. It keeps us from getting the health care that we need. It keeps us from getting the education that we're supposed to be getting. We have to accept that we are Kenyans. We have tribes. We have and it's just kind of how our politics. Unfortunately, that's how our politics at this particular time. That's the situation on the ground. We hope to begin to turn that curve where the voting along tribal lines, we reduce that variable, as being a variable in the vote. But when we have a situation where people run for office and then you have the election is so close, I can guarantee you that investors, people doing business in Kenya, people with money in Kenya are watching that election and they are very, very, very worried. They're very worried. Even now, I doubt anybody's investing in Kenya at this time. They're just waiting. They're waiting. Meanwhile, we don't have jobs.
So,
Okay, thank you, John.
Over and above, Bernard, over and above, as I'm leaving, I think I love the trajectory that this our forum is taking. I can tell you for a fact, I've had some feedbacks in the background, and people who normally watch, they normally give me positive feedbacks. I think one of the things that have been really lacking among our youths and among our people is public participation and public education so far as political responsibilities and informative decision making is concerned politically. And I think some of the things that we normally discuss here are really playing a very huge role so far as informing young people on what needs to be taken so far as a strategic decision is concerned when it comes to leadership and political information is concerned. So, guys, I'm so much humbled and privileged to be sharing this platform with you guys each and every time we normally talk. It's always a pleasure to catch up. It's always a pleasure to learn from you as well. It's always a pleasure to interact. Cheers and good night to the people who are not having a night. Good day.
Thank you,
Thank you for
Nelson. We
correction.
appreciate your input, and we look forward to having an interaction again in another segment when you're back. Nelson is an engineer for outfits. So if you're looking for an African outfit or British outfit, you talk to him in the private chat there. You get his number and go for him for proper dressing so that you don't appear questionable in parliament. Thank you very much, Nelson.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, if there's no matter arising, we need to hear from Ashley. Brother Benson, you're also lifting your hand.
My hand, I was just telling Nelson, bye.
Okay, thank you. Now, Ashley, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. Thank you so much. Hi, my panelists and viewers. Thank you, Mutembei, for the forum. Actually, I joined when Jones and Angela were talking, so it's been a while. So, and everything Jones has said, I don't want to attack him, but he's being dishonest. In order for our country to move forward, we need to have an honest conversation, because nobody here is a fool. If you can be able to log in, like I was having trouble because I'm using another set of, not the one I normally use. So I had to ask someone to help me to get the mic on. So we are not stupid. In order for us to move to the next level, we have to address the issues. Like now in Kiamba, we know why the margins were so little. People don't fight because the margins are little. And like he said, he's in America. You know, in America, when the margins are so little, just so that there is no question, what they do, they repeat the count by hand, because most of the count is done by machines. So just in case, when the count is so little, even one vote matters. So they repeat it. There is a place where it is a 0.25 in some states. In the US, each state has its own rules, and I think we should hire Obama to help us and structure our country where each county is a government on its own, and then the national government becomes the federal government. That's how America operates. So that each area's interests are looked into, and each area can even decide to I've forgotten the word. To say this, like to move out, to get out of that contract if it's not working for them. So when the margin is so close, what in America they do, depending on which state they are, if it's at 0.25, they recount the vote by hand. And any of the candidates can appeal for a recount in any of the locations that they think that it was unfair. Some of them are automatic if it's the margin is so little. The reason Kenyans fight, and even in America you saw they were fighting, is if there is any doubt that it was an honest campaign. Even on this forum, Bernard is doing a good moderation. If you were starting to be unfair, we would all be in uproar. You have seen it happen before. When someone feels like they are not being treated fairly, they will either be subdued or they will be in uproar in protests. So the reason there is any protest in Kenya is because of the uproar, because there is, like in Muguga, they say there was rigging, but the people who are rigged decided not to pursue it. They just let it go. I am of the opinion, if I'm on the ballot, if I'm a candidate, if someone woke up early to vote for me, and if we use a correct tally that doesn't work, we shouldn't let it go. That's my opinion. Because every vote should count. When every vote does not count, when the government mostly tries to be funny and tries to use mechanisms to win or to cheat or to coerce or to intimidate, that is when the problem comes. So if we can work on that, if we can only really be honest, and on this panel I've seen some growth in so many people working towards that, being tribeless. Not that you're not tribeful. I have my own tribe, but I have come to I've never even been voted on tribal lines, or maybe if I have, I didn't know. But whatever is the best policy for the Kenyans is what is going to give us peace as Kenyans. as a country is going to give growth to the whole country. So that's what I wanted to say. So if we have an honest conversation, we'll get somewhere. When we try to fool other people and say we need to talk before the election, that is not democracy. That is not democracy. Do you think Kawanchiko can sit on the same table as Odinga and Uhuru to talk? So what you're trying to entrench is that nepotism, oligarchy, dynasty, because there is no way Brother Bernard will be allowed to go and sit on a table with Ruto and Uhuru and Raila to talk. What about, I mean, how can he even get that clearance? So what you're saying for them to talk before the election, then what you're trying to say that we will always be ruled by big boys or people whose fathers had names somewhere. What resonates with people about the hustler nation is not the leader. It is the feeling that you matter as a small person. You matter as a person coming from a poor background. That if you work hard, that's why I said Obama, he used to say that if you work hard, you can be somebody. So it is not about Ruto. Ruto is a thief. Uhuru is a thief. Raila is a thief. So the contest becomes, which thief are you going to support? Which thief are you going to support?
Guys, you are not going too far.
That is my opinion, please. Bernard, let me answer Jones, because I came here to answer him something. I've written it down, so I'm going to read. It says, Jones says, judge people by the content of their character. If we can start there, I won't even go there. Because Ruto said, Uhuru said, Yangu Kumiten, he's a liar. And second, he says Ruto is a thief. If you start telling me to judge people according to the content of their character, we'll disconstruct everybody here. So that's why I say they are all, the people here, Nelson say the truth. And Nelson, when he came into this show, he was up for the handshake. He's changed. He's in the middle. And he's saying he doesn't see, I can see growth. That's why I say I can see growth. I've seen him grow. And that's why we need to be honest.
Let me finish. You've admitted.
Jones, hold on. I will give you permission
let me talk
to
about.
respond.
Let me read, please, and then we'll talk. But what I'm saying is, I want to talk about the people. Every of us here can read. Every of us knows the facts. So I'm not. Those who just bring contention. But let us be honest. So he said, judge people by the content of their character. We can judge Uhuru. We can judge Ruto. We can judge Raila. Let me tell you one good thing about Ruto. He's loyal. He has never, even before handshake of Ruto, Raila and Uhuru, Raila called Ruto to tell them to gang against Uhuru. He refused. That's one thing. If you team up with Ruto, I haven't seen him where he has stabbed anybody in the back. That's the only thing I can say about him. Among the three of them, judge the party and leadership by the content of their character. Unfortunately, all of them, they are bad. So the thing is, you have to weigh which one is worse and which one works for you, like that right now, until somebody like Isaac Olechia, Aluochia, enters the race. We need to force some of those people, talk to them, help them, fund them, and let them get in the race, so that we can have a working government. Such people, let us give them a chance and see what they can do for 5 years. You know, then we would see. That's what we need, fresh. But we need to push them. We need to encourage them ourselves. So that's my opinion. And then he said, I read everything and then I'll just stop. Judge people by the content of their character. Judge party and leadership by content of character. Why has Ruto left Jubilee? He said that he has left because he's John said that he left because he's unhappy with the handshake, and but because he has been, but Ruto himself said he has been locked out. We have listened to so many of Ruto's interviews, so I believe that Jones has been also attentive and has listened to them. He has said, and it has been said that Jubilee, since 2017, they have never had a NAC meeting. They have never held any meeting. The only meeting held is by Tuju and Morade, expelling people from the party. They have begged. We have seen them beg here for a meeting. None has been forthcoming. Even the election that was supposed to be when Tuju got an accident, when he came back, up to today, they have not had party elections. The people in power right now at the party leadership were put there on an interim basis and are still currently in position there. So the disconstruction of Jubilee has nothing else but to do with Uhuru as the leader. And the people themselves, the leaders themselves, say that he has hijacked the party and he's the one who makes decision. He doesn't consult them. Even when it was about joining ODM, he didn't consult them. When he formed a coalition with Kanu, he didn't consult them. When he added Wiper, he didn't consult them. So that is the problem. If you have a marriage where the man makes all the decisions, comes and buys a new house, comes and brings a new wife, comes and starts taking the kids everywhere and does not consult the wife, that home will not stay. Period. So that is what has happened. And we all know that. That's why I'm saying let us engage honestly. When we engage honestly, we are going to move somewhere. Okay. And then
I think
let me finish what I'm saying, what you said. And those are my rebuffals to you. Ruto, after winning 2017, because he wanted, so what happened when they won in 2017? Because Uhuru's aim was to bring Gideon. From that time, he started to see how to sideline Ruto. And that is why he started pushing Ruto out. And by pushing Ruto out and refusing to hold these meetings, that is how Jubilee has disconstructed. So I'm not going to go into detail on that, but you talked a lot about they are leaving Jubilee because it is dead. They have not held any meetings or anything. The time, I'm trying to go. Okay.
Take your time.
Because I said okay, and then Angela came in, and she's left. She said someone support their choice, or she said about being a cult. You see, the thing is, each party, we concentrate too much on saying no, bottom up doesn't work. Like if I sell you, if I'm running for office, if I sell you my policies, you can come and disconstruct them, but give me an option. When you give me an option, then you give people, it's not we are voting against Ruto, or maybe that is the policy, but if we want to make our country better, you have to tell them, he is lying to you. This is what I have. This is what is going to help you. That is what we are missing. We're just keeping on saying he's lying to you and not providing an option. So when you say that being this hustler is a cult, then get us from the cult with substance. Give us a substantive argument that why we should follow your person instead of being in the cult. You know, like it's like preaching. You preach to people to get saved. So preach to us what you stand for, what your person stands for, what your person is going to do. And then let me, with my intelligence or lack thereof, decide. And that is when, as leaders, little leaders, like Bernard is a pastor, he goes to and asks the government to give him money so he can do civil education in his church, so that people in the church can understand what their rights are. So when they make a decision, they will make an informed decision. Because the reason our politicians are able to lie to us and make us fight on tribal lines is because we are not smart enough to know that we are fighting for them, not for us. Because
Ashley, you found us when we already finished discussing problems, and now
I've just been patient. But the reason I came
hold on, Jones, just a moment. Ashley, hold on, dakika moja kwanza. Let Ashley finish her submission, and then from there we'll have our response. Wekesa has something with what Ashley said, Jones has, so, and even SK, Ernest, so everybody has something to say about what Ashley said. So Ashley, please summarize so that we move on.
So
somebody needs to turn off their mic.
John said that people, instead of leaving the party, they should work to build the party. If they are not even allowed to go to the office of the party, they are not allowed to hold meetings, how can you build this? That's the same I asked about marriage, which is a little more, it's between two people. But this party of Jubilee, the leader is Uhuru. When he has a meeting, he has only called Kikuyus. And it's not a Kikuyu party, to Sagana. That's the only Jubilee members that have been called. And even they have complained that when they go to the meeting, he talks. He doesn't give them, it's not a dialogue. So how do you build something when someone has hijacked the party as his personal property and he tells you what he wants and leaves? He doesn't give you the opportunity to discuss like we are doing right now. So Jubilee, John said that they should build the party instead of leaving. But when they cannot express themselves, when they cannot build it, they have been forced out. It's like a woman being forced out of her marriage with her children because the husband has become unmanageable, unlivable, and there is no way forward. So that's what I personally think. So that's what I had come to tell you. Last and not least, and this is documented information. I would ask Jones to do his research in the next time when he comes here, because these things I have talked about are documented. I have tapes here. If you have time, I can put them on for you to tell you what these people who left Jubilee are saying, and then you can tell me what is not true about those things that they are saying. They are documented facts. So please, let us be honest in our engagement with each other if we really want to move our country forward. So those are my opinions.
Okay, thank you, Ashley. Everybody mute your mic. Let's have the first response from Jones, then Wekesa, in that order. But let's be brief so that we give other people who have not spoken to get their chance. Thank you.
Yeah, Ashley has had obviously she has been aggregating a lot of issues with Jones, and she has unloaded a lot of issues to the extent that I'm not even sure now which question, whether which question or where to begin. But what I wanted to tell Ashley is that we have been here, we have been discussing problems since like for 3 or 4 hours. So now we are at a point where we were discussing solutions, and there was a previous panelist who came here and said that the problem that we're having is that we have a lot of problem with the youth not having access to capital. And that's where we are. And what I was proposing is that so that we don't have this problem of interfering with our economic activities every 5 years, and then because these people, after they come and they create all of these problems, they then go post-election and have handshakes, because everybody realizes that I don't have enough of a mandate to govern this country. It happened to Mwai Kibaki, okay, when he had to go and form government with Raila. It happened now with the Uhuru Kenyatta, where he has had to go and make a handshake with Raila so that you have a governable country. We cannot live in a country where we have people rioting on the streets every Monday. I remember these riots. Well, riots you can call, now when I say riots, it becomes, because, some people will say it was a protest. Another person may say it was a riot. So I don't really want to get into the terminology. Let's just say that when you win an election and you win with 1%, in Kenya, it's not enough. In Kenya, if you're going to win an election, we need to see that you have a clear mandate to govern the country. And just sliding through, and you just told us that all these people are thieves. So when you send thieves to an election, are we expecting the thieves to go there and then all of a sudden have integrity, that they're not now trying to steal the election? These guys, you yourself are telling us they're thieves. They're going to go into the election. They're all thieves. They're all going to try and steal the election. In the end, we're left wondering who really has won this election. We don't know.
Jones, the one who steals the election.
So these people, instead of taking us through their shenanigans, they need to, if you're going to win an election, you need to have an overwhelming, actually not just sliding through like the guy in Kiamba. Your thing has to be clear. We're living in Kenya, in Africa. Your mandate has to be clear. It has to be so clear that it's not even questionable who has won. And the only way that's going to happen is if you have strong parties. You have to have strong parties that include everybody, includes everybody from all corners of the country. And I don't see how you're going to have that when every time everybody, somebody feels disenfranchised, they run away and go start their own party in the corner. Another one runs away and goes starts their own party in the corner. When you can see that people are trying to aggregate parties to have strong parties. Running away from your marriage is not usually a good idea. It doesn't work.
Okay, thank you, Jones.
Can I respond
Actually,
to what
hold
he
on.
has said? Yeah, okay.
Actually, before you respond, I want Wekesa also to add on so that you respond. Then you'll get the other SK and Ernest as their last part. Wekesa.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate Ashley has been like maybe an observer and also a judge of this station. And she has come with an analysis that there are people growing and some are not growing. But I'll begin by saying, so from the first day I heard from Ashley up to today, her herself has not grown. In fact, she talked, there are people who came here who are hardliners for Raila and Ruto, and they have changed their mind. They are debating very soberly. But when you look at Ashley, she just talks the same way she started from day one. And so her judgment is completely wrong. The narrative is wrong. She's playing conjectures which are half-truths and innuendos which are disparaging. I want also to say that when she talks about that there is no democracy when people negotiate before election, she's misleading us. There are many forms of democracy. You can deposit a coalition agreement to the political registrar of political parties before or after. You decide which model you want to use, and different countries are governed differently. There is also a negotiated democracy, like in northern where Haji passed on. Before the election was done, the candidates came together and agreed that this is going to be our candidate, and he passed with the without opposition. And the constitution recognizes that if there is no person, any other person opposing a candidate in an election, is declared the winner. So don't half truths are called innuendos. They are conjectures. They don't help us in developing our democracy. Tell us full truth, and whatever you have compiled is for your own consumption. As long as we don't have it, then it's not necessary for us. For us, we live in Kenya, and we don't need compile information. We just need what we normally see every day, and that is happening in Kenya. And some of these things we not just see, we experience them. There are people who are in Kiamba. So even if you sit in US and just compile that information, and there are people who are on the ground and experience what happened, sometimes it's not true what you are telling us. So allow Kenyans to debate. I have seen this, one of the person that I've seen who is level-headed on this discussion is Jones. I just wonder how you attacked him, because he has not even taken sides. He has not even declared he has a candidate. He has been debating very soberly on issues, and he kept his guns or eyes focused on the ideas that we need to generate if we have to improve our democracy. I think there are many people who need to contribute, so I will not go further than that.
Okay, thank you, Wekesa. Ashley, respond.
I don't have much to add. All I want to say is that personally, what John said was well dressed, but it was dishonest. All I ask him is to be factual in order to have an honest debate, in order to move the country forward. And being outside the country is not a vice. The fact that someone is outside the country does not mean they are not affected, because they also have family back home. When you have to pay for your family or somebody to go to hospital, when you have to send someone money for food because COVID took away their business, when you have to send money for someone because they are suffering, or when you cannot and you have to say no, then it affects you. some people want to come back to Kenya, but they cannot because of the economy of the country. So some people outside the country know more about what is going on in Kenya than some people in Kenya. And I wish, instead of fighting us, I have no interest whatsoever. My interest is for our to be proud that my country is going forward. And that's why I'm here. Not for the panelists, but someone to listen to me, to be able to be a voice, for someone to think again. I don't support Ruto, I don't support Raila, I don't support Uhuru. But if I was going to vote today, I would vote for Ruto because listening to them all, that is who has sold the idea. Like if we have to vote, because like someone say, not voting is voting. So if those are the only three people, personally, I would vote for Ruto. If your person, in order for me to vote for your person, maybe you need to tell me more, advocate for your person more. People are talking about bottom up. So Ruto has sold his lies, what you call them lies. He sold them well, that each of us knows there is a bottom up, even if you might not understand it. But nobody knows what any other person is bringing to the table. Give this to us and let us decide. And you see, when we learn, we tell our people. So you might be out, but you might be a voice to somebody. You might explain it to somebody. So do not disregard us. And in the next government, we want to demand that even people outside the country are given the right to vote as Kenyans. So
okay, thank you, Ashley. Thank you, Ashley.
You've done. You do very well.
Hold on, Jones. Sam has not spoken. He needs to speak. But before he speaks, there was SEK and Ernest. You have a matter with what Ashley said. Please make it brief so that we move forward. SEK.
One, I would like to tell Ashley to stop being dishonest. Just to go, I think the UDA has an office in Washington. Go and register as one of their members. Secondly, I would like to respond to the issue of the change of parties. I think from 2002, we don't have a party that has won election twice. In 2002, we had NAC. In 2007, we had PNU. In 2013, we had Jubilee Coalition. And now we are talking of Jubilee as a party. So I think what Jones had said actually attacked her. There was no need to attack John because he never even took side of what he was saying.
Okay, thank you, SK. Ernest?
Bernard, let me just say this to this. I don't know what his name is.
No, hold on. We combine it with Ernest so that we respond at once.
I think at a point I will support Ashley in that I think Jones was wrong on the issue of on the approach of the issue of hardship. And I think that is what Ashley was saying. Jones need to be correct, or to argue in the correct way, to be true to himself. Now, I also want to agree with Ashley that these people have faults, and what we are doing, we are actually choosing the better person. Now, the problem is I said, Ruto is super creative. Okay, I don't want to use craftiness. I was told to withdraw. I withdraw the other statements. Let me say he is creative, into brackets. He's creative. Obviously, this creativity is not to build, if I can say that. Is a kind of
Ernest, are you demonizing creativity? What are you talking about?
We say that we shall not say that they are. I started by saying that they are manipulative. That is, they are crafty. I think, according to Jones, which I also agree, Ruto has a very sweet tongue. When he starts to speak, he becomes very clean. You can't compare actually Ruto with people like Karonzo and others, he's very keen on oration and orator and how he stands. But now, hands on the practical bit, I don't know how it will come to be when he maybe is given the seat. So finally, I would say maybe most of us maybe will be carried, because it is possible to say you shall have many stadiums. It was also possible to tell us like that. It was also possible to tell us you will have, I think that is what also the people like Raila should do. You should promise. If you don't promise Kenyans, then it's upon you. I think that is my
Honest, thank you. You are becoming a very good Kenyan politician, and we encourage you. But you are learning from the wrong people. May God help Kenya. Ashley, respond quickly so that we hear from Sam.
What I will say, and I won't even defend myself. I see so many comments against me, but facts are facts, opinions are opinions. Even if you say something is not, and it is, whoever saying that Jones is a neutral contributor, if I had time, I would deconstruct him with the statements from these people from Jubilee that are facts. So whether opinion, and that's the thing, if we choose a bad person, let us choose, but let us choose knowingly. And this is what I'm going to say as the last thing. I'm not going to defend myself. When Israel was, other nations had kings. Israel's king was God, but they told God, we want to be like other nations. And Moses went to God and said they want to have a king, and God was displeased, but he gave them the opportunity to get a king like other nations, even though it was the wrong decision for them. So we are here to give opinion. If people don't want to listen, watakula ujeuri wow. But at least you have the facts, you have your knowledge, and you make the decision whichever way you want to go with a clean mind. And the majority, what we are saying, let them win. Let there be no interruption. And I'm telling you, if an honest win is got, where people feel that the state will not interfere, there will be no violence. That's what I have to say.
Okay, thank you, Ashley. And it was not Moses, it was Samuel. Just for the Bible quote. Thank you.
Actually, a new agent.
No, hold on.
No, I'm not in UDA. Like I said, I don't support any. I wish I am like Nelson and Moses. I would wish to have a new part. Like I said, Isaac Aluochia is my new man. He is Miguna on steroids. I wish he would get into the race, and I will be contacting him myself.
Okay, thank you, Ashley. Thank you very much. Let's move from there. Sam, how are you? Thank you for your patience.
Hey, how are you guys? I've actually been hearing you guys like almost the whole day, So, all right. I will just have to discuss based on the topic of today. And first of all, I'm quite shocked that no one has actually talked about the number in Kiamba that UDA got, right? So these guys, they actually went neck to neck. And I hear like the UDA guys are telling us that, oh, a win is a win. You know what I'm saying? But what they don't understand is that by-election and general election, those are two completely different things. Because Ruto spent more than 200 million shilling in Kiamba, plus they really exhausted all their resources. You see what I'm saying? But now the return on investment, it was 50% after spending almost all their savings from the UDA party. You see, so now what I have to say is the election in Kenya right now. We should not even discuss about what is currently happening, because the real politics will start next year. So from next year, March, April, now we can come here and start saying what is going to happen, because so far we only have one single person that has totally declared that he's going to be running for president. And of course, you've seen he's been campaigning for the last since they won in the last election. You see what I'm saying? So, but now, of course, I still need to come up and congratulate like SK or Edima, that you look like you're a bit of a swing voter, of which actually we are also in that line of uh, because you need to ask yourself, who are these people and what is it they're telling us that they're going to do? Because so far to me, bottom up approach does not make any sense. It's not even an economic term, you know. I did economics in the university, but I don't practice it, and I've never like even had the term bottom up approach. Although I still have a management degree of where we use bottom up approach as a communication skill in an organizational structure. Okay. But now, when it comes to the bottom up approach, it's not an economic term that you can use for anything. Because what are these bottom people? Where are you going to get the money from to give these guys? Because now, what's going to happen is that for Ruto to actually do what he's suggesting, he really need to tax the people at the top seriously to give money to the bottom. And another thing that also, if maybe Ruto become president, what he's going to realize is that Kenya cannot survive without borrowing money outside. You can take that to the bank. In fact, when he become president, he will borrow even more than what Uhuru has borrowed so far, because the Kenya is in a very bad economic, and there is no way we can survive without any debt. And Uhuru knows that, because if we were really not going to get any debt, like the economy is going to stop. How are we going to pay? How are we going to pay the civil servants? How are we going to pay the army? How are we going to pay the doctors? Some of the hospitals are free. Medicine, there are people with HIV/AIDS. They normally get free medications. You know, the ARVs. Like, how are they going to get? How are they going to able to do those kind of things without any money? That's why what I can say, bottom up approach is just an instrument that is being used for someone to ascend to power, but it's not going to be practical. There's nothing is going to work about it, because so for example, Ruto's got only two options. He can either use the bottom up to say that us we don't talk about tribe, or he can just become full on tribal and say Kikuyu and Kalenjins, we are the majority, let's take this thing again. You see what I'm saying? But it's not. But any person who uses any tribal or any funny ideas like bottom up approach, they just want to get power. So I hope everyone understand that. So nothing is gonna happen. Like honest, like you will not go to, I don't know, the CDF office, and then they tell you, oh, how much do you want? And that's why Jones was right before, when he says it's not the work of the government to give people loan, right? If you want loan, you need to prove that you have a business plan that is going to work, and that you need loan to expand that business, because it's impossible for the government to just come and tell you, oh, what do you want? Oh, you want this? Take. For what? Because now, like, that's going to be a serious handout economy. It's not going to be, and in fact, that kind of an economy, we're going to end up like Cuba. Actually, we're going to end up like even Haiti, you know. because those guys, they normally, even them during the election time, they normally see handouts becoming so attractive. So the politicians, what they will try to do, they will try to make the masses more poor, so that now when a handout is presented to you, it becomes extremely attractive. Let me tell you, I can be in Kenya and I will go get the border guys for the whole day. I say, oh, by the way, I've got 100,000 shilling. I want to spend all this 100,000 shilling on the border guys. And then I go in and ask these border guys, how much do you make per day? And I will give them the money, probably 30 of them. Let me say like each of them makes 3,000 shilling per day, but I'm pretty sure it's less than that at average, right? And they're going to be so happy, right? They're going to see it as a very big deal, and that is $30. It's something when we leave our house over here, like you spent $30, you wonder where on earth has this money gone to, right? But now what's going on in Kenya is that now our people are completely impoverished, that any sort of a handout becomes so attractive to them. And that's the reason why the bottom-up approach has really been, it has really been sold to the masses. Okay, but now what I can tell you for a fact is that we really need to be sober. We need to go beyond the people that we do support. And we also need to question whether this thing they are saying they're going to do, whether it's just by the way of saying it so that they can get into power, or are they just trying to say it to help? And in most cases, those things do not occur, because if you question, especially now the front runner right now that we have, he has been in government since 1992, something like that. So all of a sudden, the guy has become so, he has really seen the light at the end of the tunnel, and says, "Aya, I can, let's have an idea. Let's talk based on ideas. Let's talk based on economy and all those kind of things." And this is the same guy who told us about how many stadiums are going to be built, I don't know, within certain what. And until today, I don't even know what has happened, right? So they normally have to say something so that they can just get that power, but nothing is gonna happen. So we can never even come here and argue based on what our candidate is actually telling us. So the only thing that is happening right now is just like politics. There is no clear, it's just politics to get into power. That's it. But nothing will happen. Even like when I hear guys over here defending probably like the hustler movement, that is actually a ticking bomb that is actually coming. Because now, let me tell you, for instance, if Ruto actually loses the next year election, of which most likely he will, because I've looked at I've looked at several dynamic, and I've seen probably it's going to be very difficult for him to win. But if he loses, now this hustler nation, they're going to feel so disappointed. You see what I'm saying? And we're going to turn out to become the next South Africa, where now the poor people who actually live in very impoverished area, they are going to go and attack now the rich people in Karen. You see what I'm saying? Or in Runda, or in so many other places also have richer people. But what we need to really we really need to ask ourselves, how can we go beyond all this euphoric on things that don't even make any sense? We just have like to, for example, I normally hear people telling me, okay, yeah, but we have Ruto. If it's not Ruto, who else? We can't vote for Raila. First of all, if you actually take these Tanga people and you actually ask them what is the main reason why you support Ruto, right? They will not tell you. Do you know why? Because the reason why they support him is because they're against Raila. You see what I'm saying? And even in Kiamba, the reason why they voted for the candidate that they did vote for is because they were trying to pass a message to Uhuru, right? But now let me ask you a question. So who has won? Because now the Kiamba, they have a member of parliament. I actually saw him the way he presents himself. He's not eloquent. He is not, he's somebody who cannot even present anything in the parliament. Like that's how I view him. He's completely like clueless about exact power he's been given, compared even to the other person who has lost the election, who actually look more eloquent. And in fact, he has done a lot of things in Kiamba actually before. Like I followed his stories and I saw exactly what he has been able to do in Kiamba. You see what I'm saying? So this thing of trying to vote for somebody to punish the other person, oh my goodness. Let me tell you, for example, if it really works and Ruto is able to
Sam,
become the president,
Sam,
let me
somebody's
finish.
asking you.
Wait, let me
Somebody's asking you
finish.
to bring better options. What are the options? What is the better solution,
Okay,
please?
okay, I will give you the better option. Let me tell you the thing about punishing another person for electing another person. That's exactly what happened in 2017, right? And now you see people crying everywhere. They're like, oh my goodness, look at the economy. But again, when I look and I see what Uhuru actually has done in Kenya, have you seen the kilometers of, do you know how many super thicker highway that Uhuru has built? Do you know that? Okay, now let me give you first of all, let me give you a comparison of something. Let's say you tell me you give Mamboga like incentives so that they're able to expand their business and all those kind of things, and let us pause on the infrastructures and let us not borrow more loan. First of all, with my own economic sense, I know it's not possible to in Kenya right now with the current economic state for us to survive without any loan. I kid you not, even when Ruto become president, he will borrow it, okay? But if you build an infrastructure, let's say like road, a place where there have never been road, right? What will it go through? It will go people's land, right? What will those people's land do? It will appreciate in value. So what will they be able to do? They'll be able to actually go to the bank with their title deeds, and they'll be able to get better loans than be given 100,000 to expand their business. So for example, if you have a land that is worth 200,000, then a road passes, and maybe now like the value goes up probably to 3 million, right? You've already increased your net worth automatically, because now that is how a country can make wealth, because Kenya right now needs a lot of infrastructure. So this thing of saying that the only thing that right now we can do in the economy is to give people a handout is because right now they're so impoverished because of the economic status, right? But if the government continues investing in infrastructure, believe it or not, like people's net worth are going to increase like there's no tomorrow, because now when you keep on saying, oh, I'm gonna give people handout, do you know what that means actually? It means every single time during the election time, people, they will only vote for desperation to receive something to make a leader happy, right? So that's what I'm saying. um like we need to have like sober discussion, and actually I do like this forum, and I've seen like people, they have like like the way people talk. It's like sometimes I really like the way their mind is beginning to build up. People, they are beginning to become more clever. We are going beyond our tribe, to say, oh, because I've been hearing a lot of time Kikuyu saying that they never want to see a Luo become president. Trust me, when you look at the constitution, what it defines, it defines what like the qualification of a president is. It does not define by saying oh, by the way, if you're a Luo, you cannot become president. It's only for Kikuyus. It's only for this tribe. No, like, trust me, we just need to elect people that are sober minded. Okay, people who actually give, and that's what I'm telling you. Like, right now, bottom up approach is still not good for the country. I won't lie about that, because it doesn't make any sense. What we need right now, we still need an increase in infrastructure. So now, going back to Kiamba, after now they voted for whoever they voted. By the way, he is very clueless, and you guys, you can go watch videos of him, the way he talks. So the way now Kiamba, now they've gotten their person, believe it or not, nothing will change. They will be the same people, you see, because they were punishing another person. So I want to define to you what the work of a member of parliament is. The work of a member of parliament is not to build roads. The function of a member of parliament is not to put money in your pocket. The function of a member of parliament is to go to the parliament and fight for you, right? To go and tell the government, let's change this policy, let's do this, let's do that, right? But by voting for somebody punishing another person, you end up voting for somebody who cannot eloquently present his case in the parliament. It becomes a complete waste of time for you who went to line up to vote for that person. Because if one day all of us we come to an agreement that we elect leaders, we are the employers of these people. You see what I'm saying? Their work is to do what? Their work is to represent us. Their work is for them to work for us in a very professional way. You will be able to know that that the country right now, the reason why we are in what we are right now, is because of how we think in a very stupid way. We don't reason beyond our conscience of somebody who is coming to give you 10 shilling and tell you, oh, go vote for me. Oh, but I even saw some videos of guys on the line. They give you money while you're going to vote, right? And then they tell you, by the way, when you reach there and vote, take a picture. Okay, sometimes they could pause your payment. They tell you, go take a picture of what you voted, and then once they confirm, I'm going to take it and give you the money. So let me tell you guys one thing. You know me, I do love Kenya, by the way. Like, I've really been wanting to talk to even other youth, to tell them that actually the future of the country, we are going to leave it to our children. So if we keep on getting played by these leaders every single time, what country are you going to leave to your children? They're going to suffer, right? And we don't want that. But if you do love people, you need to know how to vote for leaders who are actually going to change the better for the better, so that now the people that we are going to leave, they're going to keep on appreciating for the decision that we've made. You see what I'm saying? So what I can tell you now, please let us not get cheated by anything, especially right now, the front runner, the bottom up approach. I'm telling you guys, it's a terrible idea. That is my
Okay. Thank you, Sam. Thank you very much. We've heard you loud and clear, and that was something. We go to Brother Benson, except somebody has something to say about what Sam has said.
I wanted to ask him, someone on the comments asked him what is the better solution, because he kept putting down the bottom-up approach. So what is his economic suggestion that it will be better than the bottom-up? If that's all we have, and he's saying it's bad, what is his opinion or the better solution?
All right. Okay. What I was telling Ashley is that even bottom up approach, it's an instrument to get power. It will not happen.
We've heard what you say.
It's not a
what we are
decision.
asking, what is the other better option?
Yeah. So actually, and that's what I was talking about before you came in, and what I was talking, because like I tried to say, we had a panelist on this panel who talked about the poverty gap that we have and the problem that our youth are having accessing capital. And what I was proposing before Ashley then came in, I was actually proposing a solution, Ashley. And the solution that I was proposing is a stable political environment that then allows for the economy to grow. And this stable political environment can only come about when you have a clear mandate to govern the country. When you win elections by sliding through somehow, the mandate is not clear. Okay, it disrupts the political environment, and then all of a sudden, investors cannot even invest. And it's not even foreign investors who are worried about investing in Kenya during this type of times. Even local investors, even Kenyans themselves, nobody's going to go and open a kiosk in the middle of a political upheaval. Nobody does. They have to wait and see that all this politics has died out. Like I remember, like before this handshake, like when the handshake was happening around that period of time, people were not opening their shops. You could not run your business. You could not open your shop. You could not go to the city center. You could not engage in your economic activities. It was actually worse than COVID. It was worse than this COVID curfew. So when you have that type of situation, then you don't have economics and nobody has money in their pocket. The only way you're going to have money in your pocket, the people who win this election have to have a very, very, very clear mandate, not winning by 1%, 0.5%, 1 vote. It's not enough. The mandate needs to be clear that they have won the election, such that, and then after winning the election, you have to govern. It's not just winning an election. You have to win. You have to win an election, Ashley, and then you have to govern, and then you have to govern, and then you have to govern the country. Now, the problem with governing the country is when you win an election, and your process to power is a corrupt process, is a fraudulent process. So even as you get to power, because now look at the problem that Uhuru Kenyatta is in. The guy went to Rift Valley and he told people there, "Kumi zangu, kumi for Ruto." Okay, that's how he won his election. Now he has won the election. Now, because of the process that he used to win that election, he now has to now show that this kumi for Ruto, where is it gonna come? And then now that becomes a problem. But had he gone and won his election, in a clean way, and all these guys are the same. Even Kibaki, when Kibaki won his election, he had an MOU with the Raila. So Raila stood there and said, Kibaki Tosha, and then he wins, and then they have some problems. They fall out. The next election is a big problem. He ends up having to get into a handshake with the Raila to form government. So these guys have to. So basically, what I'm saying is this: the process to getting political power needs to be a process of integrity. You cannot just get, because in the end you're going to win, and then you have to govern. And how are you going to govern when you don't reward people with the promises you have been making? You made all these promises to other politicians. What are you then going to give them? In the end, it just causes division. And I don't see. So like now, Ruto, he's kind of promising this Mount Kenya, young politicians in Mount Kenya who now want to rise and replace the Mount Kenya kingpin. They want to be kingpin of the region. This Moses Kuria, Ndindi Nyoro, and all these guys. He's kind of giving them a platform. But what really is going to happen when he does not even select any of them as a vice president? Or maybe even after he wins, he does not even bring any of them into his cabinet. What are these guys going to do? They're going to abandon him. They're going to run away from him so fast.
Jones, I don't think that should be our problem as youth. Like you said, the youth should be thinking, what is it? Is it for them, not what he's going to award those leaders? That's where we are going wrong.
Yeah.
And second,
what
we agree.
Jones,
I agree.
give her time to articulate, and then you respond.
Yeah, I agree where you said about having an honest process. But you see, as Kenyans, you can't force people. I think even though a person won by one vote, and everybody knew that the process was not rigged, there would be no violence at all. So it doesn't matter the margin, because we cannot dictate the margin. We cannot dictate if people are almost equal in power. Whoever wins, as long as there is no rigging, everybody believes that the process was done right, there will be no violence. The thing that is ailing Kenya, what you're talking about, let me finish.
No, hold on, Jones. Let her make her point, then you respond, please.
I know in 2017, the reason people started fighting. Let me tell you, in 2017.
Actually,
please let me finish what I'm saying so that you can understand what I'm saying. Let me give an example. In 2017, the reason people started fighting, ODM, NASA started fighting, is because they believed they had won, not because they were defeated. They believed their win had been taken away. And that's why they went to the street. And that's when they went to the Supreme Court. And that's why they refused to go back to a second election. Because the same process that had been used, that had been declared illegitimate by the court, is the same process that was going to be repeated. So they asked for irreducible minimums that the IBC and the government refused to guarantee. So they said, what is the need for us to go back through the same process? So we won't go, because the outcome is going to be the same. The illegalities, the irregularities are going to be the same. So what I came to understand then, the problem wasn't that Raila did not win. The problem is that they felt, and they had proof, that their election victory was defeated. Do you know how the government would have stopped any crisis in 2017? They could have opened the server as they were asked to, and there would have not been any violence. So I am telling you the truth. The reason it wasn't because NASA was defeated. It is because they felt, and rightfully so, that their election was stolen. And if the other party did not steal, why did they refuse to open the server? So let us have an honest conversation in order to move our country forward. That is my outline completely. We have to do that.
Okay, thank you, Ashley. Now, hold on, Jones. Ngoja kwanza tafadhali, naomba tusonge mbele. Jones, you're going to give your response in half a minute, so that we get their fingers being lifted. Hold on first. Jones, you respond, then I'll give direction on who speaks next.
Just a minute.
Yes.
John is neutral, but he is taking a lot of time to bring one point. If he is brief, we can get time, all of us. But he is very okay.
ACK amesema, Jones, half a minute.
Well, the point I was making is that having the type of election that Ashley is describing in any democracy is really something that all democracies are still, even here in the United States, they're still having issues with whether the election has been stolen or not. So to avoid that type of problem, because what happens in Kenya is that whenever you have that problem, it's a very explosive problem, which then disrupts our economy, which then affects the young people in that they're not able to build their economic their economic position. So to avoid that type of problem, I am proposing pre-election agreements which are solid, not pre-election agreements that somebody then goes and tears apart. Like now we hear Raila is having a problem with the Kalonzo. They're not sharing the money which apparently they had agreed to be sharing and are now not sharing. And what I'm proposing is that if these people are able to come into an election where when you win the election, your mandate is so clear, we're not going to have any fighting. People are not going to go to the street. They're going to take government and govern. And we Kenyans are going to continue on with our lives as usual. No problem. But the problem is this guy is now you're suggesting that there should not be pre-election agreement. I'm not even sure what
Jones, what you're suggesting is what
proposing.
they have in
BBI.
Mexico, where they have cartels, and cartels have to meet so that each of them does not go to each other's stuff. Kenya is a democracy. We are not a cartel nation where they have to meet pre-election. It is a democracy. A democracy, you meet at the ballot. You don't need pre.
Okay.
And the last thing to Sam, and I will be quiet.
Thank you.
I need
We are moving
to
forward.
Sam.
Ashley, thank you. Please.
Can I report?
Respond to the Ashley. Thank you. We are moving forward. I want us to go to Brother Benson.
I want to respond something to
Bernard. I need to respond.
Please,
1 minute.
If you are going to revisit that subject, you're going to dwell there forever.
No, it is just the bottom up.
It's about time we begin to bring the curtain down.
No, it is about the economy.
Order, everybody.
Give me 30 seconds.
Okay, hold on, Ashley. Let me establish the order. I will give you your 30 seconds. Subiri Kwanza. SK, you have a question or a comment?
Yes, I want to comment about what they
you have a comment. Let me establish that first. I want to know how much time I allocate to you. A comment or a question?
I want to comment.
Okay, and then hold on. You will get your opportunity. Ernest, a question or a comment?
I wanted to clarify that the question was for Sam, not for Jones. I think Jones has answered the question for Sam. What was the position of Sam? Because Sam said that.
Yeah. So you want to get the answer from Sam, not from Jones. No problem.
Sam.
You will get the answer. Thank you. So Ashley, you have your 30 seconds.
My 30 seconds was to Jones and Sam. They say they're in the US. You know, this bottom up, we're talking about giving people a boost. It's not that something that is going to be continuous. You see, when the COVID happened, the US went to parliament and they came up with funds that were given to the small businesses so that they can have their employees back to work, and they were given loans which they wouldn't have to repay if they rehire and put all their employees to work. So the money that they are paying their employees was actually given by the government for them to pay the employees, for them to stay employed so that the economy can move. That was like a jump. You know, people who have cars, you have whether you put a jumper to jump the car. So that is the kind of loans I believe the bottom-up economy that Ruto is talking about. It's not money that will be forever given. It is, some people are so poor, they don't have the land Sam is talking about, that they need a jump in order to start their business so that from that small capital they can build up on it. How is this money going to be acquired? And that is why I think Ruto is not the right person to do it. And I think Isaac Aluyacha or somebody with a mind like him is the right person to do. If they can get all the people who have stolen money in Kenya, we can have the money we need for a bottom-up economy and for free healthcare for all.
Actually, there's nothing like a bottom-up economy. I'm so sorry.
Thank you.
But
thank you, Ashley. Jones, hold on, please. Thank you so much. I want us to move forward. Let's hear from ACK.
Yes, what I am saying, in the issue of bottom up, I think it can only exist in terms of communication and paperwork, but nothing practical that can happen about bottom up, because this is the issue. When we have a bottom up model, economic model, do you want to mean that I think it's from poor, you are bringing someone from the poor to be rich or to have money? Do you want to mean when I have money, I myself, I'm going to remain constant, that you find myself there? The issue is you can't empower the small person to reach where the rich person is. At any point, we shall be having someone who is at the bottom. And the issue is the bottom up is just meant for political gain and nothing like practical.
Has actually conceived. If you go to the ground and
thank you very much,
Bernard. I want us to have
if you go to the ground,
tomorrow.
Actually, just 1 second. If you go to the ground and you give everybody money, and then everybody is going to go and buy the same vegetable, what happens to that vegetable? You just create inflation. You don't really solve any problem. But in any case, the kind of money which Luca is talking about anyway is not even enough money to really change the economy of Kenya, rather than
Jones,
yes.
I wish we would have a topic tomorrow. And please be honest, you and Sam, just go and see
Yes, Sam.
the way the economy has been jump started and how
You
the
know,
businesses
actually,
have been sustained in
Can I
America.
respond? Okay.
Let us come
you know,
tomorrow and help our people. How
you know,
because
actually,
you know that it can work. It doesn't have to be on
Let me
Ruto.
respond to Ashley because she's been asking me this question like many times. Let me respond.
Order, please. Order, everybody. Order, everybody.
Okay, now let me
Order,
tell you.
everybody.
No,
Okay,
she's
thank
been
you.
asking me
Thank
the
you very
question.
much. Hold on, Sam. Sam, I'll give you opportunity to respond. Hold on. Let us have an understanding. This bottom-up issue is becoming an itchy issue, but we'll speak to Mtembei to find for us somebody from UDA.
Not from
one of their
Bernard.
political.
Let us get someone from the US to tell us, because right now that is what they have helped sustain the economy, and that's why I said I wish Sam and Jones would really tell us, help us as Kenyans, steal from these people and import those ideas to Kenya on how we can make. It's not free money. People have had to come up with business plans. They are not just dishing out the money. Let us have a day and talk about it, please.
Thank you. We'll put that in consideration and communicate accordingly. Let's have some respond to Ashley, then we go to Brother Benson, please.
All right. Okay. I wanted to tell Ashley one thing, that the economy cannot. Okay, I know you're comparing with the stimulus packages that the Americans have been receiving, especially during the tenth of pandemic. Okay, first of all, there was a report that showed that the guys here in the United States who are receiving the stimulus, they were investing that money in stocks and losing it. All right. So some of them, they do you remember that stock called they invested in another stock they were pumping until even CNN, Fox News, what was it called?
AMC.
Those ones who are doing,
yeah, AMC.
And they're in jail.
So that one, yeah, they were investing in AMC stock, right? So that one.
Actually, mute your mic. It has a feedback.
Yeah. So that one alone tells you that giving people money does not solve anything. Because that showed that when you give somebody money, like they don't have a responsibility to it, right? They can spend however they want. Especially in the US, students normally receive like loans, and they go and start buying cars. Imagine this is a loan they've been given by the government, right? So you find some people, some students, they're spending the money like buying cars, are going to rent expensive apartments and stuff like that. And then you come in here, a student has a debt of $500,000. You're like, what? And what did you do? You did a business degree. Like how is that possible? Like a business degree, probably it will be about maybe like maximum $50,000, right? So you just come to find that giving people money just like that does not help. You see what I'm saying? That's why I was suggesting that the government of Kenya, what they need to concentrate more on is the infrastructure, right? Okay, let me give you one example. Like if I was Uhuru, what I could have done right now. In Kenya right now, there's a problem of energy, okay? There's a problem of energy. And the reason why our government cannot negotiate with any industry that is out of the country to bring their factories over there so that these guys who they're unskilled, they can even be employed, both the skilled and the unskilled, they can be employed. It's because they don't have cheap energy in Kenya. Because if I was Uhuru, what I could have done, I could have increased the megawatts that is in Kenya like massively. You see the way he has invested in railway, I could invest in energy. Okay, and then another thing that the reason why investors cannot invest in Kenya, it's called cost of corruption. Okay, they look at corruption as a cost. Okay, so if the country is in so much corruption, the multinational companies, even in America, they just fly over to China. They say, you guys, I am not going to invest in a country where the corruption is it's like a pandemic. You see what I'm saying? So what I'm telling you, the only thing right now that is needed in Kenya, if the government can invest in energy like crazy, they invest in energy, they bring so much megawatt. Let me tell, and they remove corruption, guys will be getting on their planes, investors, they will be getting on their plane begging the government, you guys, I want to invest in your country. And so many people will receive job. And now that's called a trickle down economy. If you can make somebody up here to feel comfortable to invest in their country, they're going to they're really going to want to to give many people jobs. Do you know if those two things are done, corruption and energy investment is done in Kenya, trust me not, that country, it will have all the employment you'll ever dream of. They will come there. But the reason why they go all the way to China is because that is where the economic of scale can be done, because the labor is cheap, the energy is cheap, like the structures that are being created. Therefore, like if I'm to take my company, by the way, I've been having an online business where I do where I've been getting things from China and I've been selling online. Okay, and the reason why like I get things from China, and imagine this thing we could get them from Kenya, is because the economic of scale in China is completely out of the world. They give you things at a very cheaper price. But now when you go to Kenya, the energy is so expensive. Why? Because the supply is very low. Okay? The supply is low, the demand is high. So industries, they cannot even be able to they cannot be able to actually like produce things at a very cheaper price. That's why like no one can ever think of coming to Kenya. But now if you hear somebody talking about bottom-up approach, believe it or not, like you're just trying to empower people without giving them something that it can give them security. Like you tell them, oh, you guys, I know you're going to suffer a little bit right now. You're going to pay more taxes because we are building roads, we are building infrastructure, we are building energy infrastructure, road infrastructure. We are trying to create like ways investors they can come in. I know you're going to pay more right now, but in the future, when these people they come in, everything is going to go down, because now majority of the people will be able to be employed. Because let me tell you, the economy is not static. Okay, it's dynamic, it goes up, it goes down. Inflation, okay, inflation goes up, inflation comes down. And let me clear the air, the reason why our the life is expensive in Kenya right now. The reason why the life is expensive is because the government, they decided to borrow more loan from a country, a socialist country called China, right? Where they normally manipulate their currencies every time. So when they manipulate the currency, you are unable to pay. So what you have to do, you have to go to IMF, you borrow more money to turn off the fire that you started from China. You see what I'm saying? And when that happens, now the cost of living becomes so expensive for the ordinary people. Do you understand? So that's the reason I'm telling you, even if Ruto become president, it will be the same thing. The bottom-up approach will not even work because it will be the same.
Sam, you said something good about China, about them manipulating. I wish you would remove Ruto from the equation and have a day when we discuss how can we help the bottom people get capital, not to be rich, to be able to sustain their own lives.
Keep in mind, Ashley,
Not only am I saying Ruto, I am saying any
Hold
person
on
who
now,
become
Sam.
president,
Hold on.
any
Thank you.
person who become president, they will still have hard time to actually stimulate the economy in Kenya.
Okay,
It's
thank you
impossible.
very much. This is very healthy. I believe we are making very good progress, but I think it is
simple
becoming
question.
late in the
Simple
day.
question, Sam. Some
Hold
we had
on.
asked question.
Ngoja kwanza, Ernest. Ngoja. We need to begin to wind up. Brother Benson has been on hold for as long as he's been here. Please, we must give him opportunity to say something. But before Brother Benson says something, I want to say something about what John said about the quarrel between Kalonzo and Raila. Kalonzo and the other NASA people are not being honest with their claim of the share of the money they want to get from Raila, because when Raila told them that we go for general nomination at the parliamentary, so that no different NASA parties will have each a candidate. We do general nomination so that we have one candidate in each constituency. They refused. They said each party takes their own candidate. Then they ended up giving a leeway for Jubilee to harvest those seats. Then now they get in parliament with minority seats, yet they want to get a lion's share of the money because they supported Raila's presidents, which never materialized. So we are dealing with very clever people here. If they wanted to share, then we would have had one NASA ticket for all MPs and all MCS. Then there will be one general ticket, and so it will be sharing according to the majority as NASA. Not the ODM has majority, then you will have two, yet you want to get a third of the money that is being shared according to party numbers. Hiyo ni kutuchezea akili. Benson, take it.
Mr. Bernard, you did not see it on the private chat. Actually, I donated my time to Sam, because like when somebody is speaking something that is making sense, and I'm not very good communicator, I decided to, so that he can elaborate more for the audience to listen to. So that's why I donated my time. You did not read it.
Sorry, I didn't see that.
On the private chat.
Oh, sorry. I'm doing so many things. But there is also something waiting for me on the private chat. Let me just sort that out before we begin to close, because we are time bad. There is something that Wekesa posted here about was it PDR party? The PDR party was registered by Tuju in 2012, and it supported Jubilee, but it was never dissolved to become part of Jubilee. And so that settles the question that Jubilee had coalition partners pre-election with KANU and PDR as a party, and not as a dissolved entity that joined Jubilee throughout.
Also PNU.
Also PNU did not die.
Yeah, PNU is still available.
Okay. Yes. Okay, thank you very much. So, Benson, you are suggesting that Sam continues. Sam, make your point, but I want us to begin to close. We are, it's daybreak now.
All right.
Expectation. As Sam takes over, my simple expectation was you are stand, Sam, like in Kenyan politics. Who do you prefer? Yes or no, or something like that.
Okay, all right. Okay. First of all, let me. Okay, you know, right now, of course, we know Ruto has been campaigning all along since 2017, and but according to my knowledge of how the economy runs, especially, and what Kenya needs, he's actually running on a very wrong trajectory of what is representing to the Kenyan people. That's why I keep on telling guys, for me, I'm waiting until next. In fact, I normally like about 6 to 8 months before the election. I like to see what people they are coming in and what exactly they're saying. And maybe we might be very shocked. Maybe somebody can come out of nowhere and they change the atmosphere and you're like, whoa, now this is exactly what we want to hear.
Hey,
So
not in
for right
Kenya.
now, I cannot tell you who I support because I like looking at things. But so far, but what I can guarantee you, that person is not Ruto. I want to see another person because he's still not running in a way that I really like. Okay, and then let me also now tell you the current Kenyan economy right now, it needs energy, and I kid you not. In fact, if I was to become the president of Kenya, I know that is something that the investor, like right now, I go to Wall Street. I look for the venture capitalists. I tell them, you guys, man, just come to our country. We've got this. I've reduced the tax. Now you cannot pay 30% corporate tax. I'm going to do for you 15% corporate tax. Why? Because I want my people to get jobs, right? Like, that is a way we need such kind of presidents. We don't need people who to come here and tell us things that don't make any sense for you to be happy. And let me guarantee whoever even who is supporting like the man right now who is really standing, what he's saying, and even if he practices, it's not going to work. You get it? And he knows very well, by the way, and I'm pretty sure Ruto is not a dumb person. He knows very well what he's saying. It's actually because he just want to take himself out of the tribal equation, so that now you say, "Aya, sisi ni watu wa hustler." But in real sense, this thing is not going to it's not going to work. The bottom up approach is completely nonsense. And I told you, I've done a degree in economics, I've done a degree in management. I have seen, and by the way, like when I did the one in economics, all those times that I was studying, the professor never came and told me, oh, by the way, we've got something called the bottom up economy. But now when I went to the management class, now that is when I saw something called bottom up in the organizational structure. Is a way of sending communication from the bottom to the top. Okay, but there's no way money can come from the bottom to the top, especially for Kenya. If you know Kuwait, okay, look at Kuwait, look at Abu Dhabi, look at Dubai. Okay, can somebody tell me like what similarity do those countries that I've mentioned have? They've got serious resources that they can distribute. But there's a time in Saudi Arabia, a leader woke up and told the citizen, by the way, if you have debt in your bank account, I have cleared all of them. Do you know why? Because those guys, they can make the oil rain in the entire world non-stop. The oil can rain everywhere in this world, right? Because they've got resources, they're well structured. Try to do corruption in Saudi Arabia, try to do corruption in Dubai, you see what happens. Okay, but in Kenya, we've refused to talk about corruption because that is the only thing that is making the country to ail big time. In fact, me, all I can advise everyone here, if you're voting for someone, vote for somebody who actually is very courageous to talk against corruption. Because if you don't clear that, there is no foreign direct investment that we are going to receive in Kenya. No one will even want to come. And I am not even kidding you. No investor from outside will want to come in a country where it has got serious corruption problem. You understand? So now all that I can say, because I know people here, they are so emotional because they've been really been sold something by their person, like bottom up, this, that, or somebody comes and tell you some other things that don't even make any sense. And then you totally believe in this person. And then you forget that when this person becomes the president, he will not do any of those things, because what you've been able to do by electing that person is by massaging their ego to the point where they become president, and you'll be left there. And then I hope this forum will not even end. Maybe whoever becomes the president next year, because now people will come over here and say, oh my God, I really didn't know that I chose a monster. You see what I'm saying? He told us that he's going to give us this, he's going to do this. Trust me, we only need people who can get rid of corruption. It is as simple as that. If you're not, if you see this person is not very confident to talk against corruption, that is a very big problem, because do you know what that means? You're still going to wallow in poverty for the rest of your life. Okay. And then for example, now, like, guys will tell me, okay, there's corruption like in the United States, there's corruption in Australia, but there's something called level of corruption. And the level of corruption of Kenya, do you know Kenya is one of the top 10 corrupted country in the world? You know what I'm saying? Yeah, there's a time I went to Kenya, right? And then I forgot that I had registered a company in Kenya, and then I forgot to file taxes every single month. You see what I'm saying? And then they told me, my friend, you have to like you've got 500,000 shilling fine, not even fine, that my taxes had accrued to 500,000. And then now, what did they tell me? But we can clear this thing. Just give us 80,000 shilling. Which investor from outside? But I never did that, by the way, for your information, because I also like being a principled person. I'd rather pay the whole thing. So let me tell you. So Kenyans, even the ones blaming the leaders for corruption, there's a lot of corruption everywhere. There's corruption like down there as much as there's corruption up there. But now, if we really want to change the country, let's get rid of that. Let us all come to the same level, and we say we just need a president who can get rid of corruption. After they've gotten rid of corruption, a president who can inject a lot of money on energy. Watch my words. A president who will come and increase the energy of Kenya. The unemployment rate will be talking about 1% unemployment rate. And you know why it will be 1% unemployment rate? Because the 1%, they will not want to work, because the other 99%, they are actually like making so much money that the government is giving the 1%. That's what I'm telling Ashley. That is what is happening here in the United States. Even if the US is giving guys money, the reason why US can afford to give people money is because we've got so many billionaires here. Go to Los Angeles and then you'll see what I'm talking about. Like the guys are investing, they're giving jobs to the people who cannot become entrepreneurs. That's why when you say bottom up, not everyone in the country can become an entrepreneur. In fact, it's so difficult for somebody to manage a business past how many years? 2 years. You understand? In the first year, 70% of the businesses
Sam,
collapse.
can I ask you a question?
Okay?
Can I ask you a
100%
question?
collapsing, 2 years.
Let me ask you a question. Like now, let me give you an example, or ask you a question about like the bottom up. You see where the money was released the other way, they 563 to the political parties, both Ruto, to ODM and Jubilee. You remember? I think if you knew. Now, if they took that money, okay, the political parties are supposed to get that money. But since we have such much unemployment, if we were to prioritize and use that money for job creation and probably get our girls that are being enslaved in Saudi, bring them to Kenya, take them to school to learn how to take care of the elderly, and then start elderly care centers, because a lot of our elderly people are very neglected, and use that $563 million to do that. So we do things on a smaller scale because we are not as big as America, but not say that we can do things on a smaller scale. So can you comment on that? Do you think that is something that would work? If we use that 563, instead of giving it to political parties, we use it to create employment for some of our citizens?
By the way, actually, a political party cannot survive without money. Okay, so
UDA
that is
is
their
surviving.
money.
So what
That
I'm
is their
saying,
money.
I'm saying it's prioritization. We have they can, what I'm saying, because they are giving to the two leading, so that is something they can look for as other parties like Wiper is looking. What I'm saying, is it a priority when we have our daughters being killed in Saudi? Like, if you are to prioritize, that's what I'm saying, since the money is little.
All right.
Sam, can I help you on that?
Let's hold on now. Order, please. Collins, you want to respond to Ashley?
Can I help Sam on that?
I wanted to tell. Okay, but Collins, if you can talk, then that's fine. All right.
Yeah.
Okay,
because
Collins, take it.
Every government has its own programs. And it's so unfortunate that we are waiting for this kind of time 4 years later is when the government releases the money that's meant for the political parties. Immediately after the election and after the swearing in of all the MPs, that money should be available for the political parties. Because that's when the new cycle of political parties funding starts. So that money cannot be used for this, even if it's a matter of prioritization. We have a system. There is a ministry in charge of the youth, gender, and sports, something like that. Where do they use their money allocated to them? There is money allocated for Ministry of Industrialization. We don't have industries in Kenya. Where do we have that? We have another Ministry of Social, which deals with the pensions and old wazees. There was money that was being given to wazee, I think what was 2,000 per month. Where did it disappear to? Sam has said something. A country that runs on principles of corruption and it's still prioritizing on principles of bottoms up and handouts will never prosper.
Ashley,
thank you. Now, hold on, everyone, hold on, please. We should begin to call it a day, but Duke has been silent for too long, and Wekesa too, but Duke should speak fast.
Okay, first of all, I've been listening to Sam for too long, but he has not given any, he does not even understand what's bottom-up approach. He has even said that he does not know what it is, and goes ahead giving a lot of misleading information and propaganda. At one point, he said bottom-up approach is giving money to the poor people. So if you are able to come in this platform and say that bottom-up approach economic model does not exist because you studied economics and you did not find it there, that's not true. Just Google it, still it's a model. So you have, what's an economic model is actually a system whereby a government produces a process in which a government produces, consumes, and transfers goods and services. That's what an economic model is. So when we are talking about bottom-up approach, it's not about donations. Neither it's not about giving money to those at the bottom. That's not the bottom-up approach. So what it means is creating opportunities to those at the bottom because they are the most affected. They are unemployed. They are unable even to have the basic necessities. So the bottom-up approach is addressing the needs of those at the bottom of the economic ladder. For instance, this bottom-up approach is evident in every developed country. For instance, if I talk about USA, there is a lot of bottom-up approach which is even currently in effect today. For instance, if you talk about Medicaid, if you talk about food stamps, if you talk about grants, those who receive grants, there is a qualification for you to get a grant.
Those are not economic models. Don't confuse people. You're talking about
Those are essential services. Those are not the economic things.
Not even
No.
It's not even essential service. It's a.
You know, you have to understand the context of what I'm trying to
form of
say.
security which is given.
No.
Okay, order, everyone. Thank you. Hold on, Jones.
The
Hold on,
economic model
Jones.
in America is capitalism. That's it.
Okay, okay. Thank
That's
you.
the
Let's have some order, please.
Can I finish first?
Duke, hold on. Huh? So you're explaining that grants in the US are what? It's an economic model.
What I'm talking about, the definition of bottom up is about addressing the needs of those at the bottom who are unable to earn a reasonable income. For instance, if those who earn a given an income below a given level are given grants, they are able to study. So it's like you are lifting those people at the bottom who are unable to pay their school fees. So that's bottom up. You are making somebody who's at the bottom. Can you define what's bottom up first? Or do you want to
by the way, Duke, can you tell me exactly where the money is coming from?
You're talking about welfare. You're talking about giving people.
Yeah, that is actually handout. Your definition is a handout. You see what I'm saying?
No, it's not.
You told me to define it. You told me to define. Let me define. By the way, bottom-up approach economy does not have a definition. So stop lying to people. Now let me tell you it's a handout.
Jones, hold on.
Can I finish?
You see what I'm saying?
Hold on.
Can I speak? Because you have been speaking almost for 10
minutes. You asked me a question.
Can I speak?
Everybody wait. Now, we want to have a very good finishing point. Where you're going, we're going to have disastrous finish. I want us to finish very well. Duke,
yes.
Do you have a reference to what you are talking about bottom up as an economic model?
Yes.
Send us anywhere, Wikipedia, anywhere.
There is a lot of information about bottom-up approach. If you go to Google, and then when some say that it does not have a definition, is that true? Can you prove that?
Okay, define for me what a bottom-up economy is. I want to know.
I defined it when I started.
Okay, no, define it again.
What I say, when you talk about bottom-up approach, it's about addressing and focusing on the needs of those who are at the bottom of the economic radar in a nation. So,
what is your source? What is your source? What is your source?
The source of what?
What is your source of that definition? Because first of all, it has to make academic sense. So where did you get it from?
I'm not giving sources of all what you've been saying. For instance, you said Ruto used 200
million.
No,
give me the source. Don't bring Ruto in there. Give me the source.
We have a source. I can give a ring, but can I first of all finish what I'm trying to say so that I can move on? So you should not define bottom-up approach economic model as an handout. It's very sad, and you are.
No, dude, give me an academic source. Give me an academic source.
I think Duke deserves for us to be quiet.
No, Ashley,
quiet for a long time.
Not asking you, Ashley.
Why don't you let him finish?
Dude,
I am talking for him.
Wait,
please,
Ashley,
no, you should please be quiet.
Dude,
let us give him the courtesy.
Give me an
let us give him the courtesy that he has given to us.
Can you
let us give Duke his time.
Okay, look here.
So don't
everybody order, everybody mute. Thank you, everyone. Thank you very much. Please, let's not argue on matters of a definition. There is a reason why the bottom-up approach is being defined as handout, and if in any way it is handout, it has been the Kenyan problem from independence until now. The reason why we are not developed is because of an economy of handouts, especially propelled and propagated by politicians who wants to come and build for you cattle dip, build for you school, build for you hospital. You sit and wait for them to come and do it. They have been doing it for us from 1963 to date. And that's why we are in a mess. So if there is anybody who is in Kenya right now and he wants to perpetuate that as a system of governance, then there is no need of going to the future. We have already had our future.
Bernard,
and it
I
will
think there is a
remain the same.
difference. There is a difference between Harambe and bottom up. And that's why we are saying let us have a whole day like tomorrow to talk about it so that there is no confusion. I think we are mostly confusing what you just described as the Harambe spirit. And that is not, let me give you my the 1 minute. It said stimulants. Instead of giving stimulants to the small scale business and startup companies, instead of giving tax breaks to the big companies, thus we inject money into small businesses. And those small businesses will expand. And as you know, like even Nelson said, what small businesses are lacking is capital. So, and I'm not talking about Ruto. Let's remove any politicians from here. If we inject capital into the small businesses or people who with a good plan, if someone presents a good plan and they have a startup, we give them funds to run that business. Then it grows.
Actually,
so we will help
are those
people come
funds
out.
given by the government?
Let me finish the definition. We will help people come up from poverty who have no other way to get capital. They will get capital. They will come out. They will be working poor instead of, there will be a working person instead of poor, and some people will come out from poor and go to middle class. So when we give money to the small business entrepreneur, we expand the middle class. And what we are missing in Kenya right now is a middle class. We have the rich and we have the poor, and there is a very big demarcation between the rich and the poor. We need that space filled up. We inject, like now, instead of taxing more to get revenue, if we give people money, some will be lost. Like we talked about people buying cars, going to stock, but Kenyans are known to be hardworking. What they lack is opportunity. Those who are smart will use that money to make business for themselves. And as they continue to expand, like Nelson, let's talk about Nelson. We've seen Nelson on TV. Personality. Those are two people I know. They have small businesses. If they were given this money, inject into their business, they'll expand. And what will they do when they expand? They get to the middle class, they employ people. So you see, some people who had no jobs now have become working people. They are not poor. They can at least, even though they're going to maybe live from paycheck to paycheck, we expand the middle class. So
Actually,
it's not making people rich. And we're not giving people free money from the street. You're not just giving people free money from the streets. You're giving people who have come to you with a business plan.
Ashley, you have made your point. Thank you very much. Respond to the question, where will this money be being taken from so that it is given to these small businesses?
You know,
what will be the source of this money?
So I like what today Sam talked some very good points, and one of them is, and I support him, we want to see a leader who is going to fight corruption. Let me tell you, just on the KEMSA, if the money for KEMSA was returned, that is a good starting point. If all the people who have been corrupt can return the money, even if we can give them 90 days grace period, return the money, nobody is going to arrest you, nothing, just return it. And those ones who return with it, that time we forget, but they can never be in leadership again. After that, we catch them, we make them return, and we put them in jail. We will have more than enough money. And if that money is not enough, we go to parliament. All these cars that were given to the MCAs are not needed, because right now people are on lockdown. Return that million shillings. You ask me where the money will come from. Let me tell you what I would do. That is what I would do. If that is not enough, I would cut all the MP salary by half. They will get 50% of what they're getting. Let me finish. Second, no sitting fees. If you're on the clock and you're working and you're making a salary, you will not get paid to go to a committee meeting. Number 3, all the benefits will be the same as, reduce those salaries of these leaders. We will get enough money to move some people, not all, from unemployment and into something. And some of this money that they are being given to political parties, if only it is ODM and Jubilee which is given taxpayers money, each party should get according, it should be in ratio to how many members are in your group. If you have 1, you get 1 shilling. But it is not some who should get while others don't get, because the ones who don't have, if they are not given, they will never grow. So for right now, since UDA is doing by themselves, since what are they called? Musalia's party ANC is not getting, since Wiper is not getting, even ANC, even Jubilee should not get, because it is a shell right now, and ODM should not get. That money should be used to bring our sisters from Iraq, bring them here. There are places where they hire people. They teach you how to be a maid. I have a person whose grandmother got a stroke. They have employed someone. They are paying 10,000 shillings a month just to turn that lady up and down. Nothing else in Kenya. So there is no reason our sisters should be going to Saudi Arabia to be punished the way they are punished when we have jobs that they can do in Kenya. And that money we can start there. We can start with the little we have. And then we can ask for donations from, let me tell you, even just diaspora people today, if we are told to raise money so that they can be used to help our people come home and start something, not every time, as a beginning, as a capital, you would be surprised how much would be raised. Let us start somewhere. Let us not say we are not America. We can still do something.
Actually, you're arguing so well, but the problem is we have two different kinds of people in you. There is one that doesn't understand the law, and there is one that understands the social setup. So if you can marry the two of them, then you're going to be a good Ashley next time. Because you can't talk about the money coming from the parties, because that is what the law says. It's not that Jubilee's a shell is now not getting. All those MPs, and let me tell you something, it's not that the MPs like Moses Kuria and Ndindi Nyoro, Alice Wahome, and others were not able to be agents in the last elections. They were able to be agents in the last election. It's only
Jubilee. They should have been Jubilee agents because they are not UDA. I know that.
Yes. So that means there are still MPs of Jubilee as at now. So Jubilee counts the number of people. I remember when the ODM and Akina Musale were campaigning the other time, they were saying, we need to get more number of MPs so that we can get the funding for the political parties. It's the political party that has the number of MPs that is given the money. The money is not given to a coalition.
Collins,
Jubilee is a party.
I understand about the law, but the law is made. They asked, is Sabbath made for man or is man made for Sabbath?
If the law was made for man and the law was to be the law was to be ilikuwa ibadilishwe juzi, and the people who are clever like
let's not talk about that, because the foundation was not right. It would have been like the South Side building that collapsed. So the foundation has to be right in order for the foundation to start. When the foundation is not right, we cannot even talk about that.
It's okay.
It is condemned.
It's okay.
Let me make a point to him.
I beg.
No, let me still say
hold
this.
Hold on, everybody. Order. Let's not run this platform like we are running it. You are going too fast, and you are leaving a lot undone.
Yes.
Let's clear the air and then make progress. All right. So Ashley, you have made your submission. Let's have the feedback.
I was still waiting on something that Ashley said.
Okay, Collins.
Yes, because she has not finished. So I was just trying to make something clear, because she said it, and when we leave it like that, we'll see anything that is happening as at now. The monies that Ashley is talking about, they are right. But did COVID come with the Jubilee government? No, the COVID was just last year. So in the third year of Jubilee, second term, that is when COVID came. So we cannot amalgamate all the problems and put them in this COVID. You cannot talk about the money that was lost in KEMSA that is enough to run the economy. Remember, there is money that was lost in a Eurobond. There is money that was lost in other things, including the money that was lost in Anglo-leasing when Kibaki was still there. So we have a lot of monies that have been lost.
I just gave an example, and that's why I said if we take away politics, we will not think attacking because it's KEMSA. Yes. I just gave an example, and I support you in all those. In fact, I want us to go to 1963 and start there.
No, we don't need to go there. We start from the new election, new constitution that we have. You said something that I really need to support. We have to reduce the money we pay to these MPs, because somebody goes to the parliament and is paid for the salary, again is also paid for sitting in a committee. And legislation is by the committee, and also supervision can be done by the committee, there's oversight. here's the thing. People going to Saudi, they are not going because the government does not have money. They are going because our industrialization is poor. We don't have anything. We are praising Kigali, Rwanda, every time. Somebody talked yesterday about Rwanda, but he only didn't tell us something. Rwanda is so much on infrastructure. So we are praising the infrastructure. We are not praising the social. Our country wants to run on the social and they don't want to run on the infrastructure. So when somebody is building, that's why everybody's saying Kibaki did well, because the roads were being constructed and some companies were being erected from dead. So as at now, we have to get a member of the presidency, people who know that industrialization spurs growth from the grassroots. Because, for example, I come from Chemele. We have 3 sugar factories. They're all dead. And now the one we have is a private crusher that is doing the work. And still you find our government is really putting a lot of pressure on them. Our sugarcane are drying. Mumias is down. It's only Zoya and Cabras that are working. And Cabras is a private company. So if we can do all that for the companies, then farmers like me and my dad and my brothers can get the money. From there, you will see Mama Mboga selling their mboga to the people working in the sugarcane sector. Industrialization can do this thing you call bottom up. But if you want to give Mama Mboga money to start the business, it's okay. But who is he going to sell the mboga? The person who doesn't have the money? I think that's where you can see what we are talking about.
I want to help actually maybe because this bottom up thing.
Just before you go, I want us to establish a memorandum of understanding, an MOU. Collins, can you run the show? I'm time bad. I need to get out of here.
How many minutes do we still have?
Tomorrow is market day, but we are almost time. It's time to close. It's 4:30 here, 4:30 Nairobi time. So we are due to close, although we have, in fact, we're in our last hour. The platform lasts for 8 hours, and we are 14 minutes after the 7th hour. So it's like a 40 minutes show, then we'll be done.
Okay.
So I let Collins continue, and then Mugambi has not said anything. Let him be given an opportunity to do that. Otherwise, let's link up again in the evening as we proceed with the discussion. Thank you very much. God bless you.
Thank you. I'll give 2 minutes. Then from Mugambi, we go to who? Bernard, can you? From Mugambi, I have Wekesa, then Jonas, huh? I'm Ernest. Who? Between Ernest and Jonas, who goes first?
Wekesa has been silent for long, but...
we start with Mugambi?
Negotiate among yourself. Negotiated democracy.
Oh, okay. I'm starting with the Mugambi, John, then I go to Wekesa. So we were still talking of bottom-up approach, and I see I want to avoid this topic of bottom-up approach.
Just a moment, Collins. When done, you notify Mtembei to put off the platform.
Oh, okay. So I want to avoid the bottom-up approach, and I'm just going to give a good topic. Is Mudavadi and Kalonzo justified to ask the money from ODM?
I think Collins, the bottoms-up approach is a very
that's why I'm avoiding it, because I want
that
it to
is
be
the
a
best
bigger
topic that we need to talk about. Let's leave the leaders alone. They have eaten. We need to leave them alone. And you know, sometimes we argue because we are trying to support a person. Let us support like what we are doing right now, because we will be able to help our people.
Oh, okay.
So what I was saying,
and for your information, I don't have a presidential candidate. My presidential candidate has declared, but it's like he's fearing. My presidential candidate is Mutua. Okay, let's go on.
But what I was saying actually is that the way really the economy of Kenya is structured, in Kenya we have a lot of small-scale farmers and small-scale businesses and small holdings. So it's not like Kenya is a country which is really like a top-down, economy country. Most of our money and our resources comes from the small scale traders. These are the biggest employers, the small scale farmers, and the small businesses that we have in Kenya. This is where our potential for growth is. So there's not anything new which UDA is bringing to the table when they say bottoms up, other than just creating some sort of a euphoria. Because I don't see, if we're talking about supporting small businesses, nobody has any argument with that. If we're talking about supporting small scale farmers, nobody has any argument with that. If we're talking about supporting people who are selling milk, or people who grow coffee, or people who grow maize, or small scale traders who want to trade in the market, there's no argument about those type of things. So really, this bottom up thing that has come into our political discussion, which nobody has told. This bottom up thing is almost like this handshake that nobody was telling us this handshake is about. And now this bottoms up is also another one of those things which is so opaque, nobody knows what it is. You yourself came here and told us that it's going to be handout. And then I heard another person here saying that it's not going to be handout, it's going to be tax breaks. So as far as I know,
I think
this
it's
bottom
an
up thing
open
doesn't
discussion.
exist.
It's an
This
open
bottom up thing
discussion.
doesn't. Well, this bottom up thing doesn't exist. It's not an economic model that exists anywhere in any country. And I think people should avoid confusing social welfare, where you have welfare programs to help the poor, with an economic model, because that is not an economic model requires you to produce and increase capital and the wealth of the country, so that you then have money to give in these social programs. You cannot begin by giving money, by giving people money, by injecting money into social programs when you have not actually developed an economy.
You actually inject money to develop an economy. If you don't know, that's why even in America
No,
they are
I
giving
talked about
stimulus to keep the economy going. Because when the rich are holding their money and the poor don't have money, the economy is not going anywhere. But when you inject the money,
Guys, allow us also to contribute first. Then
okay.
There's no time.
Okay, Ashley, you're confusing people. Giving people grants and stimulus checks is not an economic model. That is not an economic model. Those are temporary measures that economies do to support their economy so that it doesn't collapse.
That's what I'm asking
We're
you.
not
That's what
talking about that. That is not an economic model. The economic models which exist, we know capitalism as an economic model. We know that's an economic model, and that's the one I believe. I believe Kenya is a capitalist society. If we believe in democracy,
I'm sorry,
then we
I
believe
just
in
have to say these 10
capitalism.
seconds. I think what you just described in your last statement about temporary is what I understand the bottom up to mean, to be given temporary injection in order
A
for you to
stimulus.
get capital, in order for you to have your business and grow it.
So a stimulus because of COVID. And I don't think that's what Ruto is talking about when he talks about bottom up economy.
That's what Ruto is talking about, giving the money to people, and that is just that's just the smallest thing that is not going to help, because it's not sustainable. We are going to have Mugambi. We are going to have Mugambi. Mugambi, unmute. Yes. Anybody hearing him? Mugambi, we can't hear you. Check on your mouthpiece,
Yeah,
please.
we can't hear you, Mugambi.
Okay, as he's still preparing, because I can hear his chair moving. Actually, I think you should just try to check on the difference between what John is talking about and the bottom-up approach in economy, because what Ruto is doing, what Biden is doing here is just absorbing, like the shock absorbing of what is going on. After that, it is not going to be the same. We just received the money from Biden, and we received some money again from the former president, but those ones are just to cushion us,
Yeah.
But whatever the main stimulus that is going on is smaller companies are being given money, and taxes are relieved. And also, some of us, we had to start paying the student loan. So they were put on hold up to October.
So that's what I'm saying personally, and that's why I say let's remove Ruto and his plan.
Yes.
I'm saying let us come up with a plan.
So that's not a bottom up.
We can also present to our leaders as a process or a sort of economy that we would like. I'm not trying to explain Ruto's. I'm explaining what I would like to see for our country.
Good.
Personally, combining everything, what Ruto is saying, what Biden is saying, and mine, and presenting it as something that may work for Kenya.
Okay, thank you. Mugambi, can we have you again now? It seems you have a problem with your mouthpiece. You can remove the headphone.
Maybe you restart your computer, right? Is it
okay? Let's have Wekesa. Wekesa, you have 3 minutes, please.
Okay, thank you guys. I've been listening to you. This bottom-up approach, it's complex to the people who are selling it to us, and sometimes I say it's like people who have a zeal, but they lack knowledge of what they are zealous about, and that's why they are unable even to communicate to us what they are saying. They cannot even define it. They are just talking around it, but they cannot tell us exactly what is it. One of the motivational speakers said that there are two models of wealth distribution. There is a progressive wealth distribution where wealth moves from the rich to the poor. Then there is the retrogressive wealth distribution, where wealth moves from the poor to the rich. And now he said that if I take 1 million and share equal amounts to all the people, after give them like 6 months, all the money that I shared to the poor will find their way back to the rich. Why? Because people are not rich because they have money. People are rich because they have ideas, and they have framed themselves and culturalized themselves to acquire wealth and sustain wealth. So the idea of first of all, I want to say that this idea of UDA of bottom up, when you look at it critically, they are just talking about trickle down. It's a few people up there who have money wanting to bring it down. Because when you look at the bottom up approach, you look at the triangle. The normal triangle has the base as wide, but in the bottom up approach, the base should be up. So the upper part should be big and the pointed part to be down. So what are we saying? Will we have a situation where there are more people at the top who owns wealth and a few people who are poor down there? When I look at the Pareto principle, where 20% of people own 80% of the wealth, and 80% of the people owning 20% of the wealth, to redistribute this one, it does not just it require a simplistic thinking of what UDA are telling us. I will also approach it from where they have failed. As in the Handshake team, we are saying the national government is owning 85% of the wealth, and the county governments are only being given 15% of the wealth. And for us, we wanted to adjust it even to 35. They said we don't need that. If we have failed at 15, how can we give them that 5? So the question is then, how will you redistribute this wealth so that it will be down there when even the 35% you think like you don't need to do it. And for us to do the 35%, we were supposed to do it through a referendum. These guys are coming up with a radical model that will allow all the world to be down, and they think they will not require a referendum. They will just go there and say that we will allocate 30 billion and send it as so that money will be in the pockets of people. When you look at the approach and you realize these people are taking us for a ride, because whoever came up with the BBI and coming back with laws to restructure on even our economic model understood that you cannot change an economic model of a nation unless you change the structural laws of allocation of wealth. And that's how we did when we started with getting the devolution government. And now we want to increase the wealth to mashinani by also increasing the percentage. But their approach is only hot air, sound bites, anchored on no law, anchored on no system, anchored on no political structure. It is something that is meant to hoodwink masses for political expedience, but it cannot stand a test of time. Even when they win an election today and tomorrow you ask them, now how do we implement the bottom up? It will be the normal Sunday fundraisings and carrying money in the bags and just to hoodwink people. But that is not an economic model. That is a handout culture that we are refusing. The other thing that we have tried even in our education to change the education model and come up with the CBC. You see, even the education, we are still struggling to get it right. And how about this economic model that even economists themselves don't understand? They don't have even, if you come up with a law, you need to have the references. Where has it worked? In which economy has it worked? Because we are trying to talk about US, but we are just pinpointing a few cases of interventions that the government has done, but no structural model has been laid out that this one can be a model in which our economy is built. So guys, I would beg that we don't buy an idea which is not well structured. And I don't also buy the idea of actually saying that we need to come up with an idea and feed the government.
Thank you.
Anybody who is running for office should come up with a well-crafted idea.
Okay.
If he misses out, we thrash it out.
Thank you so much. We are having Mugambi is now on.
Okay, thank you.
You have 3 minutes.
I think most of the things have been said.
Yeah.
And what I want to bring to speed to most of us is whatever the bottom-up approach is being spread to the people is not something to in our country. If any of us is up to speed with the government operations, we have some funds set aside, like the Youth Stimulus Fund. That's an allocation that was set there way in 2013 and back. That's the money that normally goes to the exchequer every financial year on June, because there are no youth who are there to go and get the money. Then we have the Ways of Fund. That's the money that is there for the bottom of the pyramid people. No one goes for that money. We have the Women Fund. No one goes for that money. We have the Inua Mama. No one goes for that money. So whatever the UDA and other people who buy that ideas are saying, they are just selling us a political paraphernalia, or they are trying to antagonize the people or the voters, or whipping their emotions so that they can get to power. One thing that they don't know, that's a recipe of 1, confusion, number 2, antagonism to the same leaders who will be elected. Not unless Ruto and his people, they want to tell us that they want to be in leadership for just 5 years. Because I'm very sure when you talk of bottom up, I know you are talking about the people who do manual works, people who normally depend on the daily wage, which at the end of the day, yes, they will get to power through that road or those promises. Now, the question is, will they be able to implement? For example, we know our budget in our country is roughly 3 trillion. Now, when you say, let us trickle down the 3 trillion to the common man, do they have the right financial management skills to manage the small businesses? If they fail in the first financial year, where will you get the money to finance them in the following year? So I think whoever is buying the bottom-up approach, it's someone who wants just to capitalize on Kenya's ignorance, who want to capitalize on Kenya's emotions to get to power. But the same people who will get to power through that approach, they will suffer the consequences, because the people who are at the bottom, they are the masses. If you put so much expectations on them, my friend, when you get there, you don't deliver to them. I think if they don't take care of what they are saying, they are going to create kind of anarchy to our country. That's when you see many people fighting to overthrow the government, because there's no you'll put over expectations to someone, and then if you fail, what do you expect? You will expect a UDA which is now more challenged than the Jubilee that we have at the moment. Then, because I know I will not have some other times to contribute, I want to
I'll give you the last minute. I'll give you we are finishing with the Ernest, then I think all of us have gone. Then Sam is starting again. Then
Yes,
we
yes.
go to Ashley as
Yes,
they
yes.
give their closing remarks. So you'll also
Okay.
give your closing remarks, because we still
Okay.
have yeah. So
1 minute.
can I give you 1 minute? And
Yes,
then
kindly.
anybody with a question for him, 1 minute, okay?
Yes, please. So
Okay.
on the allocation for either ODM, ANC, and Wiper, I think the money that these three parties were to share, it was the presidential allocations by the government, set by the policy for the same government. The confusion has come because of the nullification of the 2017 elections. As we know, NASA did not participate in that election. And the common money that they were to share, it was the amount of votes that were got by their presidential candidates. Meaning, if they did not participate in the run-up, which was on 26th of October, the register of political parties has no money for the presidential candidate. However, each party gets money for the votes got for every aspirant, from MCA to the governor and the MP. But for the presidential, which should be shared by the three parties, there is nothing like that. Not unless they want to bend the law so that they can at least pass an olive branch to their brothers. But legally speaking, they should not get the presidential division, because ODM got 18 votes, NASA got 18,000 votes in the run-up. Whatever they are getting from the political register of political parties, it is 11,000. Now, how will you divide 11,000 by all those parties? So that, to me, it is next to impossible, legally speaking. But if they want to use their own arrangement local, it's upon them. Thank you. Not unless if there's any question.
Okay. Somebody, any question for him? Especially on what you think he has not said, you have not had it clear. Ashley, I'm starting with you. Do you have a question for Mugambi? Okay. Sam, do you have a question? Okay.
No.
Okay. Ashley is back. Ashley, do you have a question for Mugambi? Because we are going to Ernest for his 3 minutes.
No.
Okay. Nice. Ernest Mukenya, can you have your 3 minutes? It's the bottom up. I really avoided this topic, but okay. Ernest, the floor is yours.
Okay, I've just realized I had unmuted. I wanted to first respond to Wekesa on trying to take us back to the politics. I think Ashley had said that we are not trying to be today our argument on politics, but find a way to fix the issue. Well, maybe our politicians seems to be very convincing. There's something Wekesa has said which I don't agree with on that increasing from 15% to 35%. I don't think that is something that you must change the constitution, and I think it has been debated over in the media. It's good to say that the reason why there is change of those structures, I think, is what Jones was alluding to. It's an issue of sharing power, and that was the thing. So to say that increasing 15% to 35% is anything to do with sharing of maybe having the cash to the mwananchi wa kawaida, the trickle down, I think that is not that is not the thing. Well, lastly, what I can say is that the bottom up approach, I've been checking in the Google, it is there, but now I don't know which country has really been involved. The only person I felt maybe is a bit dependable. There is this Kenyan politician called David Didi. He was among the strategists of the NASA coalition, and David Didi came out and said that the bottom-up approach may solve the issues. And him being an economist, among those who had planned the Kibaki's economy, to me, I thought it makes sense, but maybe according to some, it's like it is not really. But again, I was trying to listen on what some will say, trying to recommend in Kenya, but Nikama may avoid. You have really avoided that, and it's okay. But I would like to know: is there any way, a way that government can support the common the common mwananchi, either through the current structures like Uwezo Fund and such, or must there be a drastic change of finance administration? Otherwise, thank you very much.
Oh, okay. I remember something. Before I give next chance to Jones, I'm going to give Ashley, then Sam. But I'm just reacting to something that Ernest has asked. Wekesa did not say that you need a referendum to increase from 15 to 30. And I think the government, the law says at least 15%. So that is why the government, Jubilee government, is giving the list, because we should be having 15 to 30%. But the government is just giving that 15, the list. So that's why these guys were trying. I didn't support the BBI as a whole, but they were trying to say that let us now put it in the law that it should be 35%. In the word at least itolewe, so that it be mandated that they give the 35%. The bottom-up approach that Ndi has been talking about, I wanted to watch the interview where David Ndi was interviewed by not Ivana Kwara, the other guy, the other lady who is now in K24. How do you call her, that lady? Sophia, no, not Sophia Wanuna.
Anke Guta.
Anke Guta.
Yeah.
There is a part where David Ndi told her, and I remember David Ndi insulted her, but she didn't realize, maybe she's linguistically dwarf, so she didn't realize that she was insulted, but she never realized that. David Ndi told her that the kind of model that should be used is industrialization to increase the money at the base level. He talked something like the base level. So increase the money at the base so that you increase the tax base. The government gets more money from the people on the ground as the money comes up. It's not money come from up to empower the people down. So he said something like that. If we can empower everybody down by increasing the industrialization and road network and removing the bottlenecks of starting businesses, that's what licenses, that's what he talks about. But
so that is but I think that is what we call, according to
that is what should be called the bottom-up approach, where you industrialize the country. But the one being talked by how do you call it? The UDA is not that. It's about empowering these people by giving them money to start the business.
UDA comes from Ruto, and Ruto is supported by David Didi. I think that is the issue.
I think, okay, it's just that he ran up with it, but he didn't explain it to the people. The explanation was wrong. There are times, I've been a teacher, I think some of you are teachers here. A child may write the correct answer, but the explanation is wrong. So that you can give him the 1 mark up on the answer, but the explanation down is wrong. So that is what is going on with the bottom-up approach. The approach is there. It's not an economic model, but it's a social such like model. But the problem is the person explaining it is explaining it wrongly, especially if you hear the way Kimani Ichung'wah is explaining it, it's totally different.
And then also, Collins, what is it that Jubilee has been doing? That's what they've been doing. They're trying to empower small-scale traders.
It's only Kibaki that did it. It's only Kibaki that did it. That's why we had the Kenya Women Finance Trust, the KFT. That's why we had the youth money. And that's why during our time, I also campaigned to be a youth representative somewhere, because there was money for the youth. And that's where we had the table banking came with this Jubilee thing. So if we,
the Ruto thing.
Yeah, it came up with this Jubilee thing. But when it was given the right time, when Kibaki came in, I remember Rachel Shebesh was assistant minister somewhere before. So those are the times we could have this approach. Ashley, can we have your 3 minutes?
I might not even take 3 minutes. And
you're giving your closing remarks?
Yeah, I think, Collins, you'd explain it well if you got in there, because you seem to be explaining it well. And I think people like Kimani Ichung'wah understand what they are trying to say, but they are trying to say in a layman's language, where people, until you tell them they get money in the pocket, they won't understand when you start talking about industrialization. So they are talking it into the language that the people will understand when they tell them we'll give you money for to buy bonda and stuff like that. Very simplistic, but I think they mean a lot. So I'm going to tell you of some city that I know where the mayor has done this bottom-up approach. The city is very poor. It's mostly black areas. Populations are usually not very good, especially even in school. And if they're not good in school, even the homes they are coming out, they are not good. They are not. Their parents are not well off economically. So this particular mayor has gone in the school, in the city, and told from like Form 3 and Form 4, where you turn 16 in America, you're legally allowed to work. So when you turn 16, you have the option, if you want, to go to work. He has got some companies in the city who have agreed to hire these high school students. So they've made a plan where they leave school early at 1 o'clock and go to work for 20 hours a week. And then the employer is going to give them half pay, which is they're going to get $750 from the employer, and the city is going to come up with the other $750, and the student is going to make $15 an hour. He says this is encouraging the students who come from poor backgrounds, so probably their parents don't work, or probably their parents work in very low paying jobs, so they are very disadvantaged. And most kids who are disadvantaged will also grow to be disadvantaged. If you've read the book of The Rich Dad, Poor Dad. So they want to encourage these kids to come out from that cycle. So they start teaching them work ethic by giving them 20 hours a week. And if you agree to go to work, and you have to be doing well in school so that you're given permission to leave at 1 o'clock, and then you go to work for 20 hours, you get credit. When you go to work, you get credit that goes towards your high school that you're making. It becomes like an internship. And now you're making $15. We all know $15 is good money. So they're even being encouraged by being given a minimum wage of 15 years. How is this happening? So that the employers can agree to employ them, they are being told them pay $750 an hour, and the state and the city is going to come up with the other $750. So what I'm saying, that is not maybe applicable to Kenya, but we can come up with a package that is applicable to Kenya, that works for Kenya. We don't have to look for which
Ashley is talking about social welfare programs.
Yeah, that's social
Social
welfare.
welfare programs are not economic. I mean,
models.
we're talking about industrialization. She's talking about social welfare. Nobody's against social welfare.
No, let me finish,
people.
please.
We
It's
have
an
our ambition
idea.
to give money to people and help people. We're talking about social welfare. That's not even the discussion.
No, I'm just
Then
saying
leave it.
an economic, something that works. I'm just saying something that will help move our citizens from the
Yeah,
poor.
so you're talking about social welfare.
I don't know whatever it is.
You're talking
It
about
doesn't matter
charity.
what name you assign to it.
You're talking about
What we are trying to
charity.
make sure is that people
You're talking
uplift.
about charity.
Okay,
You're
so
talking about
as long
Okay,
Jones,
can we, Jones? Let's understand this.
long as we
Ashley, can I protect you a bit?
Mhm.
Yeah, whatever Ashley is talking about is an example. It's not a model. So
Of
if
welfare. It's an example of welfare.
of welfare, and
Social
welfare
welfare.
is a social welfare is an example of
What?
a bottom up, according to what she's saying, but it's not an economic model.
You
So
cannot build an economy on welfare.
so that's the best we can.
Sorry.
She has to understand it like that. That's the problem. She's mixing up the economics and the social.
No, I'm just saying, like, if somebody like the MP of Kibera, where they are very poor, I'm just saying, I'm just looking for a way where we can lift, even though it's small portions of the community.
And you know, actually, we have countries that actually follow those type of models.
So let
And
me
those countries
finish
are
what I was
socialist.
saying. We can come up
They are
with a model.
socialist
We
or
can come up.
communist.
Please, it is my
In
turn to
Kenya,
talk.
we
I
are
was given 3
capitalist.
minutes, and I think you look like a very decent person. Please act that way and give me my 3 minutes, and then I will
And
let you
I wish
rebut.
we could see you also.
Don't worry about how
Because
I
it's
look.
very strange.
Okay, can we have peace, Jones, please.
Who we're talking to.
Order, please, Jones.
That's the thing about my looks.
Jones, you have to say thank you because you have been. A lady has said that you look decent.
But I appreciate the compliment, Ashley. So
Not on bad feeling. Actually, we have 1 minute for you because of the time question.
Okay, let me finish. So what I was saying, we don't have to look at another country that is doing it. I think we can do an experiment and see whether it works. We can be the trend setter in economic, where people will say this is what Kenya did and it worked, or this is what Kenya did and it did not work. As long as we have the people at heart, whether it is social and it works, it's okay. As long as we can give hope to the poor kids in school that they will not end up selling bananas by the street and porridge by the street like their mother is doing, I think that would be, whatever name you assign to it, I don't really care. I think we should give that hope if it is possible. Thank you.
Ashley, there's a question for you on the screen, so I think you can see it. How many Ashley's neighbors has she made rich if she thinks you can make people rich by sharing? Just, I know it's not so, I don't want you to take personal that question. I just want you to like use that kind of model to answer that question.
What?
There's a question on the screen for you. That how many neighbors?
I'm not a leader. I'm just here to give
No, not as a leader, not as a leader. How many neighbors at home? Not even your neighbors.
It's not me. I'm telling you about, and if you want, I can put it on screen. What I'm saying is a model that currently is being used in a city here in the US by a mayor, and people are really commending him. And on top of that, what he has told these students, once you finish, and this is people run away from this city because it is a poor city. People run away from this city, and one of the kids said, one high school graduate said, for the first time, I am working hard knowing that if I finish high school, I can actually go to college. On top of that, he has promised when you finish college, you want to continue up working with that employer. That employer has agreed to Now, if you
Actually,
don't want to do
your
that and
internet
you
is
want to go
chopping.
to college, let me finish my 3 minutes.
No, your internet is chopping, so I don't know why it's cracking around.
It will be all expenses paid. So what
Yeah.
are you giving? What are you giving this? What are you giving? What are you giving? You're asking me. That's what I'm.
No, your internet has a problem, Ashley.
Okay.
Unless we forget that our government is already giving free education.
Okay.
So I'm giving a model. It's not. I'm not saying it is not the Bible. It is not the Bible. I'm giving an idea that we can build on, subtract and add to make it our own. Have you watched American Idol? They say sing this song and make it your own. You add your own individuality to it. So Kenya needs to add their own individuality to our ideas to make them their own. And then let us be a center. Let me finish by saying this city, they have told these students, when you finish, you can continue working where you're working. So that's guaranteeing that kid a job, a good job. $15, Jones, is good.
Collins, I don't want us to waste. Because now we're just heading the wrong direction, and we're losing minutes. And
okay, we only have 8 minutes.
And then the second option, let me finish answering this person.
We have only 8 minutes, Ashley. So
let me finish quickly. Let me finish if he's not interfering.
Jones, can we let Ashley finish in?
Yeah, I was asked a question and I'm answering that it's something that I have seen happen.
Your answer was supposed to be a yes or no, Ashley, please. I'm sorry, your answer was supposed to be very short. It's not an explanation.
The second, let me finish completely. The second one, they say we will take you to school. Whether you'll go to a 2-year or a 4-year, the city will pay for you full pay. The third option.
Excuse me, Ashley. You are explaining a lot of what is not answering the person's question. Your question was just yes or no.
What was the question?
You were asked. You were asked by the person, can your neighbor be rich by you sharing if you are rich?
He said, how many of Ashley's neighbors has she made rich? If she thinks you can make people rich by sharing, let me tell you, information. My answer is information is power. That is my answer.
Okay, thank you. We have Mulumbi, karibu sana. We are finishing up because hii kitu itatukata. We are remaining with 6 minutes.
Yeah,
but
I'm so hungry, Collins.
Let me just make a 30-minute statement.
A 30 minutes?
No, 30 seconds. But
okay.
Mugambi has left, which is unfortunate because I wanted to kind of, this kind of ties into what Mugambi was trying to tell us.
Okay, so you have less than 1 minute so that we can all go around.
When a politician shows up with the empty promises in the kind of environment that we have in Kenya, it's a recipe for disaster. When you come and you tell people, bottoms up, I'm going to give you money, everybody's going to be, driving around in a boda. Anybody who wants a tuk-tuk will get a tuk-tuk. Mambogas will just be given money. Why should they even go to the market to sell their vegetables? At the end of the day, this money doesn't exist. And when he does not give this money to these people, it's going to create a huge problem. Because this money, where is he going to get this money to give? In the end, it just ties in to the original narrative of hustler versus dynasty. Because now the problem becomes that this money, the reason I'm not able to give it to you is because the dynasties are not releasing the money. He doesn't have any money to give. There's no economic model. Actually, he's talking about going around giving people social welfare. America can afford social welfare. They have a lot of money. Those countries that I think Sam was talking about, Kuwait and Saudi Arabia and such countries, I think some of those citizens are given $10,000 a year for nothing. If you have a child, you're given $10,000. If you have 2 kids, you're given $20,000.
What you didn't hear me say, Jones, I said we can make it our own. We can design this to fit us in Kenya. So let us not be escape and start saying Africa cannot afford. If we can afford to send our leaders abroad for over and over like 4 or 5 times a year, if we use those funds well, we can.
Please. I'm going to cut both of you. I want to cut both of you because we are having only 4 minutes.
So
we have a Atuya who has not talked. Atuya.
Well, I didn't even finish because Ashley didn't let me.
Okay, please, can you finish up?
Unless Ashley is suggesting that now Kenya will now become.
Sam, I would want you to finish the last man. I would not want you to finish now.
that will become socialists. I don't know really what Ashley is talking. She has not said anything.
Okay, I've been to Cuba, and the system there works, but it's not easy, because if you talk of the bottoms up thing, the people who are earning high are people who are on the lower side. But the doctors in Cuba are earning less than the doctors in Kenya. If you are working in Cuba, you will earn less than Kenya, because the money is taken by the government, then the government distributes money to other people.
So maybe that's what Ruto is suggesting.
That will kill everybody in Kenya. That will cause a lot of chaos. Okay, let's go to Mulumbu.
No,
Mulumbu.
First. I can see that. Thank you so much for giving me this.
Atuya, you are next. Mulumbu, you have 2 minutes only, so that Atuya can talk before this thing cuts us off.
Yes, so no one should interrupt me. Let me talk then.
Yes.
Thank you. Though I found kama mimi si mzungu sana, sijasoma kizungu mingi, natatumia lugha ya taifa. So to me, what I see Kenya needs is infrastructure, as ilisemwa. Na the country to grow, lazima iwe na companies na factories zimejengwa all over the counties if it's possible. That's why America imeendelea, kwa sababu kuna companies hata kwa msitu, kwa everywhere. If a country cannot generate companies jengwe, angalia kuna company ilikuwa Miwe jengo Busia haiko, Mumias imekufa, Webuye ilikufa, sijui Muhoroni ilikufa, Rivertex ilikufa, sijui Bata ilikufa,
Jones, please mute.
Mutembe is suggesting that tell your viewers, if they're watching on YouTube, if they're watching on Facebook, to switch to YouTube so that it does not get disconnected. That's what I wanted to tell you. So maybe you can advise your viewers if they don't, the ones who don't know.
Okay, so anybody who is watching, please, you can go to YouTube, change to YouTube. You will still find us. The YouTube will continue for some time, but I also have to attend to some class, so that means I will leave you. But still, Mulumbu, you have your time. I'll leave when Atuya and Sam has stopped. Oh, there is somebody called Junior also. I thought he was the 2-year Senator Junior. So Mulumbu, karibu. Go on.
Okay, as I was saying, there's no a country that can grow without having the manufactured factories in the country. Kama Kenya, all countries that in manufacture zote zimekufa. Where sasa bottom up hapo itakwenda namna gani? Bottom up should be the companies are there working so that everybody in the person inafanya circulate. So you tell them to bottom up. Watu wanawapatia biashara, wanaenda kufanya biashara gani wanaenda kufanya? What kind of business? Ikiwa anaenda kufungua biashara kuuza mahindi, watu wengine akishaona unauza mahindi, wote wanaingia. I've done that, I know. Wote wanaingia kwa hiyo biashara. Ukifungua kadoka, wote wanafungua duka. There's no plan in Kenya. Hii government ilikuwa haina plan. Hata bottom up hana plan. Ange plan akiwa kwa government, he cannot plan it. How is he going to plan? Mbona hajamusha hata even one factory? Why? So you guys, when you are discussing, be sober. You are the younger generation. Sisi tunaenda karibia kwenda. Tumeona hizi vitu vyote. You guys, you are talented, mmesoma, tubieni brain yenu vizuri, tujenge the country. Mna discuss vitu vingine havikuna. Talk about something that can develop the country. But without manufacturing in the country, there's nothing you can do. But mutasidu kuenda you order things from outside. Is that development? Na watoto wanatoka shule every day wana madigiri. What are they going to do? Unaenda kuwapatia pikipiki na wheelbarrow? That's bottom up people are talking about. Angekuwa naongea mimi nikiingia, naenda kuamsha Mumias, naenda kuamsha Rivertex, naenda kuamsha Webuye, naenda kuamsha, ataenda kuamsha saa ngapi na pesa hizo zote? Sasa angefanya mpango mmoja, angekuwa ameamsha kutoka 3, 4, 5. Guys, be real, man. Thank you.
Mulumbu, I think you are supposed to finalize for us, alafu tuende tulale tu, because ni kama tutoe sadaka.
Mimi nishachoma hiyo sasa, wenyewe mfikirie what I'm talking about.
And again,
Around hiyo wachaneni nayo. Talk senses.
Mulumbi, I don't want you to sign out because I'll look for you on inbox. So tafadhali unaweza niandikia pale chini namba yako kwa nini chini, or I'll find you. I need to be in Bethlehem around next week. Okay. Atuya.
Okay, yes.
Senator, umepotea sana. And we now have some minutes again. Courtesy of Mutembei. Tell us, no, Junior, tell us something before Atuya. At the same time, you give us your parting shot. Junior, unaongea ukimalizaga. Unless you have a question.
Thank you so much, everyone, and thank you for the organizers. Yeah, the forum has been good. I've been following. We have great ideas, and there is no idea that is stupid. It's only that a good example when 1994, Muhoroni, Shemili, they were doing very well, but we need to go to the backbone of it. What aided those two companies to go down? Simply because the structures that are, there are no structures that are in place to try and manage all those resources that are coming out of those companies. A good example also is that, if I may put it clear, do we have policies that these structures are able to streamline so that when this money comes out of the industries or manufacturing companies, where do the taxes go? They disappear somewhere in the middle. And that's why the country itself is still going down and down instead of picking up. The best thing is we look at what ailed these two companies to go down. Even if we pump more money to support and try and revive them, will they still come back? No. The issue, we need to fix those problems first before when we pump in the money. I think we'll talk more when in the next forum if we continue with the same topic. Let me give chance to other guys to contribute.
I'm giving Atuya. Atuya, take it on.
All right. Thank you.
We apologize. Uambie watu kwa nini umepotea, and then also we are giving you 1 minute to celebrate the UDA win.
Japote, I was just away this weekend, and last weekend we were putting in the final strategies, so I was not able to join you. First and foremost, I think I will take this opportunity to congratulate the hustlers from Kiamba for making the hustler nation so proud. The whole Africa is celebrating that things are changing from the tribal politics and the kingpin kind of politics. We are now changing into ideological kind of politics. Number two, I want to congratulate William Samoei Ruto for changing the political narrative in this country. It is no longer about who will William Ruto, how will he find the Kikuyus or the people of the coast. But now the topic tonight is how is bottom-up implementable? How is trickle-down economics workable? So the narrative has changed. Even if we were not to win government, somebody else who will win government must come up with a better philosophy and a better economic policy. And for that reason, I think William Ruto should be congratulated for changing the history of this country once and forever. Number two, the reason even I popped in is I saw Wekesa was trying to lie to Kenyans that to increase the funds to the county government to 35%, you need a referendum. My friend, the referendum, the percentage change can be done in parliament with just the majority, with a majority of the MPs endorsing that. You don't need to change the constitution of this country to increase funds to the people. We can even decide to make it 100% via parliament. So it was a big lie from you, Mheshimiwa Wekesa, to tell Kenyans that we needed a law, a referendum change to effect the 35%. Now, coming into the bottom-up economics, I'm not an economist per se, but I'll just give my view on that. what the issue here is about focusing more into the microeconomics and giving more emphasis into the microeconomics so that we can affect, or we can give more, we can create more wealth to the people who drive the microeconomics as compared to concentrating all the resources to the macroeconomics. The microeconomics depends largely on the macroeconomics, but there has been a large extent that the government of Kenya has put more emphasis on the macroeconomics, of which we actually know that our economy is growing. We get information that the Kenyan economy grows at some rate of 5%, at times to 7%. But if you ask the common Wanjiku, he cannot tell you that he's seeing the 5% or the 7% growing up. Now, the emphasis of the bottoms up approach is that we want to ensure that we have policies in place, we have legislations in place that support the micro. I heard John speaking about William Ruto going to give people 500 shillings. That is a very simplistic way of thinking. You cannot find a president an elected president of a PhD holder thinking of giving people 500 shillings. We are talking about having legislations in place that will take care of the microeconomics so that the people at the bottom of the pyramid have the government support. You know, the big organization and the big companies that drive the macroeconomics in this country have got the access to government. They can negotiate for tax holidays. They can negotiate for better environment, working environment. But my grandmother who sells potatoes in my village has got no such opportunity. So all we want is that we have to change the legislations, put legislations in place that will make my grandmother have a good business environment, so that if she sells 500 shillings daily, if we can make her now sell 1,000 daily, then we have affected directly the microeconomics, and we have at the same time, we are not going to change the focus on the macroeconomics. The micro must depend on the macro.
So, Senator, which kind of legislation would this be?
I'm finishing up, and then you will come in, Mr. Jones. So the mere thinking that William Ruto is coming in and is promising to give wheelbarrows and 500 shillings to the old mamas in the village, I think that's a political tool you guys are using. But speaking economically, you know that bottom-up approach is something that is very viable. But if you want us to play politics, we can go there. Lastly, Raila Odinga came up trying to counter the hustler narrative on the other week, and he was speaking about creating wealth to the villagers. So it is the other way around of bottoms-up economics, but with a different connotation or a different semantic in terms of language. So trying to lie to Kenyans that bottoms-up approach is not an economic policy or a model, it's a lie. It is there, and it needs legislation to be implemented.
Mr. Senator,
yes.
Since 1963, all our governments have been coming and telling us that they are going to eradicate poverty. I believe that was the goal of the Kenyatta government when he took over power from the colonialists. So this has always been the goal. I don't know that now this phrase bottom up, the problem with this bottom up economic phrase is that it's just a very empty phrase that doesn't add to what is already being done. Now you've come here and you've talked about legislation. What legislation? You know what legislation? Because now you're just adding more confusion. What legislation is this which is going to be put in place to support bottom-up economics? Where is the money? What legislation? Really? Are you going to legislate people to be given handouts? Are you going to legislate that everybody
that's politics.
10,000 shillings? Okay, what's the legislation?
Now, what we're speaking, what I'm saying, that you've said that each and every government has always promised that they want to change the fortunes of this country. And that is something that I think genuinely each and every person, presidential candidates, wants to do. But what we are saying, we as the UDA people, is that the trickle down economics or the trickle down model has failed. It cannot eradicate poverty as intended. Now, what we want to do, we want to re-engineer the process. When I speak about legislation, is that currently there is no way government can affect directly on how the people at the bottom of the pyramid can benefit from government initiatives, economic government initiatives. When I speak about legislations, this is another topic where we can now go into more deeper into the deeper economics terms.
You have no legislation. You have no legislation to
I
give.
said from the beginning.
You've just come to cover to say that there's been legislation to do this and that, but there is no legislation that is in place.
I will ask you a question. I will ask you a question. Have you read the pillars of a bottoms-up approach that UDA is proposing?
I'm not even aware that UDA has.
Now you're playing politics. I'll take go research on that. Go research on that, and then next time when you are arguing against the bottoms-up approach,
UDA has not published any documentation about any of their plans.
Okay, I'll tell you. Go do your research. We have 4 pillars. When I speak
Why
about
should he research and you are here, my brother? Why should he research and you are here and you are failing to present your issues? As we have presented what we understand about a model and you are disparaging it. But you cannot tell us.
All right, Collins, can you finish? I need to go.
Okay, I'm going to have you to go ahead. Atuya, can you give us just a few minutes, because I'm going to get a question for you. But Sam.
All right.
I want you to, as you finish, there is something I wanted to put across also. Sustainability in industrialization infrastructure and tokenism. I don't want us to handle the Ruto, Raila, and ODM, UDA things. I want us to talk of industrialization infrastructure. Then we have tokenism, where grants fall in, correct? And distributing money for the people. So that's what I want to say. I want you to talk about the sustainability of these two kinds of governance.
Okay.
I know you are an economist.
Yeah, just repeat the question again.
The question I want you to compare with us are in terms of sustainability and the long-term effects, the sustainability and the long-term effect of industrialization stroke infrastructure. And then the other one is tokenism, okay, as systems of governance.
All right, those are good questions, and in fact, the policy argument need to be based on things that are factual. We're not here to talk about politics.
Yes.
So let me tell you guys the truth, because I know some of the truth that I can be telling you people. Of course, it's maybe it might touch your side and you think that I'm being political and all those kind of things, but I just like stating the truth the way it is. Okay, I do like your question, Collins, especially between maybe like dealing with the infrastructure versus the tokenism. And first of all, let me say this: Kenya currently, and this is the truth, it does not have the resources to just throw to people just like that. So if what I can just suggest is that if somebody needs loan, they need to expand something, they need first to present what they've been doing and if their business is going to make sense, so that they're able to be given those grants by the government, or they're able to be given anything. And we still have those kind of provision right now, because I know they've got even for the youth, for the women, for people with the disability. So even like the things that maybe you're hearing from people supporting the bottom up approach, already it's something that has already been there, you know. So we have to understand that it's only being used as is only being used as an instrument just to get power. Nothing will happen. Okay, but now let me tell you these things. For Kenya to actually improve from where we are, I'm going to repeat again. There need to be an infrastructure in energy. If you do not have that, there is nothing we are talking about. And it's quite unfortunate that I'm not hearing any political divide talking about it. If you do not have if you do not improve the infrastructure on energy, where you've got so much supply more than the demand, right? That's when the FDI is going to increase in Kenya, and that's how the unemployment is going to drop. Okay, I'm also hearing people saying like things are so expensive in Kenya. But let me pose a question. If somebody is complaining about the economy, what exactly do they normally complain about? They complain about the cost of food, right? They say, oh, by the way, onge imekuwa very expensive. Okay, that is called inflation. And how do you get rid of inflation? By getting rid of inflation, the government need to increase the food production, and they have failed miserably in that. They need to have so much food in the market that the prices become so like cheap, almost a throwaway price, and that's how the economy people are able to be like in the economy, people are able to be more happy, because the inflation is triggered by the price of necessity commodities that normal citizens use. Okay, but how can you do all these things? The master of all this is the eradication of corruption. If you have a government that actually really cares about the people, especially I'm talking specifically about Kenya, not even having some sort of other argument regarding what other countries do. Oh, look at Somalia and Nigeria, they're the most corrupted countries in Africa. I'm not even talking about that. I'm talking about Kenya. Kenya, if we want to, because after the new constitution of 2010, we have our institutions have been able to be very strong. The judicial system, they've been kind of being able to be independent, but not so much. And now this is another point for the country to even be more stronger. The eradication of corruption cannot be dealt with if you do not make the judicial system to be very strong, to be uncorruptible. And in fact, that is one of the major reasons I came to the forum, because I heard somebody saying, oh, I was against BBI because of ombudsman. I think it's somebody said that before. I remember quite well. And then you ask this person, do you really understand what ombudsman mean to the Kenyan judicial system? Because right now in Kenya, the judicial system is so corrupt that if my car get hit, a very expensive car, right? If somebody hit the car and probably they do not have an insurance, and I take my case to the court, and then the judge actually gets is given kitu kidogo, why am I going to complain? Because that is what our judicial system is. Therefore, we need an outside body that is going to look at exactly what the judicial system is doing. That's why the FDI can never go up if the judicial system is corrupt. The FDI can never go up if the corruption continues to be pandemic in the country, like corruption everywhere. So I am just pleading with you guys. We stop all this politics about my person, my this, my that. Okay, let's wait until next year. Let's see who are going to come out, and have discussions like the one I'm talking about that makes a lot of sense, because I'm pretty sure that in every election, we'll never miss that one person probably who can actually make sense. The bottom-up approach is nonsensical. I think there's somebody who just dropped. I think he's called in Kenya. He sent a link in the private chat saying, "Oh, there's a top-down." I hope you guys have seen it at the private chat. The link to the Investopedia, right? It's still not an economic model, and I am not being political or emotional. I am just telling you the fact. It's not. Okay, what he sent is actually it was talking about how companies make investment, looking both the macro, the micro and the macro economics. Okay, so it has got nothing to do with the real country's economics of how you can, even when I say micro and macro economics, I'm adding my own terms to my understanding, because that's the reason I'm educated, to be able to interpret what it is and what it is not. But for the country to be very successful, guys, you will remember my words. If the energy does not increase, forget it. We do not have a country. The unemployment will still be the same. Okay, I can see how Senator Atuya, I don't know, maybe he's attempting to become a senator. The way he's protecting his man, because they're in that kind of a model, right? But let me tell you, the fact here is, in Kenya right now, we still do not have genuine people that are going to bring issues that they're really going to do something about it. You understand? They're just bringing it as a tool to just get power, and once they are in, they cannot do anything about it. Because if right now Ruto is actually to use something like, let's say tribals, okay, like when he decides to become a tribal, he's going to lose immediately, because now the other tribes are going to say, is he going to just rotate between Kalenjins and Kikuyu? Because now that's what he's avoiding. Okay, so that you can now say, now the only thing that can save me is to bring the issue base. That's what I'm saying. We should be able to identify leaders that are very probably like leaders who are very strong when it comes to corruption. When you mention corruption like this to them, they don't come and start trembling. They say, okay, but everyone is corrupt. Do you have evidence? Do you have this? Do you have that? Like, what kind of, we need to be educated. We need to reason like people who have gone to school. Because now, if we start throwing tantrums here, saying, "Oh, this person, the reason why you attacking this person, everyone is corrupt," So does that mean that you support this person because anyway is corrupt, but you just want to support him? Let me tell you, the country, we just have to leave it to the generation while they are very proud at the decision that we are making right now. Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, let me finish. That's what I'm saying. What we just do from henceforth, I like what the panel these days we are coming. Let us talk on issue based, and let us talk something that is actually going to help the country, rather than keep on coming to lie here. Some people getting emotional because I don't know their person has been attacked. So we just need to have like educational kind of conversation. Okay, that's it. Now, Collins, I'm too hungry. And it's getting late over here. So, yeah.
Okay, which state are you?
Right now I'm in Alabama.
Oh, thank
Collins,
you.
Before you leave, sir, Collins, before
somebody has a question for you. Who's that?
Niweke, sir.
Okay, go ahead. You have 1 minute.
Sam, I want you to. What is the difference between this bottom up and the Big Four agenda? Because for me, the Big Four agenda was addressing very basic and fundamental things, affordable housing, manufacturing, health, universal health care, and the third one was what? And industrializing.
According to Mr. William Ruto, the bottom-up approach is his economic model. The Big Four agenda was a policy paper for governance. I think that's the best I can tell
Collins, I think what Rekesa need to understand, those agendas, of course, it was a general term policy for the government. Okay.
Yes.
But when you look at all those agendas that were coming up, for example, let's talk about the real estate, especially. The problem, because I keep on hearing guys saying that we need to send money to the bottom, and all those kind of things. For what Uhuru could have done, he could have created an industry of building cheap building materials that are durable, okay, so that now it's even able to spread even more employment for other people as they're reducing those things like slums that we keep on hearing people saying Kibera is over there, Mkuruajenga, Mathare. I consider even Zimmerman to be slum. Like there's a way, right? There's actually a way that the government, they could have brought a way that they can produce cheap building materials like EPS. Does anyone know what an EPS is? Right? An EPS, like if the, by the way, let me tell you, I'm talking about an EPS that Uhuru is already using to build the police housing and all those kind of things. So if you're able to mix technology with those agendas that they were saying, technology with housing, technology with agriculture, right? We can even have we can even do you know you can actually do a massive agriculture in Turkana. If somebody knows that is possible, right? So the only problem that we have with the leaders that we currently are trying to choose, they don't know how to reason in a 21st century. That's why when you're talking about wheelbarrow now and Senator Tuya, of course, that's what you hear they talk about. Like that is completely insulting the people who are going to school. You know what I'm saying? So what we have to do, we need a president who knows the power of economic of scale, mixing with the technology, right? And somebody who has the will to fight corruption. Okay. So that is the only thing that we need.
Let me say something before Sam leaves. So Sam, one thing you need to remember that this country, this great country called Kenya, is not devoid of brains. This great country of Kenya is not devoid of great economists. This country of Kenya is not devoid of great leaders who are willing to change this country. So the mere fact that you say that this country needs a leader, we have them. All we need to do is to have the right one in office. Don't relegate this country to a country that has got no able minds. Number two, you have blatantly said that the bottom-up approach is nonsensical. I don't want to take it personal, but I just want to ask you. Bottoms-up approach it is not a William Ruto idea, or it's not something that we want to force on people. What I will ask you, bottoms-up approach is just a way of doing the economics of this country. We are not saying that we are gonna chase people or do anything. So I want to ask you, which is your preferred economic model and how is it working? You've told us about FDIs and what. Yes, we can have them, but through which model can they get to Wanjiku? That's the question.
Okay, Senator Tuya, let me tell you something. Yeah.
Oh, anybody?
I agree.
Excuse me, Sam. Is there anybody who is also having a question for Sam? Anybody with a question for Sam? Because I want him to finish. We are finishing.
I think
anybody with a question?
Atuya is taking us in circles.
Yeah.
Let me.
You're just taking us in circles.
Okay, but let me finish for him to understand. I like educating people. I'm even so happy. I'm educating a senator.
Don't lie. Don't lie. Don't lie in the name of educating.
No, say being emotional, Senator Atuya.
I'm not
Okay,
being emotional.
a politician is supposed to.
Atuya, please, can you allow him to finish?
Senator Atuya,
If he comes in,
if
don't
you want a politician, wait, listen, Atuya. If you are a politician, you need to be able to take criticism. Okay, you leave all the emotional aside. Okay, that's not what politicians are. But by the way, like for example, if you go to Australia Parliament, if you go to the United Kingdom Parliament, those guys, they will insult you like crazy. They will insult what you are until you leave and quit that politics. So you need to be very strong in character. Okay. But let me tell you something, guys. Okay, bottom up. I'm not stating things with emotion. I am just laying facts for you to take. But I know, of course, like most people will not take because, of course, of the side they belong to, and I don't blame you for that. It's called a cult. But let me tell you something here. For the economy to improve in Kenya, like Senator Tuya, you take this to the bank. If you do not have a leader who is very strong in condemning corruption and closing the loopholes, by the way, let me not even joke. I've attempted to reach Uhuru to actually show him the model of stopping corruption in Kenya. I have the formula to stop corruption in Kenya. Very serious formula that will land many people in jail because we are going to cut you until you'll be shocked. You will say you've not stolen, but it will be pointing at you. I've got that formula. But do you know what? But do you know what?
Were you successful?
I do not want to see you now. When you're saying I want to see Uhuru, guess what? Somebody is telling you. Talk to kidogo to see the president.
The president himself cannot see
I remember.
The same thing. Answer. He has gone to stories.
Yeah, the same thing. Okay, I tried to contact the president in Liberia because I wanted to help them how they can bring the stock market that makes sense in their country. Somebody say Toki to Kidogo. In Liberia, it's in Africa. There is the African mentalities that we have, that even people like us who we have the solution, it cannot see it cannot even see the light of day, because now what they're going to say,
Sam,
you need to be corrupt.
Okay, Sam, have you tried to approach any of the governors so that they can also catch the corrupt people within the county governments?
No,
if you can't do it with the president, are you able to do it with the governors?
I have people. Okay, first of all, the only
we don't want you to mention names, but are you able also to do it in the county government so that if yes, then we can give you way forward and how to meet some of the governors? Have you ever tried also to deal with these governors?
Okay, I've only attempted to reach the president, but I can also see how to reach the governor, and probably we can create a snowball effect from the county. But let me tell you, so we need to leave the emotional side, because we need to build a country that can accommodate. Trust me, within 5 years, if we have a president that has a common sense, the unemployment rate will be the same as the one in Australia.
Okay, thank you, Sam. Thank you, Sam. We are finishing up.
So Senator, just leave the emotional side and concentrate.
Okay, please, thank you, Sam.
Let me ask you a question before it leaves.
No, Atuya, I think I'm going to leave it there because I think there are lots of things. Meanwhile, Variety Gitash is telling us that poor Kenyans, who else can be a president apart from Ruto? Uhuru and tamed Raila. Uhuru tamed Raila, poor Kenyans, Aki. So, but she's telling us that in her page, we can also, I don't know if it is her or him, but in her page, there is also something for us. I don't know what it is. We also have Hezron Kajudu, but here's the thing. Wekesa, I think you are answered. Jones, you are answered. Atuya, we are not going to give you any question time because you came late, yes, but I only gave you that time so that we could. It's you and Junior that we pushed. I'm going to give Duke to give a closing remark, then Atuya will give a closing remark, then Jones is closing for us.
Okay, then bye, guys. I'll see you tomorrow, Collins.
Okay, thank you.
Collins, how come Atuya is speaking and you didn't mention me and Duke and I haven't spoken too?
You will pray.
No, Jones will pray for us.
Collins, you've just let Sam go away with so much an answer. There's no way I can ask him his preferred economic model and then
Atuya, no, that question had already been answered. By the way, Atuya, that question already Sam had talked about it. Even the question he has answered you. So
okay,
that's
which was his best model he was advocating for?
It's just talking about infrastructure and eradication of corruption.
Which model is that?
That is not a model. But
okay,
that is what he's saying.
Under which economic model will his president tackle the economy of this country? That's the question.
I don't want to say, I don't want to talk on his behalf, okay?
No, you will tell me you want to increase FDI, you want to fight corruption.
We don't need a new economic model.
We don't need any model to run in the country.
But yes, that is according to you. So
what have we been using?
Bottom up is not even an economic model.
Okay, Atuya.
Yes.
Mwai Kibaki raised the Kenyan economy by almost a double digit. Which economic model? Who understood even the economic model?
Yeah? Trickle economics.
Did he tell us that it's trickle down?
No, he didn't. But as an economist, you can study that and you can tell it is.
So let us not joke around with some words. No. Okay, I belong to the medical ground, so I belong to the medical ground. We are always told like, don't just throw words that you can't explain because immediately you say a word, it means a different thing. It can give a wrong diagnosis to a patient. So
that is in the medicine world.
Yes. So for even the economics.
Welcome to the political world.
Kibaki did not tell us anything about his model.
World. Welcome to the political world.
Atuya, you are just something else. But we are going to deal with you when we will now be forming the government, next government. Now, Duke, I don't want to joke around with Atuya again, Duke. But your closing remark?
My closing remark is that we have a reasonable GDP in Kenya. You know, the GDP per capita of Kenya is almost equal to that of India. But the issue we have in Kenya is inequitable distribution of resources. So if we grow the economy, but the economy continues to grow for those at the top, we can even have a very bigger GDP. But if that wealth is held with those at the top, then we will never solve the issues of the most Kenyans. So to me, bottom-up approach makes sense. And it's simple. You should not complicate the definition. It's simply trying to address the needs of those who are unable to. It's a focus. Actually, the bottom-up approach was brought by the current president of the US. He actually articulated about it. And if I quote him, what he said the idea of growing the economy of a nation depends on many people. And they said for too long that the economy of the US has been depending on just a very small fraction of those who control the GDP. Even the US, that there is a problem there. There is a lot of wealth concentrated in the top 10%. That's what there's this senator, this old senator was contesting for president. Is it, what's the name? He actually was fighting for that. He wanted like a semi-socialist approach to solve the issues of those who are at the bottom. Even in the US, there is millions who are unable to afford healthcare. There is a lot of homeless. So these issues are global. So it's not about having a very big GDP or a very big economy. It's about.
I hope you're talking about Andrew Yang.
I'm talking about somebody who contested for president. The person, that guy who was beaten by
Biden.
No, by Clinton in the nominations, in 2016 nomination. What was the name? Came second.
Okay, I don't remember that.
Bernie Sanders.
Yes. That one.
Sanders?
He was
Bernie
Sanders?
Yes. He was actually fighting for the restoration of removing the wealth held by few individuals and redistributing to.
Bernie Sanders Duke was very clear on what he was talking about. Bernie Sanders was very clear and saying
Bernie Sanders is a socialist.
We're going to increase taxes on the rich, which is what he said very clearly. And we're then going to take that money from the rich and we're going to redistribute it to the poor. Is that what Ruto is saying?
What is he saying? The reason is, first of all, the problem is this. Actually, Ruto has explained several times what bottom-up approach is. Okay. But because he is the one who has given that as an economic model, and is the one who is contesting. So when you deny to listen to his explanation, because when you
trying to equate to Bernie Sanders, Bernie Sanders has actually what he was saying, and very clearly what he was saying. And like,
no, I did not actually equate that.
His tendencies are socialist.
No, I did not equate that. What I said is there is a struggle of trying to remove concentrated resources from few individuals to many individuals. And that's what he was trying to do. He was trying to is about pharmaceutical companies, which were making a huge profits. So I was giving the context of trying to fight so that resources moves from few individuals into many people. So that's the concept of the bottom-up approach. So, and most of you questioned about the source. Actually, the source is the budget. The government has the budget. For instance, if a trunket of billions is allocated to the Ministry of Agriculture, and then that money is routed. But if, for instance, that money is subdivided into small farms, and maybe they are taught on how to do irrigation in small scale, that one is trying to empower people. It's trying to to diversify. It's like a form of deforestation, where it's like devolving resources from the central government into the deforestation. So it's like, we should not actually argue too much about the definition. It's about the context, and the root has explained that not once, not twice, and there's a lot of sources in the internet which talks about that. And even if I have a ring here where Biden was giving it, and there's one quote which I wanted to give, which he said that
I think you should do a bit faster. We are closing down because this bottom-up approach, I'll talk to Mutembei so that he can get. We are just going to have a whole discussion on this bottom-up.
So he said that the bottom-up approach is centered around a simple idea that the economy of a nation is made out of people. And the more people are accommodated, the stronger the economy of a nation it comes. So it's about accommodating more people into the economy of the nation, not just a few individuals. I can end it there. Unless anybody has a question.
Collins, can I maybe make my remarks quickly?
Okay, thank you so much, Duke. It was nice having you today. And I think that was a good input. So we are going to work on this so that we can have a bottom-up approach and these economic models and what we need for Kenya. And the people who want to run Kenya without economic model, but having some policies. Now we have you, Jonas. Can you give your closing remarks?
Yes, I wanted to give my closing remarks.
And okay, wait a bit. I want us to know who is going to pray for us, Ashley or you?
Let Ashley do the praying.
Okay.
Duke, what I was going to say is the question of redistribution of wealth is a question that really has plagued Africa. especially after all these countries got their independence. And the current situation, like now, if you look at the current situation in South Africa, after apartheid came to an end, the African South African was expecting that ending apartheid is one thing, but but providing economic empowerment is a completely different one. So the Africans in South Africa, they got an end to apartheid, but they're not free because they don't have any economic power. And I guess there has been an expectation that the wealth in South Africa is going to be redistributed. The Wazungus there, probably their farms are going to be taken away, which is what Julius Malema keeps talking about. He keeps talking about taking the land away without compensation and then giving it now back to the African, to the African South Africans, whom is whom he's calling the indigenous people. And I just think that anytime you go around promising people those type of things, you then create a recipe for disaster. And I feel like this vague and very ambiguous dynasty versus hustler and then bottom up economics, it's very exciting to people who are struggling with unemployment, who are struggling with lack of healthcare, who are struggling with all sorts of problems. When you come to them and tell them we're now going to redistribute wealth in Kenya and make everybody rich, which is really a promise that I don't think that UDA will be able to keep. And once they're not able to keep that promise, where are we going to be? Where are we going to end?
Interjection. Can I come in for a moment?
We're going to end up with people on the street fighting. Huh? And when you talk about dynasty versus hustler, every village in Kenya has a dynasty. Every village has somebody whom other villagers think this is a dynasty in our village. This is a guy in my village who has a car when everybody else is walking. This is a guy who has a boda when everybody else doesn't have anything. This is a guy who has 2 cows when nobody else has a goat.
Let me tell you, Jones, let me tell you on this. When you talk of that village dynasty, I'm a victim.
Yes.
The other time when I went home, this thing of dynasty versus what do you call it? Hustlers started, but it was just still fresh. And then I don't know what happened. Then I asked. Okay, my brother asked something. Then it's like people didn't understand what is asked. And then I just said the same question, and I was told, your grandfather was a bishop. You people are dynasties. And I was like,
yeah.
I only saw my grandfather for 3-4 years. So I didn't know how he was a bishop, and I was told we were a dynasty and we should not talk where the boda riders are talking. And my younger brother is riding with them, the same boda. And I was like, you're a dynasty. You people, I don't know why you should not talk where the boda guys are talking. So I realized it.
Yeah, so that's kind of what I'm trying to tell Duke. When you promise,
no, can I just add something? Just 1 minute.
Duke, Janus, it's your time, but give 1 minute. Duke, can you interject, please?
Okay, what I was trying to say, Jonas, we are not talking about taking the wealth from the rich and giving it to the poor. We are trying to do, for instance, we have the budget every year. There is that government budget which it has. There is a way it's allocated so that most of it also comes back to the rich. So we are trying to talk about like that budgeting should be in a way that most of it goes to now those who are at the bottom. But it's not practical there is no practical route which can use to take money from the rich. Also about the dynasty.
I'm not aware, Duke, of any budget.
Oh, okay, Atuya, not Atuya. Jones, just allow him to talk. Just allow him to talk.
Which is allocated, all the budget in Kenya is allocated to paying recurrent expenditure, and then to healthcare, to education.
Jones, can we have Duke's finishing up?
Yes, we are
talking about. The time is still yours.
Yes, okay. There is about that. There is healthcare. There is those money allocated to industries, but to big industries which are controlled by the rich. the small industries are ignored, the small business are ignored. Also, to add on the issue of dynasty, we are talking about it's the time of the dynasty to go out of politics. It's not it's not time for them to be killed or removed out of this country. It's time of them to move out of politics. So you have to differentiate the two.
And just to add to that, Collins, I'm sorry you are a dynasty, but being a dynasty is not an evil thing. So when and there's no single day you have ever heard us say that we are having a war of dynasties and hustlers. You, the people who are on the other side, are trying to kill our hustler narrative by bringing the dynasty and the hustlers thing. It is not a class war. It is a way of emancipating the poor people from poverty. And those people who are on the other side are they fear that by empowering the poor, you're going to bring equality, and they will no longer have the chance to make the decisions in society. So there is the fear of having the poor man coming to the table to negotiate. Though that is the fear the likes of Jones have in this country, or wherever they are. The fear that that man is gonna be equal to
Atuya, you also know it's not true. Atuya, when have you ever had a poor man negotiating with any minister, even these MPs? Where have you had?
What we are saying now, what we are saying, we want to bridge the gap.
Collins, really, you don't understand about an expression. I think what he's using is an expression. Someone like Kawanjiko being chosen to go to parliament, some people are saying he's not as expressive, and it might be true because he did not go to good a school, but given the opportunity, he can grow and develop that skill. Those are the kind of people we are calling the poor people coming to the table. It's not practically poor people, but people who have come from disadvantaged backgrounds.
Some rumors are saying that he's a son to Grigati Gachagua.
He might be, we don't know.
So how poor is he?
Oh, he is poor. He was selling, if you ask the people in Kiamba, by the way, I've seen them here, he might have come to, his mom is deceased, even though he's maybe a son, it's maybe a son that was discovered later in life. But he grew up, he's among, like, he was just a bonda guy, but he has a college degree. So it's not like he's a child that has grown up with, even though maybe it's his dad, I don't know, he hasn't grown up with him behind him, taking care of him. So that's the kind of poor we are talking coming to the table. What Jones is talking about is rich people being like Raila and Odinga, Raila and Uhuru meeting together and agreeing to share the government, agreeing to share the national cake, like the cartels do in Mexico. They agree that I am going to control this area while you control that area. And the only reason I like Ruto's hustler nation, it is taking us away from tribal, where people are starting to think beyond tribal lines. If there is anything Ruto will do, whether he becomes president of North, if he can be able to cross that we will never again, that we will use policy, because when you talk about hustler versus the bottom-up economy, then we are talking about what we need to be talking about. It just needs to be developed, and if we got that route with somebody else, 10 years from now, we'll be in a better place than talking about tribal. Because when you say Kikuyus have, the worst thing is the tribal one. When you say we cannot have a Kikuyu again, I'm a Kikuyu. I've never benefited from any presidential Kikuyu candidate. But then when you lump us that we've been in government 20 years, it's even more unfair than dynasties, because dynasties are people who have enjoyed economic privileges in Kenya. And let me tell you, even Ruto is a rich person. He's a dynasty, so to speak. But so it is not about people who are rich versus people who are poor. It is people who are becoming and enriching themselves at the expense of the other people. That corruption. Those are the people who corruption. Are yes, those corruption. Who are the people. Yes, sir. Those are the people who are uncomfortable.
People who enrich themselves at the expense of others. That's corruption.
Right.
So corruption is different. Corruption is different from this thing of redistributing wealth.
It is not redistributing. What we are talking about, like Collins was saying, is industrialization, coming with new ways of making the economy a different economic model that is going to bring
Industrialization is what
jobs.
Uhuru Kenyatta is doing. Those are the 4 pillars.
No, Uhuru is very
Those are the
tone
pillars.
deaf. He's tone deaf. You see, he just goes. It's like, you know, some men are like this. They go to make love with a woman and they don't listen to her cues. They just go and just go, and they don't listen. That is what Uhuru does with the economy, and that is why he can build as many roads, even with gold, and still people will say he has done nothing, because he's tone deaf, and he does not feel the people, and he does not, like when COVID came, people cried to him, even Akina Kambogo, help the people. He did not address that issue in whatever way. Whether he can help or not, he was still building roads. That is him, like that insensitive man whose wife has to pretend that she has. Anyway, let me stop there.
So,
Ashley, why are you hanging up for some words which you should just?
let me finish up.
Atuya, I wanted to finish because I have exams, my friend.
It's also 6 a.m. here, so I need to sleep also. So I just wanted to say, when you guys are addressing this issue of the economy, you don't demonize another person's idea without giving a solution. You let some leave this forum when he was giving us too much literature with little information to Kenyans, or to me. If I came in with the idea of supporting the bottoms-up approach, he should tell me why it's wrong, where it should be, which one is more better, other than telling me that is nonsensical. And then there is the belief that is I don't want to go there. Now, let me finish up by saying that the bottoms-up approach is the way to go. If you guys have a different opinion, if you guys have a different economic model, if you guys don't believe in the economic models, you guys believe in tribal models, then tell us how your tribal model will increase the GDP of this country. And I don't want to speak so much of politics, but Duke spoke a lot of things when he was saying that we need to bring more people into the economy. We need to have each and every person participating in the building of the economy. That is what we call bottoms-up approach. What currently is happening is that if Safaricom is having the favors, then me as a Wanjiku, I should benefit from Safaricom. What if the government comes up with policies? If Safaricom is benefiting as a macro entity in the economy, I, as a Tuya Junior, as a micro entity in the economy, I'm also benefiting equally, so that we can grow the economy both macro and micro. That's what we stand.
Do you benefit from good roads?
Do I?
Do you benefit from good roads?
Yes, I do.
Do you benefit from having electricity in your neighborhood?
Yes, I do.
Do you benefit from having water, piped water, and sewage systems in your environment?
Yes, I
and
do.
no more question.
What are you talking about?
Can I conclude?
You've just answered all the questions that Jones is leading you into a grave, and you're getting into it. Atuya, you are a politician. Atuya, you are a politician, but you're not so careful.
Those are
I knew where he was headed, and
are you happy when your children are given free education? Are you happy with the NHIF being provided with the healthcare?
Can I answer you now?
Those are all those things. Those are all.
Okay, can I answer you now?
Those are all bottom up. You don't like them.
Okay, we are closing up. Let me
please,
Jonas, can you allow? I don't know how to spell your name so well. I don't know how to pronounce your name because I'm calling you Jonas or Jones.
Jones.
Now, you
have less than 1 minute.
Collins, Jonas would have an SSE.
Okay. Jones, you came up with a very good counter narrative to what I was saying. Now, that is the kind of argument we need. Don't call my arguments nonsensical, like some was. If you argue, no, wait, let me finish. You're not
Atuya, your argument is not about bottoms up. It's not you that originated bottoms up. If it was bottoms, if tribal politics is nonsensical, it's not our thing. It's not your thing. If bottoms up somebody says it's nonsensical, it's not coming from you. You're only defending it. You're not originating it.
And it's okay, Atuya. That's their opinion.
Yeah.
You can't force someone to
That's
have.
his
You see,
opinion.
like me
So,
today,
Atuya,
I've received very hostile opinions here, but I know why I'm here. So you have to know why you logged in and why you are here. If I was running for an elected office, I would be concerned. But because I am not, I have a different agenda. I am unbothered, completely not bothered. So
Yeah,
I
actually-
hope that you stay there. Even if someone tells you it's nonsensical, tell them that is your opinion and continue.
somebody told me I'm not thinking. I didn't take it personal. Somebody told me that I'm not thinking.
I've not taken it personal. The issue was when you say, Jones has given an explanation, or he has explained to me whatever he believes in, and he has asked me a question about I've answered. But when somebody says that is nonsensical, and then he goes and he leaves the forum and he says
It's okay. It's okay, Senator Atuya. You cannot control what someone says. You can only control yourself and what you say. So let them have their opinion. That is why this forum is a democracy.
Good.
It's okay. What you're saying might be nonsensical to them, and that's
But then
okay.
actually, you have a lot of feedback on your side.
So let them bring their sensible resolution. I have asked Sam so many times to give us his sensible resolution, and he has not. So I have my own conclusions that I'll leave to myself because I have important things to discuss, and I think you do the same too.
So, Senator, what I was saying, Collins, I was closing, and then I was making my closing remarks. And
I want you to close.
And then I kind of got derailed. So, Senator Atuya, what basically I was saying is that the economic model which we have, we're not gotten to a point where we can say that it has failed. And this new model that we're now being, does not have any clarity or it's just too ambiguous, it's too vague, it has been left open to interpretation, and that's a risky approach to political campaigns, because people will end up expecting. There's going to be such an expectation which cannot then be delivered upon. It's dangerous.
Okay. So good.
That was a good narrative.
Okay, I'm finishing up. Then I give Ashley.
Am I the last one? Because
you are the last one, and you'll pray. So I'm just going to give a finishing remark. I thank everybody for attending, and more so, I would say this. I thank the former President Kibaki and the MP who came up with the CDF. That is why I still believe not in economic models, but I believe in infrastructural development. One reason is I grew up in an area where we only knew tinga, the tractors, but we didn't know cars so well. Until I reached class 8, we were just seeing cars when I go to visit my auntie and visit other people, because we didn't have roads. But coming of the CDF made us to see at least some roads. They are not tarmac roads, but they are roads. At least people these days have cars, including our uncles who had cars in the city and they were never able to get their cars to reach home. So if we can have industrialization in terms of infrastructural development, better. The next thing is, when we started our area, we were having only 9 secondary schools. The coming of the CDF made us to have 27 new schools. Currently, as we talk, we have 36 schools. Out of that 36 schools, I personally participated in starting one school from scratch. I even drew the badge for the school. So at least we see if money can be given to the people mashinani in a way that there is accessibility. Jones asked a question about power distribution, water distribution, and the other one was roads. The coming of electricity, mimi nikigrow, when I was growing up, we used to take our Mahindi to Kisiagi. The Kisiagi was 3 kilometers away from us. The coming of this rural electrification, Kenya Rural Electrification Program, at least made us to see stima, though hata kwetu mimi bado hatuna stima because haijafika. Because of the mapping, it's my grandfather that had a problem. Alienda akajenga mahali where there is no social amenity that we can have the power. And every 600 meters that has come from both sides has still left us. So we still don't have, my home still doesn't have electricity, but it's in the 3 homes away from my home. So with faith, I hope one day we will have steamer. And that one has happened because of the rural electrification program. We have sugar companies, that is where I come from. When these companies were operating, my father paid my school fees early enough because every time he took his sugar cane to the factory, he could get his 40,000, 30,000 to pay our school fees. I'm the 5th born. And by the time I was in high school, we were 3 of us in high school. And with a mega income of my dad, we could not. But with the farming, we could do something. As at now, all those companies are down. The farming is down. Any leader who is going to make for the people power, electricity, and industrialization, production, that is the person who is going to make Kenya. Kenya is an agricultural economy. Apart from these other models and any other thing that people are bringing up, any leader that is going to prop up economy by ensuring production is high, that person is going to help Kenyans. Because when the sugarcane company works, that's when the people who are cutting sugarcane will get their money. The mama mbogas will sell mboga to the people cutting the sugarcane. The schools around there will get their fees paid by the farmers. The animal sellers who are selling the livestock will have their livestock being bought by people who want to get married, because at least there is money going around. Because if I want to give cows, I have to take cows together with some money. So I have to go to the market to buy cows. If I don't have that money to buy a cow, because a cow for dowry is around 30,000, I must get a 30,000. It's only sugarcane that can bring it in my place. Importation of sugar can be taken down. Somebody said in the comments that importation of sugar is cheaper. Yes, it's cheaper. That's why our sugarcane companies are dying, because the production is high, the roads are poor, the electricity bill is expensive, and also the energy, which Sam was talking about. If we reduce the energy cost and good roads and electricity, we are going to have productivity going high. Any leader that is going to see what the farmers do, pan paper webuye, we have Nzoia, we have sugar cane, we have mahindi in Rift Valley. There was a time mahindi ilikuwa inaharibika because the National Produce and Cereals and Produce Board wanaangamiza farmers. If they can allow farmers to give them maize, na wanaweka bei mzuri for the government procurement systems and right time payment, then we will not care who is the president. What we will care about is, nimepata shamba yangu iko na mahindi na imenini hapa. Maziwa, we need some people that can project the maziwa system. We can't allow the family of Uhuru Kenyatta to be running maziwa, everything they are running, including the Buzeki company. That Buzeki was a Bundotich Buzeki. It ilinunuliwa na the family. If we have a system that is running so well, then we will have a good thing. These things of model bottoms up or trickle down effect, It's not going to help a poor mwananchi if you have not done industrialization with them. I think with that, I would thank everybody preparing for exams. So Ashley, you can pray for us.
Okay. Thank you so much for everybody and what you've said. There's someone here on the comments who's asking who can root or link up with Weta, Mudavadi, and Kalonzo. I think Mudavadi would be the best option because Mudavadi is acceptable to the Mount Kenya without. I think that would help Ruto without him losing the Mount Kenya vote. But that's my opinion. The other comment someone asked at the bottom, they said about where is it?
Oh, are you reading from Facebook?
The comment section, yes.
Oh, okay.
It's not Facebook, just comments on the side. But I can't find the last one about someone said that but Tanga is not interested. We need contributors who love Kenya. I don't think anybody has a yardstick to measure whose love for Kenya is higher than another. I think for someone to log into this channel when they could have done something else is enough proof that they love Kenya. Or anyway, it doesn't matter. That's the person's opinion. But let us not be like the Trump supporters who said when you believe what they believe, that is when you love Kenya. We all love Kenya. We are trying to do what's best for Kenya. The only people who really don't love Kenya is the ones who protect and who advocate for corruption. We need a leader who is not corrupt, someone who is going to fight corruption. We have a lot of money that in those corrupt deals. If we got a leader who will take care and get back the money that has been taken from corruption, we would even be able to pay some of those loans we have from China and do a lot for our country. But I won't say more. That's all.
No, so actually, you have something. You have somebody asking you something. Variety Gitash is asking you, Ashley, just curious, what would happen if Madividi, Kalonzo, Weta join Ruto? Anything is possible in Kenya. Will they share the power somehow? I think I'll say no. The constitution does not allow them to share power. We only have the presidential system. So anybody who comes with the Ruto
has to be the deputy.
Will be the deputy president.
Unless Ruto lets them be the president, which I don't think.
If Ruto lets them be the president, he cannot be the deputy. You know, Ruto is the only leader in Kenya now that is on a tightrope. Any ticket where he goes, he must be the presidential candidate because the constitution does not allow him to be a deputy again.
But they can share power in a different form.
There is no way they can share power.
I mean, for instance, say Ruto can say we give some people given ministries and positions within the constitution, not outside the constitution.
No, but that's not even sharing power. That's what Kibaki pretended to do.
But Ruto and Uhuru shared power back 2013.
And that's why Uhuru is vengeful to Ruto right now.
And let me tell you something. Let me tell you something, Duke. The reality is this: there is no day Uhuru and Ruto shared power. Uhuru was just trying to keep quiet so that he could get his 2017 election. He was a bad man from the start. If you look at my whatever I wrote in 2012. I wrote still the same, that these young guys will take the leadership, but Kenyans will cry for the next 15 years. Even today, if today we elect any other person, that person is not going to help Kenya.
He's going to help himself.
No, he's not going to help. He's only going to help Kenya by stopping corruption. But raising anything is nothing. We have a lot of debts. These guys have taken a lot of madeni. These guys have wrecked, Uhuru has wrecked everything in the system. So even if it's like somebody giving you a car that is new, but haina logbook, ama iko na logbook yako iko kwa bank na amekuuzia.
So Amazing Grace has been very, I don't know, she has a vengeance with me, and that's her opinion. And her last word is, I did not read the whole of her comment because I didn't find it useful.
Okay, let me just read it for you. Actually, read the whole comment. Your agenda is obvious. Sam has given a solution of energy infrastructure and great leaders who have willingness to get rid of corruption.
So where do you get those leaders? Where do you buy them from? Amazing Grace, so we can know. You see, that's why I didn't read the comment, because you don't go to get them. You know, so where do you get them? Where are
Actually,
they
do you want to buy leaders?
You see, that's why I read the part that made sense, because we can say to get leaders, where are they being got from? It's people who present themselves, and then
somebody here told us about.
We choose from the options that are available. So that's what
we only have the two things that I said. I've never come to this comment forum after these elections, but I said this: Kenya only need 3 or 4 political parties. Hamtawahi sikia kitu kama Rift Valley, Eastern Nyanza. Hamtawahi sikia tena. We only need 2 big political parties and 2 for revenge and other people who can revenge. Tukiingia hapa tunaweza kukuzuia kukuwa president. That's the best. As at now we have 320 political. Kuna zingine somebody told me juzi that I can give you the ticket uende contest the party yangu na utanipea 300,000. I was like, yeah. Why do you want to give me? And I've not even tried the party that I want. I've not told you that I don't have a party. Why do you want to give me the ticket? Unaona? And I know there are people who are living abroad here. They are going to contest at home. I think we should call one of them in these forums. I'll give him the number, okay?
You know, and I've asked Mutembei, maybe we should give you that job. We should get some of these people to come here, and then we ask them questions.
We have 2 people that I know that I'm going to contest in Kenya. There's one going for Kitutu Chache. Is it Kitutu Chache? Where Njimi Angwenyi is the MP. And we have one going for Moroni seats. He comes from Maryland here. And I think those ones. And then I also have somebody who is a PA to somebody who's going to be an MP. He wants to be an MP in Muhoroni. I can also get a PA to a senatorial.
I would like you to get one of them that is active right now.
Yes.
Can you get Warogoro?
Waroguru, I don't know if I can get John. There's a guy here called John that can get Waroguru very fast.
You know, she's talking about wanting to move. Jones was talking about people trying to build Jubilee, and she was in Tanga. She went to Jubilee, and now she's threatening to go out, and she has reasons why she wants to go out. Maybe we need to talk to someone like her.
Let me tell you something about this. Now, I hope this one is now not under records, okay? In politics, we don't go to parties because we want to be in those parties. We go to parties because wananchi wamekuambia usipokuwa kwa hii party hautapatikana kwa hiyo.
Na hivyo ndio amesema she is in yeye kwa mashinani because she's listening to what where her people want her to go to.
Where she is. And I said this when I said that Jubilee should win, not Jubilee, it's called what? UDA should win Kiamba. And I didn't want to talk about the Kiamba seat because I thought it would be a past tense. I said it. If UDA could have lost Kiamba,
that would have been 8.
They could have made Jubilee to be a very strong party next election. And even this thing of getting an MCA in Muguga is still a very big problem to Ruto if he wants to be a serious contender.
I don't know whether you saw that according to the tallied, when they left the stations, because each of the stations they had someone who was taking the tallies. When they went to IBC, it seems some of them were changed. They just did not want to pursue those avenues. I don't know how true that is.
No, Itumbi is just a joker. I saw him also declaring some seats. Itumbi is a joker. I know he was my friend before, but he blocked me and then he unblocked me again. But he's a joker. Don't ever take him serious. Because Itumbi alitangaza MCA kuwa wa URP, wanini wa UDA, and MP kuwa wa UDA. And he was still saying that he may back, by that time kulikuwa na 148. And they are remaining with the 6. Na alikuwa anasema those 6 remaining, there is no any other way the Jubilee can get and it was like tumewashinda na over 5,000 votes.
But let me ask you, Collins, you think they did not try to rig? Maybe the margin was so high.
If the election that was done fairly in Kenya today, this election was very fair. And that's why somebody asked me, ati kwa nini hakukuwa na tear gas in Kiamba? And why would you have a tear gas if, and I am still telling that guy, don't even go to appeal. The election was very clear. UDA won that election. Even though they won with a small margin, but they won it. My projection was that Jubilee was not going to get even half of the votes of what the leading UDA could have gotten.
But you see, I think they are saying the guy that carried in Jama was a very well liked. So even just that they got 50%, some of them voted against their better, like they really like him, but they didn't like the party that he was in. In fact, even those people in UDA are telling him next year, 2022, you better come to our party so we can put you, to give you that position.
Let me tell you,
on a Jubilee.
I'm not a prophet.
UDA.
I'm not a prophet, and I'm telling you this. Okay? Next election, and not even next election, in 2 months' time, Kariri Njamba is going to talk to Ruto, and Ruto will give him the surety of giving him the ticket in 2022, and he will be the next MP.
They're already asking him. I had them doing that today. So this guy called Community Ancestor is saying, read my statement above, Ashley. So he said sorry to anyone that he has, whoever I have wronged in any way, let me go on bended knees and ask for forgiveness. And I think when we come on this forum, I don't think there's any reason to take what people say personally. I don't.
I'll only take one thing personally when somebody tells me she loves me. That's the only thing. Any other thing is personal. Or when somebody tells me he wants to send me some money, then I'll take that one personally.
Oh, me too. Ooh, talk to tonight, our dynasty here, Jones. He might do that.
Jones, if you tell me you're going to send me some $100, then I'll take you serious.
I don't even know how Sam was saying he was not able to get to Uhuru. I've actually got in touch. I sent something to Uhuru and he responded one time in 2017. So
2017 Uhuru was
it's
good.
not that hard to get in.
That's the same thing. 2013, 2010. 2010 Ruto was very good. So I think we are done with this, and if somebody can tell Mutembe, let me tell Mutembe to hang up.
Okay, can we pray, really?
Yeah, you are supposed to pray.
Okay, let's pray. I'll just pray a short prayer. Thank you, God, for this opportunity that you've given us, even for this forum, Mutembe TV. I am praying that you're going to bless Mutembe and give him the opportunity to continue providing this forum to the Kenyan citizens so we can meet here and talk and help ourselves chart the path ahead. Just cover us with the blood of Jesus, cover the whole of our country with the blood of Jesus. Every plan that the devil has planned against Kenya, we are coming against it in the name of Jesus. Father God, I know there are so many people calling upon you in that country, people looking up unto you for various reasons. God, visit them today in the name of Jesus. And as 2022 approaches, King of Glory, I am praying that you're going to provide a man that loves our country, a man after God's own heart, who will come in and lead our people not only into the right direction economically, but even into your knowledge, King of Glory. We thank you and we bless you, and we just cover everybody with the blood of Jesus and pray that this coming week, God, your blessings are going to be upon us. I pray this trusting and believing in your holy name. Amen.
Amen. So now that tumeomba, and Mutembe, si sasa wewe unafaa kukata hii.
Amelala ama nini? You can't call. Where is Clinton?
Oh, already haiko nini?
Eh?
Already
Call Clinton.
Clinton ameamka kweli?
Oh, kwao ni saa ngapi?
Clinton saa hii ndio sasa ako mbali sana. Wacha ni
And Mutembei too might be sleeping.
let me see him.
Oh, you can just hang up. If you leave the studio and I leave the studio, what's going to happen?
It will still continue running.
Na kuna mtu anataka link.
Yeah, sasa mtu anataka link.
Huyo anacheza.
Actually, you in Florida?
Yeah. Huyo mtu anacheza. Wambu. How do you pronounce that name?
Nani we? Wagungu?
No, this jump something. Headpar. Jumps headpar. Wambu.
Oh, just fine.
Have you been able to get with Mutembei?
No. Somebody.
Are you calling him?
Yeah, I'm trying to call him. Barati Gitash anasema Ashley kaeni hapo, anasema kuna mtu anataka link, anasema very serious. Oh, we still have 22 people watching.
Oh man.
As we wait for this guy, I was telling you something, Ashley. Jubilee getting half of the votes in Central is going to cause a lot of problem for the UDA because the people there will still see there is an alternative. They can just mess up with the party UDA and then still get somewhere to run themselves.
Which is the alternative?
They will see alternative as Jubilee.
Do you want me to put something about, there is something that this Waruguru is saying as we wait for Mtembei?
Go ahead.
Okay.
Who can call Mtembe?
I'll call him.
Do you have Boss Revolution or Reptel?
Yeah.
Yeah, call him with Reptel.
Si hata unaweza jaribu kupigia Clinton hata kaa ataamka.
Nimeandika text hata haiendi.
Okay, wacha nijaribu.
And I don't have a Reptel on this.
Do you have 49? Ya Collins, ya Clinton.
Yeah.
Yake ya Germany. Call hiyo.
Haiendi.
You can call him directly.
No, this phone can't call direct.
Okay, let me try. Can we I think I have to add some hold on, let me do that.
Okay. Siasa ya Kenya is very funny.
I'm calling him.
Oh, okay.
See, when you need almost midnight.
Eh.
Yeah, even my place. Nani huyo anasema ati bado ni mapema. Someone here.
Oh, nani?
Akuchukua.
Oh.
Oh my God, I'm going to disturb him again. But Mutembei will be I hope he doesn't get mad with me.
Nani anasema Florida bado. Kwani Florida ni saa ngapi?
It's the same time as yours. Eastern.
Okay. Okay. Gitash says Ashley, Florida is mapema. Run the show. Watch Collins alale. But how can you run the show and you are alone?
Nitawawekea waruguru. Mwambie ingia endelee mpaka asubuhi.
Oh, kuna watu wako backstage. Kuna Ashley, I need a link. That's Junior.
Okay, nimeshindwa kumget.
And then Gone Calvin. Ako backstage.
You try to get Ntembei? 28.
Yeah, I've tried to call him. Ni kama amelala. So we can do this. You can just log out.
Okay.
Leave the meeting.
I'm trying to call.
This is the problem.
Clinton
when we can't leave the meeting.
And it's not going through. Ebu, hold on. Let me see whether he'll come. But he'll get mad if he's sleeping. He may end up through.
Okay. Ewi, anasikia.
Oh no, it's gone to voicemail. Okay. Amelala.
Watu wa Kirinyaga wanasema mtu akiolewa afuate bwana yake. So Waiguru afuate bwana yake.
Oh, kuna watu wako backstage.
Yeah, kuna watu wako backstage.
Mwambie it's
I don't know how I can accept them so that I can leave them to run the stage.
Wow. Who else has the ability to log off?
I think you can log off. I want to see what happens.
Okay, let me log off.
Just leave the meeting and then we see. Okay. So, because there's no any other person, I'm going to leave this. So if you are on the back seat, anybody in backstage, can you write for me a message on the... Anybody who is still on the thing here? There are 22 people, 23 now. So if you are watching me, just write for me down there. And then I can see how to help you guys. Variety Gitash, any other person? Because I know you are still here. Yeah, Vitasha, I can see you. But I don't know how to make you join this because I would have left it for you. Thank you so much, community ancestor. Thank you, Variety Gitash. Thank you, Maulid, Daib. And thank you, Icelandic Overland. Thank you, IP. Thank you, Wambu. But I can't see how you can join. I'm in the backstage. Calvin's, I don't know how to make you join in. And how did you get inside that I can't? Try to join. Try to join so that I can see if try to join in. Calvin's, try to join in. Kindly try to join in. Hawa mnapigia ni party ya 22. Okay. 21 people. I'm so sorry we have to leave you. We are trying to get Mutembei. I'm trying to get Mutembei. I'm trying to get Mutembei. So if I can get him, it will be well and good. $17 people. So guys, I think there is no any other option for me but to leave the stage. Thank you so much. So guys, I think there's no any other option for me but to leave the stage. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, guys. And let's meet again in the morning or during the day at Kenyan time. Thank you.
We, poleni bana. Poleni, nimekuja kuzima.